week, June 8th. We are back from closed session. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember MD.
Here.
Mayor Brand.
Here. Joe, do we have any announcements from any closed session actions?
Yes, we do have reportable action for closed session number F6 dealing with one potential case. In that closed session, the council voted unanimously to approve litigation against the State Department of Housing and Community Development, commonly referred to as HCD, preferably by joining a lawsuit against HCD filed by the Orange County Council of Governments. Yet this matter has to deal with the allocation of future housing units to be built and allocated. That's the reportable action.
Okay, thank you. Better known as our arena numbers. Okay. All right. Well, with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn from closed session.
So moved.
Second. Okay, any objections? All right, so ordered. I will now call to order a regular meeting of the City Council. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember MD.
Here.
Mayor Brand.
Here. Let's all rise and salute the flag and take a moment of silence, please. Okay, ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you, folks. All right, I guess we'll go to announcements. Councilmember Nierenheim, you have any announcements to make?
No announcements right now. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Yes, the next meeting of the District 2 community meeting will be this Thursday, 6 to 7:30 on Zoom. The subject will be the budget for this year. And for those of you who have not registered, you can go to the City Council page under District 2 and register for the meeting. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, community meeting will be Saturday, the 19th from 9:30 to 11 a.m. I think we'll be discussing some more projects related to water filtration, and we will also have one of the board members from El Camino College doing outreach related to this district. That's it.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
All right, a couple announcements first. Thank you to Public Works because we've got beautifully striped crosswalks on Artesia Boulevard, and that did not take long from our discussion on the subject. So that's fast action that residents really appreciated. Some talked about how they applauded Public Works as they drove down the street. Thank you for that. I also appreciate the filling the gopher holes and mowing the right-of-way, SCE right-of-way. That's really given residents optimism about the future of the right-of-way. In addition, I want to thank the residents of North Redondo and South Redondo, all of Redondo Beach, who came out to do the cleanup of the right-of-way and the de-weeding. And specifically, I want to thank Mike Garcia of Enviroscape LA because he came out with a crew. You know, he pays his people and he paid his employees to come out and essentially volunteered their time to help us clean up those improved parcels of the right-of-way. In addition, Amanda Mejia with Athens Services was wonderful. She gave us trash bags, rolling trash bins so people could take it far down on the right-of-way, and a big Athens dumpster. And our Redondo Beach Police Community Services Officer was down there. And of course, our mayor, even though you didn't tell me you were coming, came down and was picking up weeds, picking up trash. So was Councilmember Lowenstein. And Councilmember Nierenheim gave me a call, said, hey, sorry I couldn't be there. I got to report to work on the beach. So thank you all for your support of North Redondo and District 4.
All right. That was a lot of fun. Met a lot of people. Councilmember MD.
There's a sad report. There was an accident on Ringe and Manhattan Beach Boulevard, and residents requested a PD and to get a temporary speed limit sign. You know, those portable ones that they put up. And so far, they've actually done 15 enforcement stops on Manhattan Beach Boulevard since June 3rd. So, and the sign, the portable sign will be up tomorrow. So just want to thank you to the police and to Public Works and everybody to help put that up. Thanks.
Okay, and one announcement I have to say is it's time to apply if you want to be on a commission. The deadline is this Friday, and you can go to the city website and apply. There's going to be a lot of openings. We do interviews in July. I guess my appointment's in August, get approved in August, and then you'll start October 1st. So go to the city website. It's just redondo.org/commission app. So COMMISSIONAPP, www.redondo.org/commission app. And applications are due Friday. So, yeah, go check it out, and you'll have an interview in July, and it's not that hard really to apply. So hopefully we get in the past, we've gotten a lot of participation. So with that, we'll move on to the regular agenda. First is order of agenda. Is there any motion to approve order agenda, change order of agenda?
I would like to actually move item M1 after the consent calendar, since they were here till like 12:30 last week. And I think it's fair to do that to them.
Yeah, right.
I second that. Yeah, definitely agree with that.
Joe, is there anyone else that waited around till, 1 in the morning and didn't get heard last time?
We had, I believe, some consultants for M2, but, that's sort of par for the course, so. I think we move that one up.
That'll take longer. I apologize. And we do need to do the public hearing. So, okay, so the motion is to follow the agenda except move M1 after the consent calendar?
Correct.
And then seconded by Councilmember Narenheim?
Yes, sir.
Just making sure. Sorry. Okay, I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji?
Aye.
And Councilmember MD? Was that an aye or no? Or I didn't hear.
I said aye. Sorry.
No, Councilmember MD.
Sorry, I couldn't get that button to show up. No, I'm going to vote no.
Okay, so that passes. Next up is blue folder items. I know we've got some blue folder items. Want to cite those for us, Eleanor, so we can.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. So H4, it's a under 35 for the Pyro Spectaculars, Inc. Substitute agreement was provided to you by email. H9, the letter of agreement for funding and operation of Redondo Beach Emergency Homeless Shelter. You received an administrative report, Amendment 1 to letter of agreement and letter of agreement with LA County. L2, the 2021-2022 city manager's proposed budget, plus the 5-year capital improvement program. You have a PowerPoint presentation. M1 regarding the city's participation in Southern California Edison LS1 Option E Street, the agreement with revised dates. N1, which is the submittal of the City of Redondo Beach written comments response to the draft environmental impact report for the Beach Cities Health District. Healthy Living Campus is public comments. And then N2 is the refinance the city's CalPERS unfunded accrued liability with taxable bonds, a PowerPoint presentation. And that's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, is there a motion to admit those to the record?
I'll move.
I didn't hear who made the motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Narenheim, second by Councilmember Horvath. Any objections? Okay, so ordered. Next up is our consent calendar. Tonight we only have 9 items on our consent calendar. We normally vote on these all at once. Any member can pull an item. Any member of the public can comment or request any item be pulled. And I'll go through the council first, see if they want to pull any item. Councilmember Narenheim.
There's nothing I'd like to pull. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Horvath,
No, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji,
No, thank you, but I wanted to ask, I thought we were getting on consent item this week, the final RENA numbers are going to be submitted to
Oh,
ACD. Mr. Hefkin?
Randy, are you,
That'll be on next agenda for a consent item.
Okay, thank you. No items.
and Councilmember MD.
No, nothing, thanks.
Okay, does any member from the public want to comment on any of these items on consent calendar?
Have no Zoom, nobody has raised their hands. However, we do have a e-comment, which is for H9. Vicki, would you like to go read that? Read that, please.
I'm sorry, I just had to reboot. Okay, H9, thank you. Submitted by Michelle Collins. It is reckless that half of the current sitting council does not have any regard to several meetings of public opinion as far as changing the site of what was supposed to be a one-year location at Kingsdale. The city attorney also needs to be held accountable for the persuasion of the approval of a one-year pallet shelter at Kingsdale under the terms, quote, "It has to move anyways since the area is not zoned for it," to now saying, "We can make changes to have it stay here," when that is not what was described months ago. District 1, 2, and 4 voters, we need to hold these types of votes to the highest form of accountability, as this has direct effects on our quality of life and property values. A reminder that they are sitting here because we voted them in. We can also vote them out if they are not representing our interests. The ridiculous housing vote is also a contribution to this distrust. That's the only item under consent for e-comments.
Okay, I guess I'll entertain a motion then to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember.
Well, based on that, should we separate out H9? I think that's what she was referring to.
Well, do you want to pull that item?
Yeah, I think I would. Thank you, if that's okay.
So I'll like to entertain a motion to approve consent calendar other than item H9.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember MD, seconded by Councilmember Narenheim. Yeah, I'll take a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, you need to read a couple things, Eleanor?
Yes. H5, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2106-052, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, adopting a list of projects for fiscal year 2021-2022 funded by SB1, the Road Repair and Accountability Act of 2017. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Eleanor. All right, item H9, Councilmember MD, you pulled that.
I just pulled it in courtesy of the comments and that, in case anybody wanted to vote against that.
Okay.
And I want to say thank you to you for allowing me to do that.
Oh yeah, no problem. This is what the consent calendar's for, and yeah, everybody, it's important. Is there any? I don't see any comments. Is there any more public comment? Is anybody
No
said
public
anything
comments,
more?
Mayor.
Come online or anything? Eleanor.
No, Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Narenheim, you had a comment?
Yeah, Joe, made a motion a few weeks ago back in May, I think it was, to have the BCHD come through and come to the podium and say, hey, we have a facility, we have a large parking lot that's available or not available. And where were we with that?
Well, if I can take this up, this isn't about location. What we had to first determine was whether there is funding to continue it based on both motion. And we found out Friday at 1:19 p.m. after the agenda had posted, which is why you're getting some blue folder. And the good news is it's dramatically, from the city perspective, less expensive to continue it for the next 13 months. And now we will, assuming that the council approves the relevant decision package, then we'll turn to the issue of the location. And per the council rule, it was reach out to Beach City South District as well as look at necessary steps to be able to maintain it at the current location once the governor ends the emergency declaration, which he stated is not going to happen certainly June 15th. And so that will come back, but just we have to do it sequentially.
Okay. Anything else, Councilmember Narenheim?
Well, that was the pricing, and I appreciate it, Mike. That was a good explanation. Thank you. That was great. But there is this location. Joe, did you contact the VCHD?
I've not had direct discussions with them on this matter.
And I will contact them early July, or
Okay.
if we finish the budget in the 15th, then I'll contact late June. So
Okay. Yeah, I have contacted or talked to other electeds in other cities, or not another city, 2 other cities. So, yeah, reach out to me.
okay, I will do that as well.
Thank you. That's
Hey,
it.
Councilmember Obaji.
I guess I just want, my question is, if it requires a zone change to zone the site where they're going to be it here or elsewhere, and that requires environmental review and the like, and or a general plan amendment, are we realistically going to be able to keep a pallet shelter once the emergency order from the governor ends? I mean, are we going to have that kind of lead time?
So I can't answer that. There are too many unknowables. There also could be other emergency declarations, such as regarding the crisis of homelessness. But this isn't that item. The first thing we need to find out if there was money to be able to continue it. This continues it at a less expensive for the city and hopefully sustainable amount. And then we look to answering the other questions. We retain the right, you retain the right in your sole discretion to terminate the program on 10 days notice to the county. It was in the original letter of agreement, and all the terms stay into effect other than as specifically modified by this amendment. So we'll each day is a different problem, and we'll address it.
And as far as is decision package 25, does that accurately represent the ongoing costs for this? I don't want to get ahead, obviously, on our agenda.
Well,
But
you are, and that was a high estimate because
okay.
I doubled it's a good place to ask for it. So, we've been reaching out to the county for some time. They have a lot of issues. They don't respond as quick. And so what I put as a placeholder in the budget was double the 6-month amount of 185. So I put 370, hoping to get grant, and that the city contribution would be 370. The city grant contribution is now much less, and we'll come back next month with a modification of the CDBG funds to pay for this.
Okay, and the last thing I wanted to say is I echo what Mr. Narenheim is saying, which is there got to be other cities interested in finding a solution and contributing, because there's a little Venice Beach forming at 2nd Street, Hermosa, with an increasing number of homeless camping there. And I know that they've got police officers dedicated to it, but if you don't have a place to relocate them to, then you really can't do much about it. So hopefully they take it seriously.
The challenge is always the location. Hermosa has, we provide prosecution services. They've inquired about expanding homeless court to them. And as I've mentioned, these are all discussions to have, with the ultimate decision being made by you all, not by me. Arcadia came out and checked our pallet shelters, and there's now an LA Times where neighbors are upset about the pallet shelters going near them because I think they're viewing it as what Venice is. And as you know, our whole goal is to humanely address the issue and not have Venice Beach come to Redondo Beach. And it's a constant battle. We're making significant progress, which is why I think a lot of cities are duplicating our efforts and modifying it to their situation. But this is just, the good news is it will cost us less, even in CDBG grant funds, than I had estimated, and much less than it cost on a per month basis during the first 6 months.
Good. So I'll move to approve item H9.
I will second that.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, here we go. So next up is, I guess, item M3. So with that,
M3.
I'm
M1.
sorry,
Mayor.
M1. So with that, I will, this is a discussion and possible action regarding the city's participation in Southern California Edison's LS1 option East Street Light Replacement Program. Ted Simon, our Public Works Director.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Yeah, this item was continued from the May 18th meeting, at which time there were some questions and options that the council wanted us to consider and bring back. With me, actually, I do have Rob Osborne, who's going to give you that brief presentation. But this item, as you said, was also continued from the last meeting because we didn't get the opportunity to discuss this. Rob, go ahead and go through the presentation, please.
Okay, thank you, Ted. Good evening, Council. Rob Osborne, Public Works. So background on the LS1 Option E program. So in Redondo Beach, we have about 5,100 streetlights. The city owns about 1,900 of them, and the other 3,180 are owned by Edison. Every year, we pay Edison about $487,000 to power and maintain the lights. That's the biggest chunk of our street lighting bill for the year. Most Edison lights, in fact, almost all, are located in residential neighborhoods on residential streets. So the way the Option E program is cities pay Edison to replace inefficient high-pressure sodium lights with efficient LED fixtures, reduce energy by about 60% in street lighting. The way the financing works is there's no upfront cost. We don't write Edison a check. We pay them back with on-bill savings over a 20-year period. Edison maintains ownership of the lights, and they would continue to maintain them with the program. So as far as the costs go, we pay Edison about $375 a fixture for the 3,180 lights. We pay Edison about $1.2 million over the 20 years, so about $60,000 a year. But upon implementation, which there's about a 5-month delay right now, other cities are in line ahead of us, our annual streetlight cost would be reduced by $180,000. So the net would be the $180,000 minus the $60,000 we pay them. We'd reduce annual costs by about $120,000 during the 20-year payback period. After the 20 years, we'd reduce costs from current numbers by $180,000. There's some other benefits too, great environmental benefits. Our annual kilowatt hours, right now we use about 1.7 million to power our lights. That would reduce down to about 535,000 kilowatt hours. Again, as I mentioned, about a 2/3 reduction. Also, a significant reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. We'd reduce emissions by about 780 metric tons per year. So great environmental benefit. As the council's aware, we have a proposal from Tanco Lighting. They have an alternate program where the city would acquire streetlights from Edison. Rather than, in this case, paying for the efficient fixtures, we would actually go through a process and try to acquire the lights through an eminent domain process. And Tanco believes that we could potentially save a lot more money doing it that way as opposed to the Option E savings. We've met with Tanco, we've reviewed the program, and we do have some concerns about it. The first one is that Edison is not in the business of selling streetlights. They used to have a program, they discontinued it in 2015, and they're opposed to it now, and they don't want it to happen, so they will fight the process. No cities have completed this process in Edison's service area since the program was halted in 2015. One city we know of, Pico Rivera, is currently in the process. We're told it's kind of in the early stages. So we don't have a lot of history to go on as far as the value.
Rob, we've lost your audio.
Yeah, Rob, we can't hear you. I don't know why, because it doesn't look like you're muted, but we've definitely lost your audio. Can you even hear us? It didn't look like you. Hey, Rob, can you hear us? We lost you back there. Where was it, Ted?
We lost you for a few seconds when you mentioned the concerns with the proposal from Tanco and that Edison was not in the business of selling, as well as the fact that Pico Rivera just initiated the file for the eminent domain.
Okay. So the next concern is we get a credit from Edison right now, about $127,000 a year. It's called a distribution pole credit. It's a credit that we get because Edison's maintaining poles, but they contain a lot more than just the street lights. They contain the wires and all the other Edison equipment. So they get that rebate. We would lose that if we were to take control of the poles, take ownership. We would lose that credit. So right now there's about 130 cities participating in option E. So we think that's the best option right now. We're not discounting Tanco's program. We'd just like to see it get a little bit further down the road, have a little bit more data to evaluate it based on. So staff's recommendation is to go ahead, sign up with option E, and then we'd also continue discussions with Tanco, see how things go with Pico Rivera, get a little bit more background on it. Even if we go into option E, we'd still have the ability to go in and purchase the lights, or at least start the process, the eminent domain process. So we wouldn't lose that ability by signing up for option E. So that concludes presentation. We do have a couple of speakers that, if the council has questions, we have Alex Wurtzel here from Tanco, and from Southern California Edison, we have John King and Diane Forte. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
And Rob, before we turn it over to you, I did want to add one more thing. Part of the cost option, both Tanco and Southern California Edison say the conversion of the street lights from high pressure sodium to LED is in the same ballpark, 1.2 million versus 1.12 million. And that's why what Rob mentioned, that we don't see any disadvantages of moving forward with the LS1E option today with Edison. And if things change or we get additional information from Tanco that this becomes more viable as we consider this, it is something that we can consider and come back to the council, whether that be 6 months from today, 2 years from today, whenever they've gone through some of the other cities and moved forward with that acquisition process. So that was a cost that was going to get spent in other direction. That's why we feel strongly in moving forward with LS1E with Edison while considering anything further with Tanco for the future.
Okay, well, thank you, Ted. Has Tanco done this anywhere before?
Tanco? No, I don't believe they have.
Completed the process from beginning?
They have not completed the process through eminent domain. I know they helped some of the cities during the initial stages when Edison was making the sale of streetlights available to them. I know they worked with some of the cities in that acquisition, but since Edison stopped the program back in 2015, I don't believe that has come to fruition as of now.
The eminent domain process.
Correct.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yes, thanks, Mayor Brand. So one of my concerns about, I like the move from high pressure sodium to LED for a number of reasons, obviously energy savings. One of the comments I had received from a number of residents when we did move in some places to LED was that the light was very bright. It was almost a spotlight. They were not used to that bright of a light, very white. The high pressure sodium is a softer light. It also seems to produce less light pollution. And I'm wondering if we make this move, will we have a choice in terms of the wattage, as well as how bright the lights are? Are they adjustable? Can they be set lower? I mean, light enough that we light the streets, but low enough that we're not creating tons of light pollution and also not disturbing residents who sometimes feel like they're under a spotlight. So I was wondering if maybe Diane or John from Edison can comment on our options with the move to LED.
Councilmember, let me answer some of that before I turn it over to John from Edison. On your thoughts of the residents, yes, we went through, I'll call it experimentation. We attempt different color lights, or we'll call them temperatures in Kelvin. We tried the 3000, the 4000, and the 5000 Kelvin lights. Where we installed the 5000 Kelvin lights, we got a lot of complaints rather quickly. It is a much brighter, not brighter in terms of illumination, whiter in terms of color. The 4,000 was a little bit less. It still received some complaints, not as much. The residents truly enjoyed the 3,000 Kelvin. It's softer. It's actually not, I'll say not as soft as the high pressure sodium, but it was definitely much more colorful and much more pleasing or appealing to the eye. The other part, the LED lights are actually much more precise in their light distribution. They would not have the tendency to bleed over like the high pressure sodium. High pressure sodium had that potential to do so. LED is much more confined, and it is a much better light in that sense, as you said, with the energy conservation. John, I don't know if you want to add more from your perspective. Before I do turn it over to you, what we are proposing with Southern California Edison will be a wattage equivalent. So if we had a 100 watt high pressure sodium lamp, which is what we predominantly have in our residential streets, the LED light will be an equivalent of that. Therefore, the amount of illumination that's put out onto the street is going to be equivalent. It's not going to be much brighter or stronger than that. And as far as the color, again, we're proposing the 3,000 Kelvin, not anything higher than that. John, sorry, I'll turn it over to you now.
No, you did a great job, Ted. And Mayor and Council, first off, I bring greetings. I am actually a council member in the city of Covina, so I wanted to make sure and bring greetings from my colleagues in Mayor as well. Ted did a great job of explaining that. I think one of the things that happens, council member, is that the LED lights have a much higher, the technical term is color rendering index. So our eyes see more clearly beneath them. In layman terms, we can see more clearly beneath them. So they appear to me much brighter, even though the lumens in some cases might even be less than what a high pressure sodium is putting out. But it's that ability for us to see that recognizes changes the dynamic. So sometimes people do see them as, or perceive them as brighter. As Ted said, we are recommending the 3,000 Kelvin in terms of the color temperature, the warmer color temperature, and that wattage for wattage ratio in terms of the replacements. As Ted said, if it's a 100 watt light, it would be a 39 watt LED on a standard basis, 70 watt, 31 watt, and so forth. So there are standard replacements that both General Electric, which is the company or the lights that we utilize, and the Illumination Engineer Society have developed that ratio to be able to keep a standardized approach. So we don't change the look and feel of your streets the way that you design them. I think to your point, if you wanted to go from, say, 100 watt lights to 70 watt equivalent lights, that is at your direction. We're glad to work with you on that. But typically, most cities tend to stay with the like-for-like replacement as they go. So hopefully that helps.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Narenheim.
I wanted to let some other people speak. If they said there were other speakers before I go, but yeah.
You want the public to speak, or
yeah, yeah.
Well, we got one more hand up, Councilmember Obaji, and then we'll go to the public. Councilmember Obaji.
Gosh, I hate to do this and be the bad cop, but I'm really upset with SCE right now, and it has nothing to do with this matter that's on the agenda. But on May 10th, 2021, I emailed you, Ms. Forte, about the concern that our residents were having on Rockefeller, where construction staging was taking place next to their property on the right-of-way. I got no response. I realize you may have corresponded with Public Works, but SCE did not pull a permit for the staging, and it was using the property as a staging ground for a non-utility or a utility in Manhattan Beach, not a Redondo Beach. It's not okay. Our residents deserve an apology. I drove by there today. There's a porta potty sitting on the right-of-way currently across the street from my residence for the staging ground. It's not okay. You're not being a good neighbor here. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, Councilmember Narenheim, did you want to go to public comment then? Because there are no other hands up.
Yeah.
Okay, is there a public comment on this, Eleanor?
Okay, so on Zoom, I have no public comment. We have one e-comment. Go ahead, Vicki.
Submitted by Mark Nelson. Per the American Medical Association's guidance, outdoor lighting should be the lowest lumens to meet the need. Have motion sensor on and off and be of a color 300K or below to avoid the excessive blue light and prison yard feel. That concludes the comments.
Okay, Councilmember Nierenheim, did you have any comments?
So, yeah, okay. I'm not a big fan of eminent domain. They're saying that this is the only way to do it, but we can, move forward with what we're doing now and still value some of the cost by getting this at a later point in time. This is the way SCE makes their money, so of course they're not going to be happy with selling off their property, their infrastructure, so we can own it. Part of the prices here that we are saving on is for the power prices. Who are we buying the power from in this case? Directly from SCE, or is this going to be the LA County CCA?
Councilman, I'll answer that one. We buy all of our power for streetlights through SCE. The streetlight rates for through our CCA program were higher, so we're getting a better deal straight from Edison.
Okay. I like the longer term options. One of the reasons why I was interested in this program, us earning or owning our own lights and poles, is so that we can, even though this is not for the poles, this is just for the arms themselves, is the ability for us to, with 5G coming and small cells, we're going to need places, even though it's $100 a year, $250 a year around there per location. It's still a significant number that could pay for the electricity costs, help pay for electricity costs. So I'm always looking for this. So Alex, I don't know if you have anything to say regarding us moving forward with this and then potentially working with staff after you guys have gone through this process with other cities in LA County and SCE specifically.
Certainly. So yeah, I can speak to a few of the concerns that Rob and Ted had. So
why don't you introduce yourself, Alex?
Oh, I apologize. My name is Alex Wurzel. I'm a senior energy advisor from Tanco Lighting. I've been assisting municipalities down here in Southern California for the last 6 years to acquire and convert lights from Southern California Edison. You heard from our CEO, Jason Tanco, last time. Councilmember Lowenstein, thank you for pulling the item and moving it ahead. That was certainly a marathon council meeting you guys had last week. The staff report is correct. Edison did close their program in 2015. However, streetlight acquisitions have been taking place in California since the 70s, well before any program was established by any utility here in the state. There's been more than 50 examples of successful court cases by municipalities that acquired their lights via eminent domain. Tanco has collected and documented almost all the ones that we can find, and we've even run it past local attorneys here in Southern California, ones at cities and external, who believe in our success and are recommending that the cities move forward. Now, the staff is correct. Pico Rivera is our most advanced client here under Southern California, but there are others that are on the way, and we have clients under PG&E and SDG&E that are going to be working towards the same path. So that same path, all utilities are regulated under the same PUC, and the precedent is quite substantial. Even more so in some of the recent Public Utility Commission letters that were written by Edison in the other acquisitions, they recognize that the cities have the ability to follow the eminent domain process. They mentioned potential litigation and extended costs, but in all of the examples we find, a vast majority of them end up getting resolved prior to any case, and litigation is relatively minimal. Now, when it comes to the Edison conversion program, they use the GE Light. We've installed it in a lot of places. It's a quality product. Ted did note the slight differences in the cost, but the only difference here is that I don't know what manufacturer the city used in the conversion of its other lights, but you run the potential risk of having Edison do the conversion, wanting to come back with us later to buy the lights. It may not match your existing LED conversion, and you may end up overpaying for a lighting conversion that you may not be as happy with or have as much control. The other item addressed had to do with the concern over potential costs of acquiring the system. Now, while costs of Edison's acquisition did vary across the territory, we'll note that cities like Pico Rivera, Tustin, Orange, Santa Ana, when they bought their lights, they did so at an average of $482 per light. And in addition, as Ted and Rob said, a majority of the lights you're looking to acquire are on distribution mounted poles. And so in that case, where there's precedent again in PG&E and SDG&E, you'd only be buying the arm and the light. You would not be buying the entire pole. So you would also not have to worry about losing that $4 credit that you're going to be receiving. And we have some opinions on the credit as well. We can talk about that offline. But the long and short of it is that we have done our research. Our contracts with the cities we're working with are a performance-based contract. You have to wait 5 months for Edison to be ready to convert your lights anyways. So you have the option to wait until we've finished with Pico, or you have the ability to do some work with us now while you wait for Edison to be ready to do the conversion. And if you decide you don't want to continue at that point, no harm, no foul, you can cancel the contract and you won't owe us anything. Or we can, make use of the next 5 months and see if we can get you the lights another way and save you more money.
Okay. Diane, I got a question for you. Where do we go to get rate? What our residents and city are paying for rates and the increases that you're moving forward with. So for instance, there have been some increases recently and I can't find anywhere. And when you referred to me a few weeks ago to the 800 number, I called your 1-800 number and I got stuck on hold for 45 minutes. And then they said, well, we can't find your account because of myriad different reasons. And then we couldn't get anywhere. And then I called back again with some more information and it was another 45 minutes. Finally, I just hung up because your account conversion that you've been done recently has wreaked havoc. So I like Mr. Obaji, I'm not very keen with SCE right now. And I mean, this is the kind of customer service that we're getting right now, then I'm more inclined to go with Mr. Wurzel's proposal.
So Councilmember, why don't you send me your account number and I'll get it to customer service and get someone to get back to you, and to Councilmember Obaji.
Hold on. It's more of a fact of I want to know where these increases are and how much they're increasing, because transmission rates are just as expensive, or actually way more, 3 times the expensive of generation power. So if we can save ourselves some money looking forward, I mean, how much more increases are we going to get from you guys, and what have they been? Where can we go to see those increases?
I believe I forwarded you the CPUC application. That's what we do every 4 years.
And Diane, if I may, council member, one of the things that we provide, and Ted and Rob can certainly receive this. We provide a customer outlook which shows the average rates for each class. As you might imagine, there's a lot of different tariffs for different uses, commercial and residential, streetlights, all kinds of different rates. And each time there's a general rate case or a GRC, and those rates are adjusted. And sometimes there's a mid-GRC rate adjustment that happens, but it's always decided as part of the GRC. So those rate outlooks are available to our customers. Certainly to a local government, you would have visibility to those, and we'd be glad to provide those. You're either through Diane or your BCD account manager can certainly help get those for you. And it shows all the different rates. So it's not specific to, just a residential rate or something like that. It shows all the different rates that are moving or not moving, and as the case may be.
And how much more should we expect the rates to go up? So for instance, if we were to buy these arms, are you increasing your pricing or your maintenance cost on these arms? So is that part of the formula here?
So maybe I can take a step back and a couple of points that impact the discussion. I think from our perspective, we obviously are not interested in selling further streetlights. Our senior most management has said they're not interested. The company as a whole is not interested. So I just want to make that a baseline comment. We believe that there's a lot of question about whether or not mast arms and lights would even be available to be operated on distribution poles. We're talking about distribution poles carrying high voltage electricity to other customers. And everything that you collectively do in terms of moving forward on an eminent domain type of proceeding, brings, time to the equation, cost potentially, and uncertainty. There's legal costs, there's regulatory cost. With the recent reform on eminent domain, there certainly is differing. It's a different environment than it was even a year ago. So I think there are reasons to think, long and hard that eminent domain, not to mention the fact that it puts us in an adversarial and litigious situation, is, may or may not be a great solution for.
Yeah, and I totally understand. I'm not a big fan of eminent domain. In fact, the last few months, you'll see, I said no to an eminent domain process unless it's absolutely required. But I would like to see if there are other long-term options, because I'm always concerned about the costing. And if you increase the maintenance costs, today's dollar is one thing, but if you increase the maintenance and increase the transmission costs and the infrastructure costs, which what you guys make money on,
sure,
then it's for us, owning the infrastructure is a little bit enticing, more enticing. So
the things that you've mentioned, though, if I may, are not the cost drivers, right? The street light mast arm and light, or the poles for that matter, are not really the drivers of distribution rates or of transmission rates and so forth, or even energy rates for that matter. You're right. It is how we make our proverbial bread and butter is through owning assets and operating them and delivering energy and so forth. But I think what we've brought to the table here, one, we did offer and put into place the distribution pole credit that both Ted and Rob mentioned, which brought a significant savings to the city. If the lights were converted to LS2, customer-owned lights, that would not be available. It's for LS1 specific lights. It's for SCE-owned lights on distribution poles. So the lights that are in that program today, if they were converted through some eminent domain process to LS2, I don't see that those would be available to the program. We've also brought forward a proposal of $180,000 a year in savings that's available very, very soon. Only the time that it takes for us to, move through the line, so to speak, that's ahead of you, to implement that. And as Rob said, after the 20 years, it jumps up to $240,000 in savings. So I don't have a crystal ball in terms of what the rates might look like in a year or 10 years. I will say that our outlook on streetlight rates, knowing that we've had this bump in streetlight rates over the last GRC and the implementation of things like the acquisition and option E, putting capital into the rate, it does have the impact of pushing some upward pressure on that. But we're expecting in the coming years to see the benefits of both the maintenance savings, the new LEDs performing as they're supposed to over a longer lifetime. So quite honestly, we see streetlight rates stabilizing and perhaps even leveling off and going down over time, given the savings. Again, that's only my opinion, and I think it's shared by a lot of folks in the company.
No, I totally value that. My concern is if the long-term costs go up, then these things may make it look more attractive. And our street lighting and landscape district operates at a deficit. So before we start going out and charging more money for this, we'll make sure that we look at every single cost savings possibilities and moving forward. So
as you should, of course.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, I'd like to just make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to go forward with the LS1 option. And then Ted and Rob mentioned just kind of keeping eyes on the Tanco proposal going forward and just seeing if there's anything viable there in the future, especially as it relates to Pico Rivera. I would just include that in the motion just to kind of keep an eye on that. And then that would be my motion. And then I would just make a request to Diane to please reach out to Councilmember Obaji and Narenheim tomorrow. Thanks.
I will second that motion.
Very great. So there's a motion and a second. It seems like a win-win to me. We're going to get the money, we're going to get the savings, and we're going to be able to upgrade. So, it's always important to analyze alternatives because that's what we do. Anyway, with that, any more public comment? I'll take a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
I, with the caveat that if SCE doesn't start becoming a better neighbor, I'm going to seek to advance condemning the right-of-way area in North Redondo District 4.
Condemning.
Just in District 4?
Yeah, condemning for use as public open space under the case law of people of the state of California by the Public Utilities Commission versus the city of Fresno, which says that a city can condemn public utility land and acquire it for public use.
Mhm. Okay, Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, well, there's your unanimous vote. Diane and Alex, and apologies for having you stick around till 1 a.m. last time, or whatever time it was. So there you go. Thank you.
Thank you, council members.
Okay, and thank you, Ted, for the presentation, and Rob as well. Very concise. Next up, apologies, I think I just closed out my agenda, so I'm going to have to give me a second. You guys want to pull up the agenda again.
Public participation on non-agenda items.
Yeah, thank you, Todd. So next up is public participation on the non-agenda items. This is the opportunity for the public to speak for 3 minutes on anything that is not on the agenda. Eleanor, do we have anybody who wants to do that?
Okay, let's see. We do have, I don't see any raised hands, but I'm going to go ahead and pick the two. Okay, so Sheila Lamb. There we go.
Good evening, council members. Good evening, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you fine. Go ahead, Sheila.
So, Redondo Beach is a wonderful city. Here you will find great people getting involved with their community, good schools, a boutique harbor, pier, beaches, surf parks, and many other wonderful amenities. City staff is dedicated to the mission of providing the finest services, and our city council dedicate countless hours of their time on our behalf. What Redondo Beach doesn't have is a 21st century website. The city website is the front door to city government, but Redondo's front door website is locked and chained so that only a few can get in. It is a maze to navigate, confusing, unorganized, and unwelcoming. We, the resident customers, expect our civic experience to be as simple and seamless as what we receive from private business. Redondo can move into the 21st century by adopting the notion of e-government. This would mean better online user experience, an increase in public participation, improved internal efficiency, better collaboration among departments, reduced personnel costs, increased revenue, and opportunities for innovation. Like the change from using a rotary phone to a cell phone, from analog to digital, from a VCR player to online streaming, it is now time for Redondo Beach to make this transformation into the 21st century. Make no mistake, this change is inevitable with neighboring cities already transformed. Now it is Redondo's time to embrace the vision of a first-in-class e-government, starting with upgrading our digital front door to a 21st century user-friendly website. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Sheila. Anybody else, Eleanor?
I have Andrew Lesser.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay. Three things. In response to the previous public comment, I'm 68 years old. I'm not the techiest savvy person in the world, but you know, I think our website's okay. So for all those who set it up, maintain it, work with it, I have absolutely no complaints about it. I think it's okay. Number two, as you know, one of my causes is to go ahead and try to ban horse racing, first in California and then in the United States. And I'd just like to call everyone's attention to the recent drugging of the horse that, pending disqualification, was named the winner of the Kentucky Derby, whose Golden Boy owner, Bob Baffert, who's the poster child for horse racing, thoroughbred racing, now pretty much completes the picture to show greed and drugging of horses, which is essentially animal cruelty. And on that note, I wonder what would happen if we tried to ban whipping of horses in horse racing, because you can't whip any other animal in this state or in this country and get away with it, but yet you can whip race horses, and the California Horse Racing Board decides how many times you can whip a horse, in what period of time, how high can you raise your arm, and where you can strike the horse. So that's it for horse racing. And lastly, I'm very involved in the effort to recall District Attorney George Gascon, who I've said before got elected on a wave of progressiveness and misrepresenting his true agenda. I want to thank so much our city attorney and our city prosecutors, because unlike County of Los Angeles, we prosecute quality of life misdemeanors. If you live outside of a jurisdiction such as ours, Gascon is no longer enforcing things like petty theft, public urination, camping, and all sorts of other disgusting and other things that adversely impact the quality of life. So if you go to www.recallgeorgegascon.com, you can find information regarding public events to come and sign the petition. I'm a signature gatherer, and I encourage Councilwoman Laura MD to go to www.recallgeorgegascon.com for some more education, since she abstained in the vote regarding the vote of no confidence, and perhaps Ms. MD might see the light. George Gascon is a reckless menace. Okay, and that's it, trying to institute a social program which is not going to work. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, at
Anyone
this
else?
time, we have, Holly Osborne. Okay, Holly?
Okay, yes, I want to second something that Sheila Lamb said about the websites and stuff. I don't understand why I can easily watch your Zoom meetings, but when if I miss a council meeting and have to replay it, it is not smooth. So I don't know why I can watch one thing and not another, but if that's one of the things that you look at when you update the website, I would sure appreciate it if I could just go to an old video archive of a council meeting that I missed and be able to play it. Thank you.
Hey, anyone else on it?
So no Zoom, no more for Zoom, and then we have comments. So go ahead, Vicki.
Okay, the first comment is submitted by Valentina Dosto. Hi, I am writing about the new trees planted in residential areas. I'm aware that as a part of the program, the city contracted watering services for 90 days after planting. Considering the high temperatures expected for the summertime, I'm inquiring about extra watering for these new trees for the duration of the summer. I've noticed not all residents can water the trees. Some are planted in areas where a typical water hose won't reach and where there is no irrigation. Some of these trees will dry and die if they are not watered at least once a week through October. The next comment is submitted by Maggie Healy. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Last week, a resident via public comment blew the whistle on the president of the South Bay Parkland Conservancy, who was appointed by the mayor to be a Recreation and Parks Commissioner, and who is apparently using his appointed position to funnel city money to his private company. I'm told that the city staff and attorney are investigating this apparent self-dealing, and that is good. I hope the results of that investigation can be made public because the people deserve an explanation and appropriate corrective action. Next, we have our District 1 Councilman Nierenheim, endorsed by our mayor, who is being sued by one of the premier businesses in his district for trespassing, causing a disturbance, and violating civil rights. Yet another example of one of our public officials abusing his office as if he doesn't have to follow the same rules as everyone else. District 4 Councilman Abaji, hardly endorsed by Mayor Brand, but just last year, Mr. Abaji was found by a Los Angeles Superior Court judge in case number BC 700046 to have breached his fiduciary duty of loyalty to his client. In his statement of decision, the judge also said that Mr. Abaji unjustly enriched himself from his client's funds. Now, this man is sitting on city council to make decisions about how to spend city money. In my 30 years of government service, I have never had a deeper worry and concern for our city than I do now. You are all about to decide how our public funding will be spent and which projects to prioritize. But given the information we now have, how can the citizens trust that majority on council will make decisions that are in the best interest of the city and not serve their personal agendas or special interests? Mayor and council members Nierenheim and Abaji, I feel it is necessary to remind you that there are rules and policies that create guidelines that you need to follow. The city attorney and staff are well versed in these guidelines, so please listen to them. The public is watching carefully, and we will hold you to the highest standard of ethical behavior when it comes to your decisions on council. Thank you. Next comment is from Leslie Campeggi. Oh, Ms. Maggie Healy, really? A premier business in this city is suing a council member, so you've appointed yourself judge, jury, and executioner, and you're an attorney, so I understand. Why are you mentioning other Deep Pockets developer who funded a lawsuit with 2 residents named as plaintiffs, alleging wrongdoing that included Mr. Nierenheim too, as well as the mayor? Could it be because the mayor, Councilmember Nierenheim, and 2 other defendants prevailed during both the original trial and then also won on appeal? Could it be because people you know owe a judgment of approximately $900,000 to the attorneys of Councilmember Nierenheim and his co-defendants? The court of public opinion sometimes becomes mired in salacious claims and allegations without substance, detail, or evidence. To hurl further accusations and then also infer that somehow the city attorney is advising contrary to decisions made by the mayor and council is absurd, and is your implication that they are not following rules, policies, or guidelines. Quite frankly, if the city attorney agreed with you, I'm quite certain he would be adamant with vocal admonishment and outright advice with such words such as, no, you cannot do that. It's not legal. It's not ethical. You'd be placing us at very high risk. I don't believe I've ever heard the city attorney express anything close to what you allege about the conduct or decisions of the mayor or anyone on this current city council. Where was your indignation over the $9 million approval by the previous council to prematurely purchase the Fun Factory lease? The city, for no good reason, had to pay $9 million plus another few million to fund that debt and has lost around $4 million in revenue as a result of that decision. But hey, yeah, millions of taxpayer dollars flittered away needlessly don't seem to concern you compared to an $18,000 expense to plant trees and beautify a public park when that work is done by people you don't seem to care for. And that concludes public comment on non-agenda items.
Okay, thank you for that, Vicky. So I guess next up then.
Wait, I'm sorry. There's an e-comment on the non-agenda items that was missed, and there was a point on there that I had missed, and it was that the e-comments aren't included in the minutes, and she has it on there. So I just thought we missed that, so I just wanted to let you know that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, did we read that e-comment that they wanted to read under closed session items?
Yes, that was the comment by Valentina Dostal. That was the first one I read, sir.
Oh, okay. Okay, anything else? Moving along?
Yeah, but there's another e-comment on the non-agenda items. It was about the minutes.
Well, go ahead. Can you read that, Eleanor? Do you see it?
I don't know which. Okay, look. Do you see it, Vicky?
I'm very sorry, I don't see it.
Are you sure it's?
I just refreshed the screen as well. I'm sorry. I have.
Hold on. Let me go get it back. Hold on.
Yeah, because I don't see the one Vicky read was from.
Here it is. It says, I've been trying to submit an e-comment and running into technical difficulties. I think the Granicus as a system is a little overwhelmed tonight. So please allow my comment even though it's late. The March 9th minutes do not contain the e-comments which were not read into the record. And many residents commented that night, and their participation is not in the record. It's a good point. That's the night that it was late and we didn't read the e-comments, and they're not in the minutes. And so would they be able to still, is it still going to be entered in the public record? That's what she's asking.
Yeah, what happens with the e-comments is they are attached to that item in the agenda. So if you go there and it is, we receive and file it, or we keep it in that. So if you go to that item for that agenda at that time, then the e-comments are there.
Okay.
So
I'm just letting you know what she said.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I guess we'll move on then to ex parte communications on the two public hearings we have. We have one public hearing on with Athens and a potential solid waste charge fee increase. And we also have a public hearing on the budget. So with that, Councilmember Narenheim, do you have any ex parte communications on either of the public hearings coming up?
Nothing to report on item L1, the Athens item. But the public, the L2, the budget hearings, I have been talking to Councilmember Lowenstein, the public, Mayor Brand, staff about the whole thing.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yes, nothing also on L1, on L2. I've talked to Councilmember Narenheim, the mayor, staff, and public.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
Nothing on L1, L2, staff, public, and Councilwoman MD.
And Councilmember Obaji.
L1, I've corresponded with Athens, but not about the rates. And L2, I've met with the mayor, public and budget and finance commissioners, some city staff, and that's about it, I think.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
L1, I don't have any communications, and L2, Councilmember Horvath, staff, public, and that's it.
Okay, and I've spoken with staff on L2, nothing for L1. I've spoken with staff on L2. I've spoken with some budget and finance commissioners, spoken with council members Obaji, Councilmember Narenheim, Councilmember Lowenstein, and several members of the public. So there you go. That's the end of our ex parte. With that, we'll move on to item L1. It is, again, about a potential solid waste charges and fees with Athens. I'll entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by Councilmember Lowenstein. Any objections to opening the public hearing? Okay, so ordered. With that, I'll turn it over to our Public Works Director, Ted Simon. Ted.
Yep, thank you, Your Honor. It is that time of year again, as you said, where we bring forward the upcoming year's rate structure and have council consider that change that is going to be upcoming. With that, I do have Senior Management Analyst Jesse Reyes. He's going to walk us through a short, brief presentation, and he'll also introduce a couple of members from Athens in case the City Council has questions. Jesse?
Thank you, Ted. Good evening, Mayor and Council. As Ted mentioned, I'll give a brief presentation through the annual rate adjustments. And with us, we have from Athens Services, we have Christian Warner, Regional Vice President, Government Affairs, and Amanda Mejia, Regional Deputy Director, Government Affairs. Let me share my screen. There we go. So again, this is for the proposed adjustments to the solid waste refuse rates for the fiscal year 21-22 fiscal year. It's what we do on an annual basis to adopt the new rates. Quickly with the rate adjustment process, this was a pre-approved formula that was ratified via Prop 218 in 2019. It takes into account 6 changes in 6 industry costs as displayed on this slide. For the upcoming year, the largest increase was to the transformation index, and that we saw 11.11% increase. The aggregate increase of the 6 labor cost changes was 2.65%. And there's an increase to the multifamily recycling fee of 1.81%. And that is a fee that's only assessed to the multifamily customers. This was, the council approved the current 5-year rate structure in 2019. This includes a 7% annual residential and multifamily increase, along with a 14% annual commercial increase, plus the CPI and an additional 1%. We're in the 3rd year of that 5-year rate structure. What this entails is a 10.65% for residential and multifamily customers for the upcoming year, and a 17.65% increase for the commercial accounts. What does that equate to? For our single family homes, the current monthly rate is $20.74. With the 10.65% increase, that will be at $22.72. As you see displayed, it's still a pretty comparable and favorable rate with our neighboring cities and comparable cities. As it pertains to the commercial accounts, they're seeing a larger increase given the larger percentage increase. They're going from 143.26 to 168.55. But then again, it's still very, very in line with the rates for our neighboring cities and other comparable cities. With that, the recommendation for tonight is to open the public hearing, take public testimony, close the public hearing, and then adopt by title only resolution number CC-2106-053, resolution establishing the contractor's charges and corresponding fees for residential, multifamily, and commercial collection for the 21-22 fiscal year. That concludes the presentation. We're free to answer any questions that the council may have.
Okay, thank you, Jesse. I'm not seeing any hands up right now. Did you want to add anything, Ted? You can stop sharing your screen, by the way, Jess.
Yeah, not at this point, Your Honor. As Jesse went through it, this is really in line with the contract that the council approved in June of 2019, the contract, I should say. And as we saw from the indices table, that it was a 2.65 increase for the year. We called it CPI, but it is actually those 6 indices that are analyzed.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Brand. Quick question, Jesse, or even somebody from Athens. It refers to single unit. I think it's like $20 a month, $20+ a month. That's considered anything from 1 to 3 units. So like on a lot would be considered a single unit. And then anything above that would be a multi-dwelling unit. Is that right? And if it's $20, is that $20 each unit or $60 roughly if it's a 3 on a lot? How does this break out?
That's correct. 4 to 5 units that still have carts that are still charged under the single family rates.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
That was an excellent question. It was actually mine. And so I don't have anything, I don't know if there's any public comment. I can just close the public hearing.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. Are there any public comments on her? Or Vicky? Any public comments?
There you go. There are no public comments for either e-comment or Zoom.
And I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second. Okay, so a motion to close the public hearing, second by Councilmember Horvath. Any objections? Okay, so ordered. So.
Then I'll go ahead and make a motion then to adopt by title only resolution CC 2106-053.
Okay. There's a motion by Councilmember MD, second by Councilmember Horvath. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nairnheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay.
Okay.
There you go.
Need
Did you read that?
Yes. Adopt by title only resolution number CC-2106-053, a resolution City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, establishing contractors' charges and corresponding city fees for residential, multifamily, and commercial refuse collection for the 2021-2022 fiscal year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Eleanor. Moving along to our next public hearing It's a continued hearing. Consider our fiscal year 2021-2022 city manager's proposed budget, our fiscal year CIP from 2021 to 2026. So with that, I guess I'll entertain a motion to reconvene the public hearing.
Motion to reopen the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Nairn, second by Councilmember Horvath. Any objection? Okay, public hearing is open. Joe.
Yes, Mayor, council members, this is the continuation of the review of the budget. Last time we were before you with the public hearing, it was quite late. We didn't really spend much time on the budget. We are working on budget response reports, have some of them, another tranche in your packet tonight. We will have the rest of them for your next council meeting. We're going to focus heavily on capital tonight. We've got a few introductory slides that we're going to share tonight. Some of the same information you've seen before, along with an update on where things stand with the budget response reports. So, Marnie, can you do the screen share? Yeah, so this introductory slide, we adopt the budget, officially 1 year at a time. It's the operating budget for 21-22. The capital budget, it's a 21 to 26 capital budget for a 5-year budget, but we officially adopt only 1 year at a time. And then we've got the budget response reports in your packet tonight. These kind of high level numbers you've seen a couple of times before. Won't review them in detail. You've commented that we have a big number of decision packages that we're doing this year. This is a year of recovery compared to what we had this time last year, where it was a year of cutbacks and significant concern in terms of the impact of COVID on our budget. So we're primarily at level staffing. We are adding back positions that were held vacant last year. You'll recall that we had a number that we held open for a year. The initial recommendation was to permanently deauthorize them. The council indicated that no, didn't want to take that step. Let's hold them vacant for a year. We have a balanced budget. The deficit we're facing this year is $5.5 billion before decision packages. After budget actions, we're recommending you're brought back in the balance. Decision packages, we have not added any new ones since the initial budget came out. It's 57, which I believe is a record number. I won't tick through all of these, but we have decision packages focused on key changes to the budget. And again, any significant change to the budget is reflected as a decision package. It's a change to the core budget, and we've got a listing of some of those here. Budget response reports in your packet tonight. We have all of these budget response reports that are done. Each time we repeat those and we will add to them. We were working on some for blue folder tonight. We will have those, not tonight as a blue folder, but we will have them in your budget hearing next week. But we've just listed the ones that are in the packet tonight. And so we've got the staff here prepared to answer any questions you have on any of these. Several of these do focus on capital projects. And then the other budget response reports that remain, they're listed here. I don't remember, Marnie, if this is a complete list or if this is just a sampling of ones that are coming. There's some that are clarifications and additions. The dog runs, for example, there were some additional locations identified for costing of creation of dog runs. So that will be a supplement to the original budget response report. We have a number of fire budget response reports. above and beyond what you've asked for in terms of the review and the steps related to LA County Fire. Since there are so many changes recommended to the fire budget, we will have some additional narrative to share with you next week related to the rationale behind those proposed changes. So this is the listing of budget response reports that we're working on. Marnie, is this a complete list, or are there others separate and apart from this list?
There are others. Most of the ones that didn't fit on the slide kind of give more background on some of the decision packages.
So, and moving on in terms of tonight's actions, we're following the budget calendar that was reviewed and approved by the council in January of this year. We are in the second city council public hearing. We will continue following this budget review calendar. Will be before the Budget and Finance Commission for the second time on June 10th. Day after tomorrow, we will be back before you following this calendar next Tuesday for what's identified as the final public hearing and final meeting of the council prior to the new budget year that begins July 1st. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Mike Wazansky, who will walk you through the recommendations of the capital improvement program, focusing primarily on the coming year, but also on future years. So with that, it's all yours, Mike.
Great. Thank you, Joe. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Pleasure to be here to present the 5-year capital improvement program, another robust document with a lot of exciting initiatives. If our recommendations are approved, the total inventory of projects will be 90 with $58 million of funding. This particular fiscal year, we're recommending $21 million of new appropriations, 13 new projects, and a variety of carryover efforts. $21 million in a single year for us in new CIP money is the largest tranche I can recall in my 15 years here, and it's quite exciting. Before we get into what's proposed, we always like to touch on what's happened in the current fiscal year and remind you of why the CIP is important. We don't have specific slides on that because I think this council knows quite well the value, the investment we make in our capital improvement program. It improves our residents' quality of life. It reduces city liability. It helps, at the end of the day, improve the look and feel of our various public amenities and generally just improve the community's overall character. So we're very pleased with these efforts. We will continue to work hard to complete projects on as timely basis as we can. And significant kudos, as I usually provide, to Public Works for their extra efforts over the past year. It's been an extraordinary year. Next slide, please, Marnie. In particular, we've accomplished a variety of completions. We're going to have 13 finished efforts by the end of the fiscal year. We'll have partially designed or completely designed an additional 18 capital improvement projects this fiscal year. That's a great effort. We'll spend somewhere between $12 and $13 million by the end of the fiscal year on the CIP when it's all said and done in 2021. And this despite a lot of the challenges that arose during the pandemic. Although on the other side of the equation, the pandemic did provide some opportunity for us in certain ways for access to facilities and the expeditious nature of the work. Just some examples: citywide slurry seal project that was new to our capital program. This last fiscal year was a great success. We've expanded on that. We've got another contract award that you just approved here recently and are looking forward to getting work underway on the next phase of that this summer. North Redondo Beach Bikeway improvements. It was great to hear Councilman Obaji work with the community to get up there and start to continue the maintenance on the right-of-way and in particular some of the improvements that were made. Appreciate that work. Definitely expect more of that in the future, and there is certainly great need. We completed another phase of our pier parking structure repairs effort that was early in the fiscal year. That was a $2 million repair effort. Another significant facility enhancement there at the pier. And then probably the single highlight of the fiscal year was the completion and execution of what turned out to be about a $5 million residential street resurfacing combination of phases when it was all said and done. That arguably was too big an effort for us just from a project management standpoint, created challenges, opening up sidewalks and curbs and temporarily closing streets. So I think future phases of the residential program will look to do something smaller than that. But we did get a lot of streets repaved as part of this effort. It was quite exciting. Next slide, please, Marnie. You see a picture up there, our new electronic marquee up at the Performing Arts Center. That's been a great effort. Big thanks to Jack Meyer up at the PAC for pulling that together. If you drove up that way in the last few years, you've seen nothing but holes in the imagery. It's been very unattractive, hard to read. The new sign's beautiful and very effective. On the right, you see the new roof at the Morrell House, an effort that was long overdue. We're pleased to see that project completed. We conducted work down at Julia Field there at Alta Vista Park that supported our various Little Leagues and youth sports programs. And then ultimately, we are very close to finalizing our $2 million council chamber improvement project. We are excited to bring you back into that facility, hopefully in July, after the state moves on from current pandemic restrictions and bring you all back to that new and improved and enhanced space. It's going to be quite exciting to have you in there and cut the ribbon on that first meeting. What's not on this list, and not all that expensive, but worth noting, we did complete our long overdue shower project down at the Seaside Lagoon this fiscal year. That's part of the 13 projects that were conducted that supports the hand launch facility down there. One of the few projects in the waterfront that we've been working on for quite some time. So next slide, please, Marnie. Also underway, we don't want to lose sight of what's happening because it always influences and speaks to the carryover needs in the budget. We are 6 months roughly out, maybe 7 months out from completion of the Transit Center project up on Kingsdale. That's just about a $12 million effort. We continue slowly but surely to remove and replace railing at our pier. This year, we actually propose an additional tranche of funding that will help accelerate that effort and actually bring that under the work of a singular contractor. Our crews have been doing a large portion of that work as available, as the crews have time. We hope to expedite that work in a larger sum. City sidewalk grinding's been ongoing for quite some time. $700,000 effort, significant reduction in liability from a trip and fall standpoint in our city. That's been a great effort, and there's continual funding recommended for that on a go-forward basis, and we're looking forward to that. Next slide, please, Marnie. Projects in design, and again, informing some of the appropriation requests that we're making this year or recommending this year. Barrel Street, large project effort between Prospect and Flagler. That's both drainage and street resurfacing, as well as some living street pedestrian improvements and bike facilities. Currently, $1.5 million of funding there. We're actually recommending an additional $400,000 to help close that project out with award a contract. We are 90% of the way through developing plans and specifications for that effort, so we should be awarding and going out to bid here sometime latter part of this summer, early fall, following council approval. Manhattan Beach Boulevard resurfacing, same scenario, approximately $1.5 million effort. That's end-to-end, almost end-to-end for us in the community. We're recommending additional funding to help close that effort out as well. Torrance Boulevard resurfacing, similar circumstance, recommending additional funding to help us extend that project all the way through Torrance Circle. You'll recall recently approved the expansion of the design through Torrance Circle. That'll be a great effort from city boundary to the pier there. All told, that'll be about a $2 million effort if the council approves the additional funding. And we're pleased through the acquisition of grants. And again, our staff done a great job with this in Public Works, going out, working with Metro, building the relationships, pulling grant money into the city. That's really a big reason why our number's so big in new appropriations. $21 million. The good news side of this is that that's largely grant funding. In fact, almost $9 million of that $21 million is through discretionary grant work. So really good job by our folks. And this project, North Redondo Beach Bikeway Extension, about $1 million effort all told, will extend the bike path from roughly Felton to Inglewood. Next slide, please, Maureen. So that's what in large part informs this significant amount of carryover funding that's being recommended. This is very typical for us. We start projects, we fund them, we design them, and then ultimately, as we appropriate more money for construction and we work through the various phases of construction, we bring that money over fiscal year to fiscal year. I won't go through reading all this, but in total, it's about $37 million of carryover funding to help complete the projects that are already underway in the CIP. Next slide, please. New appropriations I mentioned totaling about $21 million. The big number here, the $11+ million dedicated street efforts, and about $4 million of waterfront. We'll talk a little bit more specifics about what that entails, largely focused on the dredging effort. And then a significant amount of public facility projects as part of this as well, largely grant funded in nature. Next slide, please, Maureen. We didn't bother with the drainage efforts. There's only 2 projects in that category on the sewer and drainage standpoint, largely due to the Enhanced Watershed Management Program, the EWIMP, which you approved earlier today in your consent calendar. Some efforts there. Don't need to speak to that anymore. Street improvements, try to get through this list fairly quickly. There's a lot of them. $2.1 million, fully grant funded sub-highway regional measure R monies for a right turn lane on westbound Anita at PCH. That project is under design, ultimately have to go through the outreach effort there, and that'll be brought back to council for consideration from a plan, project, and scope standpoint. But very, very clear effort there to try to help improve traffic flow in that area. Artesia Boulevard resurfacing. This is a kind of a coupled effort. There's money in here largely for design. There's a little bit of STPL money that we have to procure now due to time constraints. This is not what's necessary for full funding of the project. There's going to need to be an additional tranche, probably another $2 million before it's all said and done. And what should be noted is the council is going to need to dig into the design of this work because there's been some consideration for right-of-way changes, lane design changes, parking changes. Councilman Obaji talked about crosswalk changes a little bit earlier. We've got to rethink what Artesia looks like from a design standpoint. So the first phase of this, while there's money for some level of construction, the focus of this from a project scope standpoint is to design Artesia in the next fiscal year and beyond based on the council's priority for right-of-way use. Mentioned additional funding for Barrel Street, talked about that project, another $400,000 in the proposed budget. $85,000 for general bicycle transportation plan implementation. This is our 10% dedication under our regional Measure R, or not regional, but our Measure R, local Measure R allocation funding, 10% representing the full $850,000 that we receive on a pro rata basis. We set this aside and then usually appropriate it later for specific bicycle plan efforts. Another tranche of curb ramps, $223,000 recommended in the budget this fiscal year. About 35 curb ramps are currently under design. Plans and specifications for that are coming to you hopefully next month. Additional money I mentioned for the slurry seal effort. We have enough money in the CIP currently to fund the contract that you had just approved last week. This provides for contingency and allows us to be flexible as we move through that construction phase and adapt to any last minute changes that are needed. $50,000 to begin the design effort to connect Manhattan Beach Boulevard to the North Redondo Beach bike path as part of our larger bicycle master plan. This would generally traverse the area that we're describing as Dow, Vale, and Johnston to kind of work through the neighborhood and make that key bike path connection. Next slide, please. Kingsdale resurfacing. This is the design effort, 182nd to Grant. This is what we're calling the third phase of the transit center project. Phase 1 is to rebuild, to build the new transit center. Phase 2 is to demolish the old one and then widen and reconfigure the northern part of Kingsdale. And then phase 3 is to complete resurfacing of Kingsdale from 182nd to Grant. This money would help design that, so we're ready to go on a timely basis once we conclude the other 2 phases, which are already funded and underway. Manhattan Beach Boulevard resurfacing, mentioned that project. Aviation to Inglewood, another $400,000 needed there to complete that effort. Mentioned the additional $500,000 that's coming in to help construct the bikeway extension from Felton to Inglewood. Talked about that as a carryover, as well as what we're working on this year. That was completion of the design effort. North Redondo Beach Bikeway Extension. This is a new effort. This is designing from Inglewood at the terminus there south to the Grant Ripley intersection. So this would actually work to continue the bike path from its terminus at Inglewood once that's built down to that Grant intersection, which will give us some opportunities on how we ultimately migrate further east. Another $1.1 million to add on to some of our carryover funding for the residential street rehabilitation program. You've already picked the streets. You've set those out, so plans and specs are underway there. And then this is a new category. This $1.5 million is a continuation of the residential program, our street paving program, but it's focusing not on the streets that we've already planned, but is being set aside to allow you to then subsequently come back in the next couple of months and determine which of our lowest PCI, what our lowest condition streets that we've flagged in our pavement management survey as being in the deferred maintenance category, to give us some funding to help tackle those. We have roughly over the next 10 years, $10 million of deferred maintenance need. We really, actually that number might be higher than that. We need to start funding that work. So there's been this disparity where we approach from a cost efficiency standpoint, the moderate, low moderate, and maybe on a slurry seal basis, upper moderate streets to continue their life, extend their life, and be cost effective in our use of resources. But what we have to also make sure we are mindful of is our deferred maintenance responsibilities, which tend to be more expensive and more elongated in design and reconstruction. So this is setting aside money to tackle that specific effort. We're excited to have it in the budget this year. Next slide, please. Sidewalk improvements, mentioned that. That's our ongoing effort to reduce liability and curb any sort of trip and fall concerns. Torrance Boulevard resurfacing, talked about that. This is the additional $1 million we need to complete that project for end to end. And then $1.8 million of funds to help with traffic signal communications, intersection, well, really segments to note. Torrance Boulevard, Grant, and Manhattan Beach Boulevard are the three streets, the arterials, that will see improvements as a result of these funds. So again, over $11 million of street work. Very, very pleased with that figure. And again, largely grant funded. Next slide, please, Bonnie. So the waterfront, a little over $4 million mentioned. First project here is design of our Basin 3 Marina boat slips. Those slips are in significant disrepair. At some point, we're going to have to see those reconstructed. That's a multi-million-dollar project, all told. But we need to begin that work with a design effort. So that's what that $150,000 is for. Harbor dredging has been in design for several years. It's a very long process with permitting, and a variety of agencies are involved, both at the state and federal level, for us to execute. We're pleased to be at the end of the plans and specification and permitting phase and ready to get into construction phase. We need $2.3 million out of the tidelands to execute that work. We need a little bit of additional funding. I shouldn't say a little bit, significant amount of additional funding to conclude the Harbor Patrol dock replacement effort. And that is coupled with our pump out station, our sewer pump out station facility that's open to the public, which is a portion of that expense. We're bringing you plans and specs on that very shortly. Harbor railing repair, I talked about additional funding. We have about $700,000+ of carryover money. This additional $600,000 will bring that total CIP budget up over $1 million. We'll work to bring a contractor on board to execute that work and hopefully see the vast majority of the Horseshoe Pier and related areas improved from a railing standpoint. And what's nice is we have carryover funding also in the budget for the lighting in that area as well. So those two projects coupled together should make for a very attractive, at least rehabilitated area. Pier deck and pilot structure repairs, we put money in the budget every year for this. This is really a set aside for when we receive inevitable storm surge and have to go out and replace bracing members, piles, etc. This is just proactive maintenance as much as anything else. We need to design or begin designing with this $50,000 an additional phase of pier parking structure repairs. Not sure how large a tranche that will ultimately be, but we need to begin that design effort in advance of what we would like to see be a 22-23 repair effort. Pier restroom improvements, we need additional money to improve the restrooms on the Mondstadt Pier. There is a project in the budget that's been in design. Design will come to you for approval here, plans and specifications and bidding later this summer. We need some additional money to construct the work. Redondo Beach Marina parking lot pay stations. We have talked about this for a while. We spend a significant amount of money servicing the gate booth there at the entrance to the Redondo Beach Marina lot. That costs us money on an operating basis out of the uplands. We have had great success with pay stations elsewhere in the pier. There is no reason they can't also be successful in the marina, save us on an operating basis, ultimately generate more revenue, and be available to us on an elongated time of operation basis. So we're pleased with this. We think ultimately this project will pay for itself fairly quickly. That's $200,000. And then lastly, I know many of you are very appreciative of the recently repaired hand launch facility. It looks great. We're pleased with that. We see that facility lasting us about 3 years, 2 to 3 years before it needs to be ultimately replaced. What this $45,000 would do is allow us to start designing the replacement amenity. We are public works professionals, and they can speak to this in more detail later in the evening if you need it, are concerned about the viability of continuing to repair the understructure of this facility. And we want to make sure we're planning for its replacement before it's too late, and that we can have a seamless transition from old to new. Next slide, please, Marnie. Park improvements, number of great projects here. We've got $35,000 set aside to support the community's effort in trying to find a location and build a community garden. Though community gardens, having been involved with the building in the Lago Seco Park Garden in Torrance back in my earlier career, requires significant infrastructure to be successful. ADA access from an egress-ingress standpoint, security fencing, and of course, water infrastructure, all critical elements. We see this funding being used to help support those components of the project in partnership with the community's effort. May need more money depending on the site. We thought this would be a good kickstart to that work. Dominguez Park Dog Park improvements. We have some money in the budget now, about $120,000 for that work. As part of your approval of the gas companies, begrudging approval of the gas companies' continual work effort there and utilization of the park for their new facilities, they paid us a license fee. You directed a good portion of that license fee to go towards Dominguez Park efforts. This is really moving that money into this project account to allow for that work to occur. General Eaton Parkette improvements, we have need there. Pickleball court feasibility. I hate the word feasibility study here, but it is a little bit necessary because we haven't picked exactly where we think a pickleball court facility can be installed. It's been a request of the community for some time. Pickleball is a very popular activity. It's also a very loud activity, and it has to be placed in the right location. We need to find that location. We need to get you some pre-design work to make sure it works, figure out costs, and ultimately have you pick that spot. It may be as simple as us ultimately restriping some of our existing courts and then allowing for compatible use as needed. It may be repurposing the racquetball facility at Alta Vista Park as an example. It might be building a new set of courts somewhere else, Aviation, Alta Vista, some other regional park. A lot of options here. It's a great game. It just has to be done right. And this would ultimately support an engineer's effort and ascertaining exactly how and where and at what cost we could build such a facility. Play surface replacement, continuation of this program every year. We try to give you a few parkettes and play equipment updates. This year, we're making sure we have money for Aviation, Perry Park, and then also what a little area we kindly call Turtle Park up in the waterfront above Pier Plaza. We also have $150,000 to kickstart an improvement, assuming we can attain the license agreement from Edison, the vacant 5-acre lot that is houses the transmission corridor west of PCH along Redondo. A lot of potential there. really look forward to working with Edison, to procuring the license and ultimately installing some wonderful landscape improvements per the community and council's vision. Skateboard park improvements, need a little bit more money there to close out that project. We are out to bid for a design build contract, and we'll do everything we can to try to expedite that effort here in the next fiscal year. And I think that might conclude the presentation. Marnie, maybe next slide, please. Oh, sorry, still got public facilities. $150,000 for maintenance and repair of the aviation gymnasium facility. That's largely painting. That's some roof issues. We've got some surface concerns outside the facility from a trip and fall standpoint. Some concrete work that needs to be improved. We have some lead paint that we've identified in the exterior of the facility that's going to have to be abated as part of this work too. That's also driving a portion of this cost. $300,000 is in the recommended budget for replacement of the small street lights that support the pedestrian path there along the beach bluff. We long overdue. Those facilities, if you've walked that path recently, are in significant disrepair, need to be replaced. Very typical expenditure there, much like a regular street light, candidly. City park and facility parking lot, we always have need to resurface our parking lots. They tend to get the least amount of attention. Roads, we do pretty well. Parking lots, we tend to ignore, but they can create problems for us as well from a drainage and liability standpoint. There's money in the budget for Perry Park Senior Center HVAC improvements. We also have HVAC money for City Hall and some other senior center components depending on cost. That's part of our carryover. We are recommending an additional $200,000 towards the council chamber, really for equipment punch list items. We can't spend, these are PEG fees. We can't spend these fees on anything else. In case as we get into the facility in July, we identify additional equipment need or furniture need. This is money that can help support that. The $2.75 million for the transit center is a Metro grant you've already approved funding agreement for. That's what's ultimately topping off the funding needed to construct the facility at $11.5 million. Transit Fleet Operations Center, these are operations restricted funds to help repair the exterior of that space. So the maintenance barn above the new facility looks halfway attractive when we cut the ribbon on the new center. And then lastly, money long overdue, deferred maintenance needed at the Veterans Park Historic Library, elevator maintenance issues, window replacement concerns, painting, stucco repair, really just TLC for a very important structure, a very popular structure, very iconic structure for the city. And at the right time, because soon the council will be contemplating a request for proposals for a new concessionaire, and we'll want this project to work in partnership with whomever we bring on as the new operator in that facility to bring it back to life and ultimately generate some revenue for the city. So I believe that concludes our proposed presentation. Our recommendation tonight is, of course, to reconvene the public hearing, take public testimony, and then ultimately continue the public hearing to next Tuesday and receive additional budget documents as they've been provided. We are here for any questions, and thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Mike. That's always very impressive when you give us a rundown of the projects that are going on. People really aren't aware of it. Even the council's not aware of it all. There's just a tremendous amount of work going on behind the scenes. And I've never seen such an extensive list of projects in my time here either, which is kind of amazing coming off of COVID to see these kinds of, and what a lot of people don't understand either is how much of this is outside money. It makes it sound like, Redondo Beach is spending $50 million when really just at a high level, what would you say the breakdown is of outside monies from the state, the county, the feds, other grants that we acquire?
Really,
percentage basis.
Yeah, in this fiscal year, Bill, it's Mayor, it's actually almost zero local money. We didn't put any general fund money into the budget because of COVID last year. We were fortunate to have some leftover redevelopment agency funding, a little under $1 million there. So I think the short answer for you is generally about 90% of our capital budget is funded from external sources.
Yeah, that's huge. I have a couple of quick questions. I'll turn it over to the council. And I comment, the Beach Bluff pedestrian path, we're spending some significant money on that, but so is the county. the county's down there right now doing an assessment, and we were able to get them down there to walk through with their director of beaches and harbors, Gary. What's Gary's last name? Gary. I can't think of it right now. Gary Jones. And so they're doing a feasibility study and looking at what they can do to also upgrade that with railings and things like that, because definitely needs some work. I just wanted to throw that in there. While we're replacing the lights, they'll be doing work on the path and the railings and shoring that up. The historic library, there's a lot of money, $400,000 and we'll be looking for a new concessionaire and doing an RFP. And we do this in other properties, particularly in the waterfront area, where we issue a lease contingent on their capital investment. So is there any way we could fold in, a potential long-term concessionaire with them assisting with some of those capital costs?
Potentially, yes. What typically happens, at least in our history at that facility, is we'll ultimately ask them to be responsible for the FF&E inside the building, furnitures, fixtures, equipment. So that'll be kitchen upgrades, that'll be carpet upgrades, that'll be painting, that'll be appurtenances, whatever it might be inside the building. Generally, we've covered the exterior expenses, stucco, windows, the core shell items. The trick this year is elevator. Elevators is an issue for us in there. It's an older structure. Elevators can create liability for us. We need to maintain that. That's a big part of the $400,000. So also typically a city expense. But, we'll find out when we get our proposals. It never hurts to ask, and we'll evaluate that when we get out to RFP. And you'll see that RFP before it goes out.
Yeah. And I will say the sooner we can get that skate park in, the better. I mean, I remember we started talking about this 6 years ago, and we've approved it, and now it's finally out for RFP. To think that, it's just still going to take longer it's kind of embarrassing, frankly, because the public's waiting for it. We're putting up skate guards to prevent the kids from skating, and yet we really haven't put up a skate park anywhere. We're very good at stopping them from skating in certain places, but we've been doing a horrible job at getting a new skate park for them to go to. So whatever you can do to speed that up would be great. And lastly, I'd like to get a budget response report on what it would cost for the city clerk to engage ranked choice voting in our elections going forward, and what that would take, because everybody knows who's been involved in elections how exhausting it is to go into runoffs for whatever. And we can solve that problem, and other cities are solving that problem through ranked choice voting. So it would be good to get a budget response report from the city's clerk's office on what it would cost for her to research, come back with an actual option for how we can implement that in time for the next election, which is a little less than 2 years away. So I don't know how that happens.
That would be awesome. And can you add to your budget response report star voting? It's a kind of a hybrid of ranked choice. Might as well compare the both. Same idea. Exactly.
There's a couple of, and they're being used, and in some cases they're working. It's really a huge education lift for the public, because no one understands it coming out of the gate, but once they use it, once they figure it out, as opposed to having a whole nother election, which is expensive, it's like another several $100,000, we'll be saving money. So it's a great investment if we can figure out a way to make that happen. I don't know if we have to amend the city charter or what we have to do, but we really got to look at that. So I see you're nodding your head, Eleanor. Is that something you could do?
Actually, the city attorney web is on, and I think I was shaking the head same time as he was. Is that it would be a charter amendment?
Does it require a charter amendment?
Yes, and I would include the cost of having a charter amendment in November of next year, if you want it done in time for the
next election.
And then even then, if it's amended, there could potentially be a timing issue for when the charter actually gets enrolled by the Secretary of State. But I would, at least since it's a budget thing, I would include the cost of running a special election in November.
Okay, and then at a minimum, we could just have that as an option in the next election in 2023, right? A regular municipal election where we might have to have a runoff, but then at least going forward, you wouldn't have it. So it just seems like a budget response report covering all that stuff would be great. Eleanor, if you can
Yep.
get that and see if we
Yeah,
need to allocate some monies to move forward on that. We should have done this a long time ago, but not really. I mean, we've been watching other people at the bleeding edge have problems, so it might be a good timing. Okay, thank you. I could go on and on, but I won't. Councilmember Obaji.
All right, thank you, Mayor. A couple of questions. Maybe this is for Mr. Saman. In the CIP, I looked at the 2020 to 2025 CIP that Councilmember Nierenheim let me borrow a copy of, and then I foolishly returned it to him. But I recall seeing the Grant Avenue bulb outs on that, and I'm not seemingly seeing them in the CIP now. And I've done a kind of Control F search for it. Is there anywhere you can direct me to where what was previously planned for Grant Avenue is in the CIP, if it is? Unless my recollection's off.
Yeah, I think what was previously on the Grant Avenue was part of the Grant Avenue Improvement Project. It had signal synchronization and another component name, and I'll have to find that for you. But the actual bulb outs were a component of the project. So when we went through the analysis for the improvements of the signal operations and the coordination, the bulb outs were a result of that. That would reduce the amount of time necessary for pedestrians to cross Grant Avenue at the widest point, which then would allow the signal timing to work better on Grant Avenue itself and be a much safer approach for the residents to cross.
Got it. Okay. So, and that would just be part of the current plan that's going to go forward, I guess, this next year, the signal synchronization, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then we have a BRR coming for other bulb outs, right?
Yes.
All right. And then as far as the street Grant Avenue repaving, is anything occurring there? I realize that it's probably one of the poorer ones that gets the lesser priority because the priority is on maintaining. But when you do the bulb outs and the signal synchronization, is there any repaving that occurs?
I don't recall that. I'll have to look that up for you, Andy, unless you could recall that.
Yeah, I can jump on that. That street actually shows up on our deferred maintenance list. So when we start talking about that 1.5 million that we've proposed for that new program of addressing the deferred maintenance, Grant Avenue would be a good candidate to look at for a portion of that money.
Okay, because that's money that we have saved up, you're saying, essentially?
No, we proposed $1.5 million dollars for a new program, a deferred maintenance program. Historically, we've not addressed all of our street needs. We've only addressed the rehabilitation of the surface through grind and overlay and slurry seal programs. This is now kind of the third leg of the stool, if you will, to address all of our streets moving forward.
And Councilman, our suggestion would be that if you're comfortable with the $1.5 million that's been proposed in that project account, we wait and then actually allocate it to specific streets at a later date. We won't be prepared to really have that conversation for you next week. We would bring an item back, much like we did during the course of last fiscal year for the street rehabilitation and slurry seal plans and specs to talk about which streets would receive priority of that 1.5 million.
Got it. And where is that 1.5 million? Is it a decision packet or a
proposed project in the new CIP?
Okay, got it. And what does it cost approximately ballpark to repave a street the length of Grant from Aviation to Inglewood?
More than 1.5 million.
All right, that's what I thought. Okay. All right, and another question in our budget, let's say before decision packets, how many do we have budgeted new stop signs, new speed cushions? Because I imagine that's something that comes up fairly regularly. So just as far as understanding the budget.
Yes, we have a fairly significant amount of funding sitting in our traffic calming project account. That typically is what we tap for speed cushion installations, new stop signs, et cetera. So it's a fairly robust fund. And I think we have a BRR. Is that in the packet, Ted, or coming that describes what's I'm
So
sorry.
it should be coming. I don't believe it's in the packet.
Yeah, coming to you will describe what's currently planned with the $500,000 roughly that we have in the account. And then, of course, what's remaining. There's quite a bit of resource there.
Have we, in the, I guess the BRR is also coming on Artesia Boulevard left turn safety improvements as well? Unless we already got that, which I have not.
Yes, actually, you have that now with the current package, Councilman.
Okay, thank you very much. And finally, as far as the stuff that we've discussed before, be it removing newsstands, wrapping the electrical boxes, et cetera, maybe muralizing that bridge. Is that stuff that could be, essentially planned for with the money that's already been budgeted as part of the regular public works budget? That's not something that we need to allocate specifically for.
Yes, I think we're good there. Plus, as it relates to the mural, the public art fund that we have access to, we believe there are resources there to cover that type of installation.
All right. Sounds good. I guess, would we make BRRs now? I realize we don't want to give you guys too much more, and we've already given you a ton just by these responses, but
anytime now, now would be as good a time as any.
Relative to the website, I feel like I've heard before that we are already working on a new website or something to that effect.
Well, yeah, go ahead, Joe.
All I was going to say is call on Chris Benson if you want to power up and talk in terms of our webpage and upgrades.
I will tell you while Chris is getting on, to the extent he is, I think the challenge that people have is, for example, right now, if you want to get on and watch a city council meeting, it takes you like 3 or 4 clicks to get there. If you wanted to pull up actually I was in a meeting with the mayor yesterday, and if he wanted to pull from his phone the budget, if you Google Redondo Beach budget, it doesn't take you to the page where you actually can download a copy of the budget. You have to go to the side tab budget, and then get to it. So it's just not super user friendly in the way that people would get from a private business. I realize we're not a private business, but we got to make information accessible, because if we do, we'll get citizens much more engaged. So examples are newporttogether.com. That's a website that Newport Beach has used to keep its citizens updated on RENA and all the different projects that it's rolling out. For example, if we're going to redo Seaside Lagoon, people are going to get announcements. If we decided what date Seaside Lagoon is going to be open, it's going to pop up. Any new thing we do in City Council, fireworks show, it's going to pop up on the website, be very visible, very easy to access, that kind of thing. Whereas right now, if you go to our website and you click on departments, I love how comprehensive it is in that you get every department and every subtitle of the departments of the different things that you can do there. But it's overwhelming, and it's kind of paralyzing. Let me show you real quick. It's paralyzing to a certain extent how much information is here, right? Whereas if you want to get to the budget, it's kind of difficult. If you want to watch a city council meeting, it's not a quick thing. It's not an obvious thing. Watch city council, big tab right there. That would be wonderful. So Chris, can you possibly give us I realize you're consumed with much more important stuff than our public facing website, but anything you can give on that?
We're part of the IT replacement program for next fiscal year includes an upgrade to the website.
Okay, and what are we going to do to engage, I guess, the public and get public participation in that, or find a model as far as upgrading the website, so we don't just end up with a fancier website that's set up kind of the same way?
We're open. We haven't been charged with finding a community engagement platform. I think the platform that Newport's running is not run by Newport. They've contracted that out to
Granicus, I think.
Firm called Bang the Table.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so someone, and the terms of the use of that site is provided by Bank Table. A lot of the links on that site for content refer back to Newport's website, but that community engagement platform is actually run by somebody else. I think it's sponsored by Newport Beach. Their city logo is at the top of the page of that website, but it's actually run by another company. I just took a quick look at it, and that's what I garnered from that site.
Okay, and is that something that
it could do something similar, you know? As far as
well, I guess the question is, Chris, do you need a budget, money allocated to do a more comprehensive redevelopment of the website? Because I know you had something planned, but they might have something bigger.
No, I think we'll be able to cover it with the replacement funding that we have right now.
Okay.
And then I don't need to ask for additional funds or an appropriation for it.
All right. And then
how much is there in there? Do you know? Just curiously.
Right now, I think it's about 71,000 that we've got, but the way the replacement fund works, there'll be some technology that will come in not as expensive as anticipated, which could free up some money for website development. The website, depending on how we decide to do it, it can be, it's going to be a content management system, but template-driven system. But if you want to do any additional level of customization, it's going to be more money. So, a basic template-driven website might be $45,000, $50,000. If we want to really get into customization and some more tweaking of the website, it could get up to $80,000, $85,000, right? If you add additional technology.
All right. And last question on the subject is, Eleanor, I'm not sure if you recall, but Sheila Lamb had emailed you about something pertaining to the city clerk's office, a Granicus application and the like. You said request a budget response report on it. You have any idea what I'm talking about?
Yeah, actually, I had emailed the information to Chris. And so if I remember correctly, I think Granicus took over Civica, right? And so we have Granicus as our webpage. Is that correct, Chris?
Yeah, Civica is the technology that runs our current website. They were purchased by Granicus some time ago. They were a competitor to Granicus' now flagship product they call GovAccess, was formerly a product called Vision. And Vision and Civica were big competitors in the municipal market for website content management systems. Granicus now owns both of them.
Okay.
So what we're going to be recommending is to upgrade to the Granicus flagship product called GovAccess.
All right, excellent. And is there any kind of, as far as, does the city maintain a listserv of the residents so that if there's either an emergency or public announcements, that residents can either subscribe or be emailed? I'm sure that's not a huge capital allocation, but as long as we're on the subject of
Civic has something called easing, which is list management for notifications that the citizens can subscribe to. And there's a page on the website that lists the different subscriptions that you can sign up for. One of them is when the agenda is published. I believe a notice goes out via email to everybody that the agenda has been published, among other things like recreation. And we've been using the website for a long, long time. So there's other things there, but I'm not sure what they are.
Okay. I guess
a new website. Granicus may have citizen engagement tools that they offer. I'm not sure. I haven't investigated. I'm not sure what they are. It doesn't mean you'd have to use theirs. You could take a look at Newport and see what they did. The city could model something after that. I think they have something. I mean, it's not like e-comment, but there is, and I think Hermosa actually uses it. It's a Granicus platform product for citizen engagement.
Yeah, it's more of like a speak up communication, community involvement, but I don't know at what, how robust it is.
Yeah, if I could add to the conversation as well, is the notion of how the technical platform that we need is one thing, and I think Chris mentioned that we'll be upgrading that as part of our equipment replacement this fiscal year. I think the bigger challenge for us operationally is providing the community information and constantly updating our content and getting that push that our residents will find relevant. And that really has much more to do with the resources, the staffing resources each of the prospective departments have to be able to inform their constituents of what's happening. So we can have a great platform. We also need to have the administrative support staff to actually provide the public information of interest. That's also partly what's missing with our current system.
Yeah, so being a content management system, departments are empowered to maintain the content on their respective pages that they manage. Right, they can upload content, they can post content and expire content. It's just a matter of getting that done consistently. When we develop the new website, it's a large project. There's a big level of staff involvement from each department in doing that project. And typically what we will do is invite a council member on that committee to help design that website, provide feedback. Councilmember Horvath participated in our last upgrade of the Civica product and provided feedback on behalf of the council to that upgrade. And we would invite council to put someone else on that committee also, one, maybe two people to participate with staff in designing that new look and feel.
And in part, Councilman, that is why you see in the budget the restoration of some of our analyst positions in finance and human resources, the addition, hopefully, in the community services department. Those are the type of personnel that would typically support the content, manage each of the departments' communication.
All right, that's a good point. Because I had a question about hiring a new community services person. We just got a new director, and whether he'd gotten an opportunity to feel out whether there's a need for that or not. But I guess the only BRR then that I will request otherwise is the cost. What is the cost of installing a green bike lane on Grant Avenue? I realized that was a lot of paint. That's a lot of paint, and potentially a bike lane going all the way, taking somebody from Grant or North Redondo to the sea. So if we could get that next week, ideally, I'd really appreciate it, but that's it.
Okay. Does that seem like something you could do, Ted or Mike?
I think we can. As we pointed out, we've got a pretty healthy list still coming. We'll keep cranking on them. Some of these that we get today may have to be, we hate to do it, may have to be blue folder next Tuesday or Monday. We'll do our best to get everything in the packet this week and so you at least have the full, 3-4 days to look at it.
Thank you. And I did see the BRR on the bold out. So thank you for that, Ted, very much.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Brand. It seems to me that the issue with the website is more of a user interface, user experience. It's just doesn't flow well. It's hard to find things. We need, Chris, you and your department are excellent when it comes to security and everything else. Maybe we need somebody that can help us on the UI, UX side of it. It's a lot to ask of you guys to be designers as well, too. So I don't know how you feel about that, but,
generally Granicus will offer up those, or any website provider will offer up those services to the client, right? They're the UI. So again, if it's a template driven site, as you don't have a lot of choice, right? It's going to look and feel and behave a certain way throughout the website. To get that level of customization that you're talking about requires customized, right, coding on the behalf of the vendor to make the website do what you want it to do. So what we will probably do is build that level of customization into the project because they're the ones that are going to have to do it,
Okay.
And with you guys, whoever a council wants to put and work with us and provide that feedback and make sure that the website does what you would like it to do and look how you would like it to look, that's the time to do it. And so what we'll do is when we present the upgrade project to the council, we'll build in a level of customization to hopefully cover, the enhancements that you would like to see to the website and have it behave in the way, that you feel it should.
So you think within the current budget that it would accommodate that?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can
Okay.
accommodate. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Mike, your presentation was good. I have some questions for you. One is the pier restrooms. How many have been remodeled so far?
Well, we're waiting for that final tranche. They'll all be constructed at once. Ted, maybe you can speak to that. Sadly, I think the answer is 0. Ted, can you speak to how many will be incorporated in this project with final allocation?
I will. With the projected allocation, Councilman, it's the 3 restrooms, actually there will become 2 restrooms on the Mondstadt Pier. Those were extensive replacement. The design is being completed, as Mike said earlier, and the plans and specs should be coming to you soon. Part of the complexity there is ADA compliance. The restrooms that are there needed significant upgrades to make them ADA compliant. And as a result, we're going to have the loss of a single stall, if you will. It's going to go from 3 to 2 to make that ADA compliant. The other restrooms in the pier area have gone through some extensive management with in-house staff for fixture replacement, divider replacements, etc. that have not needed a full reconstruction like the ones on the Mondstadt Pier.
Okay, so like the International Boardwalk ones, the ones in the parking garage.
The ones in the parking garage, yes, those have gone through some extensive rehabilitation. The one on International Boardwalk is still pending, and that'll be coming. We have been looking at potential fixture replacements on the one near the Pad 10 as well.
Okay, great. And they have funding, the ones that you're talking about.
Correct.
Okay, great. Mike, I don't know if I want to add another BRR, but I saw a contract for striping. We talked, that's a bugaboo of mine as well.
Yeah.
I mean, what would the cost be instead of turning to an outside vendor to actually purchase a thermal imaging truck? Because we're going to be spending a lot of money, $300,000 over the next 4 years on striping.
We can get you a BRR on that. Finding the cost of the truck's probably not that difficult. Providing the training to the staff and the complementary resources to operate it is a little trickier. We've been successful with our crack sealer. For a long time, we didn't have a crack sealing vehicle. We've deployed that well. Our staff have adapted to that. Mike and Ted can speak to that more deliberately, but we can look into that and see if that makes sense for us on a cost-effective basis.
And council member, just for a little bit of clarification, I think what we're asking for a striping contract because the council did give us the ability to purchase a new striping truck. That striping truck has finally been delivered. It only took about 9 to 10 months for us to be able to receive it. But that's a truck that can do a lot of the stencil work, legend work, arrows, etc. What it cannot do are the straight lines, lane lines, and the double yellow lines. That needs special equipment. Those sprayers are actually mounted on the truck, on the base of the truck, quite differently. We're asking for that striping contract in order to be able to complement what we have with our current equipment, and we can definitely put a BRR together on a potential cost of a full striping truck. I would also say that, mentioned during the presentation, with all the roadways that we're reconstructing, we are putting in thermoplastic. Thermoplastic itself is very specialized equipment, and it is not something that I would recommend to the council to purchase because once we install it, you really don't have to touch it for 5 to 7 years sometimes. With all the new streets, we are putting in thermoplastic. We're putting in thermoplastic for lane lines. We're putting in thermoplastic for legend, turn arrows, etc. So essentially, as we improve more and more of our roadways, the need for us to supplement that striping contract is going to get reduced year after year as well.
Okay, great. Thank you. Mike, I noticed in the budget that the cost for medical insurance and pension unfunded liabilities have gone up significantly, almost $2.8 million. When I looked at the difference between this year and next year, can you comment to that in terms of each of the departments? I don't want you to comment on each department, but like in general.
Sure. It's a good observation. The unfunded accrued liability pension payment was known. We anticipated that. We do receive some advance warning from PERS on what that would be. Marty can speak to the exact citywide figure. I think it's a little bit under $2 million year over year 1718, somewhere in that range. Marnie, if I'm accurate.
Yeah, it's 1.8.
1.8, yeah. So that's the big driver. That's our UAL, and that's subject to your conversation later tonight. That's why we're going out and looking at pension bonds and the lease revenue bond concept and ultimately trying to refinance that debt. The medical cost is also known. It's specific to the adjustments that were part of our new labor agreement. So you'll recall when we were approving the agreements with our various associations, we rather than invest significant money in cost of living adjustments, we thought it would be more prudent to focus on improving the amount that we contribute towards medical costs, healthcare premium costs for our employees, in an attempt to put money directly in their pocket, because ultimately that was coming out of their pocket post-tax to cover the difference. So we knew this was coming. The large part of our year-over-year increases for labor is for those increased premiums. And depending on the contract, it might have been a $150 per month increase or $200. It depends on the program, family eligibility, et cetera, by contract. Very well received by our employees, but ultimately the biggest cost associated with those new contracts.
Okay, great. Thank you. A couple more questions. One is, how much extra revenue has been generated by SoCal Gas being the dog park beyond what their promised deadline was? Was it at $90,000 a month, if I'm not mistaken, beyond May 1st, or was it April 1st?
I forget what that penalty provision was. I might turn to Ted for help on that. Ted, do you recall what that additional extension cost the gas company?
Andy, I'm sorry, I'm gonna hand. ask for your
I may have to ask Brad for a little help too. The penalty for going beyond April was in the range of $25,000 per month for up to 2 months. So that's
right. I believe it was 27,000 for the month of May.
And now we're in June with no end in sight, right?
No, their end is in sight. They're essentially done. They had a product manufactured incorrectly that they had to replace, but we're down to punch list items for their work. So
let's assume the next 2 to 3 weeks they'll be out. So that's probably another $54,000, right? Roughly between the 2 months.
Between the 2 months, yeah.
And was there anything before that in April and March?
Yeah, the second amendment to the agreement went January through April, and there was a payment for those for that 4 month period. Brad, maybe you've got that in front of you, if I'm lucky.
Right. Payment, the $186,005 that we received was one payment that included the first extension, the amendment that it took place with the beginning of the calendar year, and then the additional $27,000 for the month of May.
So that was okay. So that was the first amendment, which took it through December 31st of 2020, and then there was a 4 month extension that was agreed on very beginning of this year, with the 1 month penalty paid of the 2 months possible for the penalty.
So that's the 186.
Correct.
Okay, so an additional 27,000. Okay, well, there's maybe some money for a dog run, possibly. The 2 more questions and that's it. The first question, Mike, they're both related to roads. Aviation, I see, is recommended for paving next year. And it looks like it's $500,000. I assume we're splitting it with Manhattan Beach because it's a pretty big roadway and it's in bad shape.
It is, and I'll look to Andy or Ted to provide specifics on that project scope if I could.
I'm sorry, I missed the street name.
Aviation. North of Artesia.
North of Artesia.
In between Artesia and Manhattan Beach Boulevard. It's in bad shape, and PCIs are low. They're in the 40s, some in the 30s. I mean, that's going to be a big project, and I guess we're splitting it with Manhattan Beach.
To be honest, we haven't gotten into the weeds on that one yet. I think we're setting money aside now, and we'll program that. I think the last time we did it was before my time, but I recall that we had some kind of MOU with Manhattan Beach to do it together, because there are portions that are distinct to both cities. It's not down the center line. It's kind of a weird border on that street.
Okay, great. And the last question is the $1.5 million for deferred maintenance. When will we determine that? And then we're going to figure, like, based on, you know, PCI, based on, I guess we'll determine how we split it up.
Yeah, we plan to go to the Public Works Commission and get some input from them at the end of this month on how to prioritize that funding. I don't want to oversell. This is a drop in the bucket for what we're going to have to spend. These street, you know, the deferred maintenance is on the $100 per square yard level, whereas slurry is $5 per square yard. So these are very expensive. $1.5 million doesn't get you very far down the road. Sorry for the pun. So I think we're going to have some good conversation about how we prioritize, whether we target arterials and collectors first, or if we go for the very worst streets first. And is it the worst streets now, or the worst streets projected in, you know, at the end of the 10-year cycle? So we'll have to have some discussion on methodology.
I think generally, Councilman, we would probably be targeting latter part of summer, early fall for that conversation. We want to make sure we get your agenda kind of cleaned up. You've got a lot of things in the queue. Maybe August, September as a possibility. We would bring back, much like we did when we talked about prioritization of the residential rehab and slurry. You know, we give you the PCI list. We probably provide you some recommendations and some options, and then let you ultimately make the decision.
So that would be, when you're talking about deferred maintenance, $100 a square yard, that would be, you know, PCI is perhaps below 40 or whatever it is. Is that the type of thing we're looking at?
Yeah, I think our cutoff is a little bit lower than that, if I remember right.
25. It's 25.
Right.
It's the PCI is below 25.
Yeah.
Right.
Wow.
It's the really bad street. So it may be self-evident when we stop and look at it solely through that lens. So we'll bring you that information back and help you make a constructive decision.
Okay. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath. Yeah, let me just piggyback off of some of Councilmember Lowenstein and Obaji's questions, comments. So let's start with deferred maintenance because we were right there. When you guys bring that back, I assume we'll have an opportunity to maybe look at it and create a strategy for the deferred maintenance in the same way we created a strategy for the slurry and the other residential rehab roads that we're doing, and then we can kind of decide, like, what is to the point you just made, Mike, what is is it best to go with arterials and collectors first before residentials, or go with the worst ones first? Is that my understanding of how we'll?
Yeah, we'll give you some options. Ultimately, we historically with streets, we provide you sort of the science behind the thinking, and then we have to kind of blend the art of community need and perception into that as well. So we'll lay that out, and hopefully there'll be a very self-evident approach.
Okay. Okay. And then you have heard Todd and I over many years repeatedly talk about using green paint on bike lanes, and now you're hearing Councilman Obaji talking about it. So what I'm hearing is it is definitely a priority, and I understand what we've talked about in the past is it's costly, and it requires a lot of upkeep and maintenance, right? But I think the vibe I'm getting is that we are willing to make that investment or figure out a strategy towards making that investment, because it, from a visual acuity perspective, it does make a difference, especially if many of our roads are going to end up being class 2 or class 4 and they don't have clear, class 1 separation or delineation. So I guess, per that BRR that Todd asked for, I don't know if he had asked for a specific, would it be a thermal imaging? But I would just be curious, if you are going to do a BRR in that, what do we need to make that a more cost-effective process if it's something that we did internal? What I heard from you guys was what we can do internally is some smaller striping, stenciling, but we can't do the linear striping and stuff like that. So maybe, to Ted's point, painting long swaths of linear green is something that is outside of our wheelhouse. Would that be a fair statement, Ted?
It's possible, Councilman, and I think what we'll bring with the BRR is a couple of things, because when we brought Torrance and I believe Manhattan Beach Boulevard, we provided a different option for you. Rather than the entire bike lane being painted green, we identify the green enhancements at the ends of any intersections. So as the rider was getting close to an intersection, that we were painting that in green. That in itself provides a significant alternative, significantly less volume of paint, if you will, that would need to be used out there. And I think with that option, that is something that we could apply through with internal resources. And I think what we'll bring with the Grant Avenue BRR is not only the option to paint the entire street green, but we'll also propose and identify the cost as we did for the other streets as an alternative that the council has supported previously. And we would probably recommend that as a go forward method for enhancing the bike lanes.
Okay. Or, even if it's not a solid green, a cross-hatched green or a striped green, something where, you're still achieving some type of visual change, but you're not using the density and amount of paint. I don't know. I don't know what the best practices are and or changing practices are out there. Clearly, Ted, we can also, I guess, as part of, some of those COG projects, especially with the slow speed network, maybe there are opportunities for grants. If, as we kind of move that forward here throughout the sub-region, to see if there's ways to find funding sources outside of there. Okay. So Todd was also asking about the dog park. So I've met with the public works staff, and some of the funding that we had that we were getting from that was we had motioned would go towards new plantings and on the hillside that abuts 190th and also on the barrel side. But in talking with staff, what we realize is the 190th side has a variety of drainage issues that need to be addressed and erosion issues. And so I'm just going to ask for a BRR that is specific to that 190th hillside embankment that goes from Flagler to the Torrance border there adjacent to the dog park to address, to look into the slope and drainage issues and the stabilization, geotech and necessary investigations for that are probably going to need to come before we do any landscaping there. Did I say that clearly enough? Or
yeah, we can look at that and see what kind of cost options we're looking at. The broader Dominguez Park improvement project, not the specific dog park improvement project, but the park play equipment and walkway and landscape improvement.
That's a separate CIP.
It's a separate CIP, and that's really centered around kind of the south west corner of the site. So if you want to look at the northern edge, we can certainly provide you that information. But as you noted, that hillside issue can be a little trickier. So
right, and so we had some of those monies were supposed to be set aside for plannings, but clearly it's going to be a more complicated issue because of the things that Ted and Andy have pointed out. So I'm just asking for the BRR to make sure that we are at least thinking about that and potentially addressing. Even though we're going to need more monies. Okay, can I request a budget response report for the Townsend Parquet? It's a parquet that does not have a gate at the front to enclose it like most of our other ones. I have talked with staff about this, but I'm just making a formal request.
So just specifically to a steel case fence installation or the like.
Our typical wrought iron, our wrought iron fencing that we use at most of the other parquets, and that's for Townsend. I believe it's on Clark, and then this I'm going to make a BRR request here, but I just want to stipulate by saying I really don't expect this BRR to come in by next week. Okay, it's a big ask, but it's something I just want to put on our radar. We talked about it at strategic plan, but we never really got into having a real strategic plan decision-making process because of the way we did it. So, but I do want to at least start the broader conversation now that we have the South Bay Fiber Network as a backbone, both for us and every other city in the South Bay. I do want to start thinking about what are the necessary master plan investment strategies that we need to make in terms of expanding out conduit under our streets, whether that's or sidewalks as a part of road work or not. And what would it take to incorporate kind of a planning strategy and or out year process for incorporating into our annual budget for laying conduit, maybe let's say starting with our business corridors and our arterials and or collectors. And then I would say that the final tranche would be into residential neighborhoods. But really the top two need to be the ones that can have the most dramatic impact on both business and also just our arterials and stuff from a signal synchronization, from public safety, smart streets perspective going down the line. So I do not have any expectation for that by next week, but I just wanted to at least put it out there to get it into the queue. And then
Councilmember, if I could clarify, so if it's a budget response report and it's not done next week, it almost sort of takes the form of a referral. When you say that it won't be done next week, is that what you really mean, that we won't have?
Well, I guess, it is related to the budget, but I think it's a big one, and I don't believe that staff would be able to have something by next week. And so I have no expectation for that. And so I can say it now, and you could, if we need to do it for next year, we do it for next year. But I just wanted to kind of get that, I've talked about it with management. I've talked about it with Public Works. I just want to kind of get us thinking in that direction. That's all. So Joe, if I need to make a referral, I can always do that as well, if that makes more sense. But I do believe it is budget related. So I'll leave that to you guys, how you want to handle it. And then I would just say, going back to some of the other comments made about the website, I'm glad to hear that we're going to redo it. I did sit on like a committee with staff in that last process, and I found it to be frustrating, more so because we were kind of halfway down a path with Civica, and it was a very limiting process on what could be done. So I definitely would volunteer to do that again. But I want to just point out a couple things. Todd was absolutely right. Most of the stuff we need to address is related to the front end design, the UI and UX aspect. To Councilmember Obaji's comment, he's absolutely right. We have so much information that it is overwhelming, and the search engine is awful. Right, the internal search engine, especially if you search for something, you get results that have nothing to do with what you're searching for. And so, if we're going to go with Granicus and their flagship model, I think we will need to invest a little bit of time. It's not just in the UX and the UI. We will need to invest time in how do we reorganize information and the way that it is displayed. Because when you kind of throw everything out there, it can become too confusing. But there is a way. And I'm just speaking as a designer, there is a way to simplify what people see and then have drill downs, to Mr. Obaji's point, to create less clicks, or confusing clicks because people get confused about where they're going. And so, that's nothing we need to talk about here tonight in detail. I could talk with Chris offline, but, and we have had those conversations before. So, but I just wanted to weigh in since it was part of the conversation. Let me just see if I have any other notes here. And I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Nairnheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Yes, so I got a couple things. Mr. Proud, so going back to this hand launch dock. We're doing the dredging in the harbor right now, or we're planning for, right? That is not one of the areas we're doing dredging for, correct?
Correct.
So we're spending every other year good money on repairing that thing, and now we want to do a whole new design and fixing of it. Aren't we just going to end up in the same spot if we just end up spending all this money? And I'm assuming that it's the low tide with the sand that's in there. Is that a correct assumption that's destroying or majorly destroying the hand launch dock?
I think it's one of the contributing factors. I mean, it definitely gets a lot of usage. It gets a lot of, this past summer, it got an extensive amount of use between the paddleboat operators that operate off the pier as well as the public operating. But yes, at low tide, it does sit on the sand. And I'm sure that's not, beneficial to the overall structural integrity of the hand launch facility itself.
So we're not dredging that area.
That's correct. So one of the things that I think, we have money in the capital improvement that's being proposed to you tonight for the redesign of that facility. One of the questions that I think is contained within the public amenities plan that we are about to embark on, that we've received proposals for, will be a conversation as to whether we want to replace that facility, or there have been suggestions that facility could be removed and that area using the sand that's built up there could be a zero depth launch entry location. So I think the funding is helpful to have it available to us so that as we emerge from the public amenities plan process, we're able to move forward in a particular direction that's available to us.
Okay, so we're allowing the funding to be there so that we can have multiple options. That's what I'm hearing right now on what you're saying.
If we decide to keep the public hand launch facility there and it's kind of more like in its current configuration, then there will need to be some design work done for the ultimate replacement of that facility. Right. If at the end of the public amenities process there's a strong sentiment that we need to do maybe a zero depth launch entry is the better option, there will still need to be some design associated with that as well. There will still need to be some thought given to how access is provided to that location. So there could very well be some design associated with that as well. And those dollars could be used for that. So I think we're looking ahead here. And if Ted or anybody on the public works sides want to chime in, but I think we're looking ahead here to finding some kind of a replacement alternative there, either replacing what's there in kind and designing that, or coming up with a different solution and designing whatever that different solution is.
And then maybe Ted, before you jump in, I think the goal here is to note that any expenditure of these funds would trail that decision, right?
Yes.
This is really be a set aside for that work. What we don't want to have happen is us delay the ultimate design if the community decides we want to replace it like for like, and then find ourselves 3 years from now scrambling to reconstruct a very aged structure. So we know how important the hand launch facility is to the community. We want to make sure we stay out in front of that.
Yeah, Mike, both you and Stephen have said it very well. I think the only thing I can contribute to that is when we went through this last maintenance exercise, we realized that this is going to need a full reconstruction within the next 3-year period. So rather than leaving that to a later date, this is the right time to plan for it, to start funding the design effort. And if we do, depending on Stephen's study and when that concludes, if we do start the design for a replacement, it may be a redesign for the materials, not just the replacement of the hand launch itself. And then the time for any contractor or fabricator to construct that and then come out and do the installation by that 3-year period. So this is a sequential preparation for, giving us the choices for the alternatives, but also timing it. We can also coincide that with a replacement time.
Okay.
It might be worth noting, ultimately, right, to Councilman Ehrenheim's point, it would likely have to require some localized dredging, right? And maybe some pile of changes that might require permitting and other environmental work as part of that design effort, right? So it could take a few years to get ourselves to a reinstallation if we do it in a more significant fashion.
Right, and I don't want to throw off the current dredging situation that we're at now because we put so much work and time and effort into it. But
yeah, 2 years of permitting,
and probably worth noting, one of the things that we've talked about with our consultants and also with the Harbor Commission is kind of the dredging project that we have going underway, continuing moving that forward, but then perhaps looking at another dredging permit that would allow us to do small localized areas on a more frequent basis. So that would almost be a separate process, because we do have some areas like this that if we're going to continue to do dredging, we wouldn't be having to go through quite as an extensive permitting process, that we'd have a little more, I'll call it local control, to do some more maintenance dredging activities in those areas, very small amounts of maintenance dredging.
Some of which, as Stephen, as you said, may require different types of equipment, especially like the equipment necessary to dredge the area by the small hand barge.
Right.
Okay, so we will be able then to get that dredged if we need to, because it's such a small localized area. That permit will allow us to do that.
Well, we would have to do a separate permit, but the idea for that permit would be to have it constructed in such a way that it would allow us to do that little bit of maintenance dredging on a more frequent basis.
Right.
On an ongoing basis, right, Stephen? Yeah. Into the future, not just a one-time work effort.
Correct. More frequent on an ongoing basis.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Sticking down to the harbor area, Mike, we talked about this earlier, and I think Stephen, you saw the emails go back regarding the King Harbor sign at the entrance of the parking lot on Harbor Drive there. I'll forward you the email from the King Harbor Tenants Association regarding redoing that sign, getting an electronic sign in there, and setting up some sort of a system so that we can have an electronic sign there, do the advertisements, and they can take percentage of the advertisements. And we get a nice new electronic sign there in addition to the regular signs that are signage that's there. Some of it needs to be updated because it has like polys on the pier and some other things that just don't exist anymore, rubies. Because these are the little things that that matter and produce income, number one, and number two is people take notice of those kinds of things. So I'd like to get a budget response report on it. I'll send you the email. Stephen, do you remember the email that came through from Bredeston?
Yes, and
I'll forward it to you right now.
Yeah, that'd be good. I just wasn't sure if it hit my 30-day window or not.
Yeah, it probably has, and I got a copy of it again. So,
okay.
Because he priced it out. It's a very nominal cost of roughly $150,000. That included some costs I don't think we necessarily need to pay, but it's all in there. So with minimal income to the advertising portion, we could probably set something up with that King Harbor Association that it'd be beneficial for all parties down there. Next thing is regarding the dog park. Ted, can you reach out, or if it's Ted or if it's community services, someone to reach out to the dog park group? I know we asked them to be talked to before regarding their wants and needs, and I just talked to that group just the other day, and they said no one in the cities has asked them what they have in terms of needs. Ted, can you reach out to them and talk to them?
We can. I do remember that was something that John LaRock was doing before.
John, okay.
We will work with Cameron, our new community services director, to get that contact and get them.
And if it's better into Cameron's wheelhouse, but I was thinking since public works, it's a public improvement. Maybe it's your guys's.
Yeah, we sort of tread on the line with that one, but we'll work with Cameron on getting that communication out to them.
Okay. I got another report of and pictures, I should say, because I was there, of the Wilderness Park. The pond in the Wilderness Park was shut down the other day again. It was all green, and the pond was shut down. What was the issue with that? And do we need to get a budget response report? And, regarding the ongoing maintenance cost issues with that?
Mike, I may defer to you there. I haven't heard about it being shut down. I do know that we frequently, go out there and clean it on a weekly basis. Our crews are out there weekly, cleaning the pond. Our biggest problem are obviously the food the kids or the families will throw in, some of the dirt and debris that falls into it. But our guys are out there frequently. Mike, I don't know if you can add more on what was going on recently.
Mayor and Council, Mike Klein, Deputy Public Works Director. I am not aware of any malfunctions in the pond. I'll look into it tomorrow. It is a continued problem with, not only are we having the issues with the food that's given to the animals in the pond, but it's also the heat that's starting to bring up the temperature of the water, causing the algae blooms to kick up a whole lot more. But we'll have to look into that and see what's going on.
I was there. Someone notified me, and I went by, and there was tape, construction tape, yellow construction tape with the orange bollards, and preventing people from going around it. And it was only half full, so the river was on. But that we're going into the summer, we have groups there using that place, and having that down is kind of, only one of the two ponds is left. So we have a budget response report on the old one, so I'll be looking at that one again as well. Let's see here. Bulb outs, Ted, for the Torrance Boulevard and Broadway, we had the 4 LED stop signs that were installed. What's the status for adding the bulb outs? Do we need to, I know we're going to do it at a temporary time. Do we need to get more funding to do it as a permanent? And what's the status of that right now?
Andy, do you want to touch base on that one?
Sure, happy to jump in on that. Yeah, we're including those in the design of the Torrance Boulevard resurfacing project.
Okay.
So we're trying to, bulb outs are a great feature for pedestrian crossing. They can inhibit the through bike lanes. So we're trying to balance both those needs and get a good permanent design rather than just installing the temporary bollards like we have in other locations.
Okay. Let's see here.
And the last factor I'll add to that is drainage. Drainage is always a concern when we do bulb outs, because with relatively flatter streets, it becomes more challenging to get that drainage. So that's why it's got to be designed well.
How much money do we have in the traffic calming program?
So we just put up the BRR on that.
Yeah, traffic calming fund.
You'll get that BRR, but I want to say, maybe Brad can speak to it. It's, I think, a little over $500,000.
But I think it's 452 carryover, I believe.
Okay. And where are we with those LED stop sign installations? Have we completed the checklist for all the locations that we wanted to go through? Are there still places that we're waiting to do, or is that project come to an end and we have the pricing done still with that?
No, my recollection is that we've completed the installation on all the locations that the city council approved. What started with the schools and then the specific locations that the council had asked for. Both the smaller and the larger size flashing LED stop signs.
Okay.
And if you've got other locations that you all can identify, that's certainly an eligible use of funds out of that traffic calming account.
Right. Right. I see a lot of other cities nowadays installing crosswalk, won't say bollards, but they come out of the ground, they're plastic, right in the middle of the street, and you see them get hit because the marks are on there. Do we need to get do we have pricing on those? I mean, you guys know the general pricing on those, Ted? Is that those aren't very complicated. You know what I'm talking about? We talked about that a few months ago.
Yeah, we know what you're talking about, Councilman. And Gene, I know you're on. Maybe I'll need you to pop on for a second. But they're flexible delineators. There's something that's made so that if they are hit, they literally just bounce right back up. The signs that are on them are pretty small. And the reason I wanted Gene to come, yes, we've seen them. We've seen them installed in many places, some on public streets. But we've got to confirm that the California MUTCD identified those as an authorized use on public roadways. As much as, you know, it will deflect and move. We just don't want to install something out there that is not necessarily approved under the California MUTCD.
I mean, if other cities are doing it, are they just taking it at risk for themselves?
It could be. It could be. And Gene, if you're on, if you can just jump on and confirm if you know. If you don't know, then we'll research that and bring that back to you.
Yeah. Hi, Gene Kim, traffic engineer for the city. Yeah, I mean, it really depends on the usage. The answer to the first question of overall cost, they're generally not too cost prohibitive. Obviously, it depends on the overall quantity that we're trying to install. But typically, the city's, or at least our stance from the engineering side, has been for some of these delineators that can potentially be, especially in the crosswalk area or in the center line area, that can be considered an impedance to the roadway. We try to kind of stay away from installation of those, but we would have to kind of look into the California mud cut, as Ted said, to get a little more specific information on their specific uses for what we're trying to do here.
Okay, that would be good, because I see those popping up in other cities, and they are very effective because people have to literally drive around them, and they end up really stopping and slowing down at intersections, and they don't. I mean, I've seen it myself multiple times. They don't just whiz through, go hit the stop sign, and then just start going through as fast as possible. They actually have to drive, be careful while driving around it. And it makes crossing as a pedestrian feel that much more safe because there's something in the middle of the street. As you guys know, and you guys have done a great job at the stop sign that keeps getting taken out on Avenue South.
Helena and Catalina.
Yeah, you put the little bulb things in the ground. When a car hits all that, they know they hit all that. So, okay. And in that report, can you give a couple of options for other? For instance, we talked about it one time. In fact, one of the questions I have written down is, have you guys talked or done the walk through the Riviera Village for pedestrian safety and crosswalk safety? As we discussed, probably they might have been pre-COVID. Do you remember that, Mike?
I do remember that. Ted, Gene, what has been your sort of general analysis of areas? I think there were some specific referrals in there too regarding potential for crosswalk installation near the Trader Joe's into the Triangle, but beyond that, I think general kind of village pedestrian safety. That may have been interrupted by COVID. I'm not sure, given the new traffic patterns. But Ted,
yeah, I would definitely have to refresh my memory on the assessment that we've done. Obviously, we've been down in the village multiple times. We've looked at multiple crosswalks. The one, as Mike said, by Trader Joe's was one that was brought up. The concern there was if it's not at an intersection and it's unprotected, it is something that we don't necessarily like to support because it further that false sense of security to the pedestrian. But I will defer to Gene as far as the summary analysis that we may have done overall.
Okay, so as Assistant City Manager Mike has mentioned, some of the traffic patterns have changed as a result of COVID. But what we have in our queue and we're expecting to initiate shortly is we do have a corridor analysis, if you will, for the Riviera Village, which includes Catalina Avenue, pretty much from Avenue I to Elena. And then as part of that, we would include kind of the pedestrian safety enhancements, if there are any, looking at some of the crosswalks, and then include I believe it's Avenida del Norte, which is where Trader Joe's is, but that would all kind of be lumped together as part of the overall assessment and analysis of that area.
Okay, and did you say, refresh my memory, did you say you've done that or you're doing that right now?
It's in our queue. It's
It's in
one
your
of
queue, okay.
the projects
And
that's
when do you
coming up.
expect to have that queue done or get to 6 months, 8 months, a year, 2?
No, not that long.
Next week?
No. One of the things that we did want to get some more information on is how traffic patterns have ultimately been affected. We think that traffic has kind of normalized a bit, but we're still trying to find a good baseline research information on some type of peak hour adjustment or something that we can apply. So we're anticipating anywhere from about 6 months or so to complete that.
Okay. And so the end result would be a report with required funding to implement the results, essentially. Improvement.
Yes. Right.
Okay. All right. Changing topics here to financial. What's it called? Not budget response. Decision package number 3, the banking services cost increase. I don't think we talked about this yet. What is the increase on this in $75,000? Marnie?
Right. So our banking costs have increased a lot over the last year, and it's 2 different pieces. One is credit card fees, because so many more people are paying us by credit card. So those costs have gone up a lot. And the other piece is just on our regular banking fees, the various services that the bank provides for us. So those are offset by interest earned in the account where we leave funds overnight. That rate, just with the lowering of interest rates, has gone from 1.8% down to 0.2%. So we're not getting the offset to our fees that we did during a higher interest rate environment. So those costs are.
Refresh my memory. Is this the Bank of America banking services, or is this the? Okay.
Yeah, that piece is.
Okay. So I know the last time we talked about the Bank of America contract, the discussion was made. Oh, they're so entrenched, it's difficult and if not impossible to move them as banking services. But is there? When you talk about banking services cost increased by $75,000, it starts to scratch my head. Like, why, if people are paying by credit card, why we need to increase the costs of that? Is that our general, we're still getting $1 million of revenue, so to speak, and now of that $1 million, we're getting $75,000 less, or are we getting an increase of $1 million plus an extra $100,000, or extra $2 million, and now that credit card is on that extra increase? What is that? 75 grand.
So again, it's made up of the 2 pieces. It's made up of our just regular Bank of America fees, and the fees themselves have not increased. It's just that the offset by interest earned.
So it's purely the interest?
So now we're paying the full cost, whereas it was offset by us earning interest on money held overnight. And then the other piece is the credit card, where we're charged per transaction and per a percentage,
And I thought that we would charge a convenience fee to use credit card.
We are almost there on implementing a percentage-based one. We currently have in place a $3 charge per transaction when a credit card is used to pay online. If our counters were open, that $3 charge would not be in effect for over-the-counter transactions.
Okay. Okay. Let's see here. Decision package number Number 7, the Everbridge multi-jurisdictional system, an extra $85,000. Is in addition to on top of the deal that we signed in 2018, I think it was 2019.
I could probably answer that. Yes. So we're coming up on the end of a 3-year contract. So that 85,000 would represent the next 3 years.
Part of that motion that when it passed was they implement the GPDR and sign on. Do we know if they are compliant with the GPDR and the things that were asked for? I mean, it's kind of an intrinsic question, but I guess maybe it's something that I know Todd would be interested in this. If the things that were asked to be done were essentially done, and we're happy with the system that they're doing, that they're giving us, with the notification system, did we fully utilize that during the pandemic here? Yeah.
So yeah, the system's been utilized a lot during the pandemic. It's been used for various events that happen in the city. You probably get the alerts that come via text and via email to people that have signed up. Your other question, I don't know the answer to. I'll have to research.
Yeah.
It's GDPR, they ask.
GDPR, yeah.
Yeah.
Those Europeans. Okay, this is back at 12, grid 3 tree trimming. We have an increase of $65,000 to that. I know when we originally signed the contract, it was an extra $300-something thousand to begin with. So this is in addition to that $300,000. Is that my understanding correct? So we're paying in addition?
No, it's not, Councilman. It's really in line with the 4-year contract that the council approved with WCA. The core budget at that time was not modified, if you recall. It still had the original 4-year contract value. So what this is asking is to make sure that we have funds to accommodate grid 3 per the approved contract with WCA.
Okay. Okay, that's all I've got for now. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other hands up. I had a couple of questions. We're setting aside monies for the Seaside Lagoon Decision Package 54, $50,000, and talk about something that needs redoing in our waterfront. That certainly qualifies. But it also says that they're going to kind of wait for the amenities plan to be finalized. Seems like that's something we should get started on sooner rather than later. Not really wait, especially if we set this money aside. Is that kind of the plan? It seems like it would be a good idea to engage some architectural firms and even have a contest. It's such an incredible amenity there, and we could get a lot of funding from county and state. I mean, state lands, and it's a county regional facility. Is that?
Yeah, I think the idea is to try to run them in parallel, Mayor, and then make sure that whatever final decisions are made with the amenities plan, that the concepts can, of course, accommodate, any adjustments or the like. So we just don't want to get out too far in front. But yeah, to your point, for us to go out and chase grants, to pursue, new.
We need a project, right?
We need a base design. We need a preconceptual design to shop. So that's ultimately what we hope this will provide us. We just want to make sure it works in concert with the amenities plan, which I think we've got proposals on and is underway. So
it could just take a long time, and it just seems like something we should get going on because of our need for money and because it's broken, and it's such a great opportunity. Okay, so if we do that, then you'll get started using that money instead of letting it sit there until the amenities plan happens. The other thing that never gets mentioned is that Chevron gave us $2.2 million for waterfront.
$2.4
$4 million. I assume that's just sitting around. and it never comes up, and it's been there for, gosh, I'm going to guess 8 years, 7 yeyears.
Yeah, it's in the Tidelands Fund, Mayor.
And it's in the Tidelands Fund. Does that show up as part of our balance in the Tidelands funds, or is that?
It is. It's part of our Tidelands Fund balance. It's a portion of the money, and it shows up also as an appropriation in our CIP.
Well, just to inform everybody, our, Recreation and Parks and City Council vetted several plans years ago to redo where they took those large vessels through our harbor and over Mulby. So, it's all been kind of lost in the shuffle where, if we did something out there of some sort, the money's been there, and I don't know what that would be at Mulby, but I just want to remind everybody that there was, $2.4 million set aside to the city as mitigation funds from Chevron. What year was that? Do you remember, Mike?
Oh boy, now you're taxing my memory. I want to say maybe
2012 or 13.
12, 13, 14.
Right. There you go. So it's been there for quite a while. What was the other thing? Wilderness Park. I know the South Bay Parkland Conservancy is writing grants and trying to get money to from outside agencies, particularly the county, to do upgrades at Wilderness Park. And I don't know where that's going, but it might be something we want to seed for them to rise to the top of the list of getting grants, because like I said, there's just a lot of grant money out there that in the past Redondo really hasn't done a great job of applying for in that area anyway. In open space, we've got them in certain areas, certainly in our public safety, particularly police, but the grant writing really is a lot to be desired in Redondo when it comes to those sorts of things. And we got $4.8 million from the state. Unfortunately, it got withdrawn because the guy, or I should say whoever owns the power plant, withdrew from being willing sellers. But we did get $4.8 million from the state. And that was because of the work that was done by our staff in conjunction with the South Bay Parkland Conservancy. So there's a lot of grant money out there. And it would just be good to pursue those.
Yeah, of course. And we've got actually a staff member attending. The county's got a webinar tomorrow on that particular grant fund that you're referencing. We are attending that webinar, and we're looking at, they have a regional recreational facilities amenity program in that funding. And we're actually looking at maybe seeing if Seaside Lagoon would be a good candidate for that. Those applications are due in October, I understand. So some time to sort through that, but yeah, we're always on the hunt.
Yeah, and if the city seeds those projects with some money, it rises. It definitely increases the potential for getting an award. The city's already seeded it with a certain amount of money. It means the city supports it and they're putting their money behind it, and especially a regional facility like the Seaside Lagoon would definitely rise to the top without money.
Mayor Brand, can I ask a quick question about that to Mike regarding Seaside Lagoon? Do we, Mike, do we collect any user data, user information in terms of the zip code that they're coming from?
We did years ago. That survey is frowned upon a little bit now. We haven't done it lately. There are ways to mine that information kind of on a sort of a mathematical formula, kind of a proactive, people who are willing to share the data. There's still ways to do that, but it's been a while since we've tested the user data and tried to get to mine that information. In the old days, it was about 80, I want to say 85% roughly of the users of that facility came from zip codes outside of Redondo Beach.
Right, and that's what I was, okay. All right.
When does it open this year, Mike? Seaside Lagoon?
Yeah, we are doing everything we can to get it open in mid-June as you directed. We are still struggling to hire lifeguards. We're trying. I don't know if Cameron's on and wants to speak to that, but we are targeting, I think, a mid-June opening. Cameron?
Okay. Did you want to comment on that, Cameron, how lifeguard hiring?
We're looking at a June 18th opening. As Mike said, you may have seen on the news, hiring lifeguards has been a struggle throughout the state and the nation. So we're not the only ones out there struggling to hire. We have enough on board now to open June 18th, Fridays through Mondays. And as we are able to bring on more staff and get them trained, we'll expand those days and hours as we're able to bring on more staff.
It would be great to collect user data, just their zip code. You know, nobody wants to give their name and email and phone number, but if you could just get people who come in to write down their zip codes, that would be huge. And that would be very helpful when you would go to get, you know, grant monies from the county and the state. Because we want them to understand it's a regional issue, it's a regional amenity, not just local. So, and then as far as the council goes, I walked through there, it looks great. Two comments though. One, there's some corners on some of those stanchions that are really, really sharp that need to be rounded off. Some of them are rounded off and some of them weren't. So if somebody's staff could take a look at that or get with the contractor, and I think you'll see it that, we don't need sharp corners like that in some of the stanchions. And then, the fixtures in the bathroom, I couldn't believe it. I went in the bathroom and they were just old school, you know, levers you pull up and the water, they weren't automated levers, either the sink or the toilet or nothing. I mean, it was really old school. I don't know how that happened, but I don't see that anywhere except in Redondo Beach new city council chambers. So I don't know, maybe you can install automated, especially, you know, going in a drought and all that stuff. And I guess that's it. Thank you. Okay. And next up is Councilmember Obaji.
I guess we're going to thank you, Mr. Mayor. If we're going to decision package, I just got a couple of questions. This we have not discussed before, but decision packet 16 and 49 seem to be in part about maintaining, upgrading our compressed natural gas buses. And I will tell you that in my time on Artesia Boulevard, the loudest vehicle to start and stop on that street is our Beach Cities Health District, or our Beach Cities buses. And I emailed the South Bay COG about it, and I got told, I was like, "What are you guys burning, diesel?" And they said, "No, that's actually the natural gas. It's really loud." So, you know, the Chinese company BID, who that Warren Buffett has a big interest in, just sold, I think, 14 buses to Antelope Valley. If Antelope Valley can do it, we can do it. I'd really like to nix investing in more compressed natural gas buses and really move towards the electric, not just for the carbon emissions, because I realize that's relatively nominal, a small amount of emissions, but also for the quality of life. And frankly, maybe we'll get in the news for the second city in California to move towards that. But any thoughts on that? 16 and 49?
You know, I'm looking at our staff. I don't see our transit manager, Joyce Rooney. If she's there, I don't see her. This one, we may have to come back with some kind of supplemental information with the BRR.
And I will add, Joe, if I could, that one of the decision packages, I'm not sure if it's 49, I haven't looked at that, but references the need to study the conversion of our fleet away from fossil fuels, I think, to electric at some point. So we are eventually going to need to do that. And I think there is a DP that discusses that in brief.
Right. I think 49 is super brief, and Measure R clean fuel funding. I'm just concerned that that's going to be like more natural gas, more, so something that's loud, whereas it's
Councilman, decision package 51 is, we've titled it Transit Zero Emission Bus.
Oh, right. Yes.
That really talks about moving to the electric fleet, and starts to study what kind of infrastructure is going to be needed and how that ultimately works. But no, your point's well taken. It's CNG is maybe better than diesel, but it has its own.
All right. So in 16, are we just? I guess I'll save this for the next time. But my question to our transit person is: are we just depositing money in the fund? We're not actually spending the money. And for 49, purchase of 5 beach cities. So 49, I think we're actually purchasing 5 vehicles for essentially 576,000 a pop. I mean, can we really vote against that? Or are we going to fall into bad, I guess, bad shape with our beach cities compadres?
Right. We'll follow up some more particulars on that. I think the first one is to actually cover increased costs associated with increased CNG use on the maintenance side of things. We have our fuel island that provides the compressed natural gas. I think that's one element for decision package 16. The more specific bus purchase, I think we'll need to have Joyce speak to at the next meeting.
All right. And first of all, I want to say real quick, thank you to Mr. Proud. They got the Mayor Brand. I don't know if you recall touring the marina. We saw those buckling brown cabinets that were warped and the like. They fixed all those up, so really appreciative of that. In the Artesia kind of design capital project that's going to cost about 1.4. I'm trying to see here where it's when the actual build out occurs. And I don't see that in the CIP. So when are we anticipating? Yeah, go for it, Mike.
Yeah, that's a combination. That $1.4 million is a combination of design and construction. The reason, normally we would only appropriate design at this point, but that particular source of money, we call it STPL monies. It has funding agreement limitations and expectations. So we need to pull that money forward to set it aside and put it into the eventual construction account. Not all of that money will be used for design.
Okay.
It's going to take, at least a year, and really it's going to involve a lot of decisions on all your part to determine final right-of-way utilization and in conjunction with the ACAP that you ultimately.
Right.
So I don't see construction even beginning to occur until at least 22, 23. Ted, I don't know. It could easily be 23, 24.
24. Yeah, I can see that.
Right, exactly, Mike. And you said it well. We've got to go through the various alternatives, present through the ACAP what the council's direction is going to be for that roadway design before we actually get into the design of the boulevard itself.
I guess to that end, when will we have the results from the parking study that we all pay, that we voted to pay for? Do we know?
I don't know if Brandy can speak to that. We should have those certainly before we make final decisions on the design of if that's where you're going.
Well, yeah, I imagine that's kind of a necessity. Otherwise, it'd be silly to start eliminating parking or anything like that. All right, another question for you all is. All right, so I obviously have been a huge proponent of the enhanced response to homelessness, and so I'm going to ask about decision package number 25. My concern with decision package 25 is it's signing us up for a long-term essential response, and I do recognize that we do need to kind of permanently have a place to relocate people from the streets to a pallet shelter and eventually to permanent housing. But we also don't have all the components for a long-term, right, as we just discussed. We don't have a location per se that's long-term unless we rezone the existing site. So right now, this decision packet proposes to essentially recurringly assign an additional $461,000 to the pallet shelter program. And it started out as a program that was going to be entirely paid for by federal COVID and county funds. So, I guess, Mr. Webb.
Interrupt you, Zane, for a second. Maybe ask Mike Webb. I think he's most versed.
Right. I know he hopped on. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Well, I would say the enhanced response to homelessness is not the pallet shelter. The pallet shelter is part of the enhanced response to homelessness. And the pallet shelter began a year and a half after the enhanced response program was first instituted. And it started with, and forgive me if I'm repeating myself for some of you, but it started with Mayor Brand and Councilmember Horvath separately coming to me in May of 2019 and having real concerns with the amount of resident outrage, is not too strong a word, about the growing problem of homelessness. And they asked me to come up with something. I met with Chief Kaufman and we put together a plan, and the first part of it was homeless court and interviewing every member of the community that wished to, that had complained to members of to elected officials about it. And then talking to our housing navigator, Ms. Amura, and finding out from the residents what type of quality of life issues, where were they located, who were the individuals creating problems, and then talking to Ms. Morimura, what were the obstacles, what were the roadblocks that they kept, that she kept running into, so that she couldn't move people into permanent housing. And that led to the creation of Homeless Court, which was indoors in Torrance. And it was setting aside one day a month in the morning to deal with all our crimes that were committed by people who were unhoused, and taking more time and building around removing those obstacles. And it's grown to be a very comprehensive effort, which includes, extra public health, extra public defender help for expungement. We've had DMH help. We have had a nurse practitioner who can immediately connect with the people who are suffering from chronic medical illness and prescribe and administer drugs right there, so that the people get them. This last time we had the LA City Attorney, and they have a special program for expunging all current infractions, because a lot of times the defendants can't get their driver's license because they owe hundreds of dollars of moving violations from year in the past. And so it's built to an effort. So I don't want you to think the pallet shelter is the enhanced response.
No, fair enough.
Separate element. And so the way it was, and I had to do that, in time for the budget, when the budget preparation came out. And so you'll see there's parts to it that deal with, per the council direction in mid-April, that this is going to be an ongoing process for the next 4 years, because it's been a one-time effort each of the last 2 years. And if we're going to be continued to be tasked with this, I need to not burn out my people, because it literally is a 7-day-a-week effort. And and my hope is, since it's my last term, but if it's still needed, which I'm hoping it won't be, but if it's still needed, to transition it between years 3 and 4, where the legal part stays with us, but the other part gets distributed within the city.
So thank you for that. So I guess focusing in on the pallet shelter component, I'm sharing on the screen here the detailed decision package, or I guess decision package breakdown that you sent me, which I appreciate. So what's the benefit of moving? I believe right now our 2 housing navigators and Leela, who's probably an extremely great one, is with Harbor Interfaith, correct?
Right.
So what's the benefit in kind of where the trend is to keep people as consultants, contractors? What's the benefit to bring in a housing navigator in-house?
So this would be an additional housing navigator.
So number 3.
Well, we have 1.5. So we share Ramon from Harbor Interfaith with Manhattan Beach and Hermosa Beach. And we have Lila from 2017, she is dedicated to Redondo. There are a couple of advantages. One, it would be an additional person. The second one is that we need to have, especially as summer, as the increase that you traditionally see in homeless in beach areas during the summer, we need to get someone working on the weekends. We need to get 7-day-a-week coverage, and that will enable us. And then she doesn't have any, or he doesn't have any
Equipment.
conflicting loyalties. So, for example, one of the reasons we added CityNet, and they have very different approaches, was the council had given direction to Lisa beds in within SPA 8. Took a long time to locate it. We did locate it. Miss Abakeen went out with Lila to view it, and the council, as part of the pallet shelter, rented the beds in Wilmington, where we could put unhoused individuals. Harbor Interfaith is a San Pedro-based organization. Councilman Buscaino became very upset that Redondo was housing its homeless in LA City. My response is there were available beds, and service providers do that all the time. And if they wanted to house their individuals, they should have housed their individuals. But we couldn't get Harbor Interfaith to put people in that space. And so we need, you asked for my recommendations to address this growing problem. It's at the top of my list of recommendations, or new recommendations, is to hire a city employee who can coordinate all that and be an outreach person for the city. And I think you'll see that the trend is going to be in that direction. So I think Long Beach is going to hire someone because they're building a homeless court model and pallet shelter program based on their visits to us. It wouldn't surprise me if Manhattan Beach hires their own housing navigator. So, that's the reason, for this. But as I've said from the beginning, you don't need to address it to us. Certainly you can have other employees do this, but just our model, which seems to be working, and other entities are copying, this is what I would recommend for it to maximize.
I do agree with you that it seems to be working. On the CityNet, what is it? Is it essentially? I recall their presentation, but is it just for counting the homeless and kind of inventorying a report, or what do they do?
So I originally approached them for doing that homeless census because there wasn't going to be the point in time, and it's important to get a more accurate count than the point in time count. As part of the budget compromise, for having the pallet shelters located in North Redondo, there was a motion to add an additional housing navigator, taking some of the money that the council had set aside for what was originally proposed as a 13-month program, and have that navigator focus solely on North Redondo. Well, their model is to send a team of 2, so we hired that team of 2, and one individual is focused only on caseload in North Redondo, and one is citywide. If we had to cut anything, I would reluctantly suggest cutting that, but even that 170 was the lesser of the proposal I received from them was like 269 to 170. It's sort of on the low end. On the other hand, we may not need it as much for dealing with situations when Harbor Interfaith has a conflict. If you hire a full-time city person, and let me look, the census only component, I can open up census only component was 27,000. So if we wanted to just do a census, I can get a figure. They give us a discount when we're adding the other services because they're out here anyways. But I could get a census only quote.
Right. I hate to ask this in this forum, but what are the prosecutors currently getting? Are they even with the standard for their year in public service and the like, or are they below market? I see here there's a upgrade of pay of 45,000 for it.
Yeah, so that's a continuation, except it's making it permanent because you're making it a permanent program. They're both topped out. We have deputy, senior deputy, and you have the assistant city attorney, who is either on the civil side or the city prosecutor, Ms. Trevera. They were given a substantial amount of new duties, far outstripping their position of deputy city attorney or city prosecutor. And so they were given a temporary bump in each of the first 2 years. And simply without that, just don't assign this to us because they're the two individuals, bar none, who work the hardest on the enhanced response program and working outside their current job duties.
I have heard from Lila that she speaks to the city attorney's office every day. So
it's a great partnership because we're removing the things that stop Lila from accomplishing her goal as quickly as she wants.
All right. I don't have any other questions right now. Thank you.
And the other thing I will say, if you look at this amount, there are things that are changed. The pallet shelter, as we mentioned earlier, I was doubling the 6-month amount. We were able to get the county to do it for $245,500. You've already approved last week CDBG grant for $8,400 for the sheriff's deputy. And tonight you approved on consent $100,000 CDBG grant from the county for homeless court services. And so,
Mike, Mr. Webb, when somebody asks us, a resident asks us, what is our entire response to homelessness? What is it costing us as a city? Because this is obviously a comprehensive plan from the homeless court to the like. What is homelessness costing the city of Redondo Beach on an annual basis, excluding what we're collecting from the Fed and county and state?
That's a big question, and I think you'd have to factor in every call to the police for
right.
related services. You'd have to factor in every call to public works for removing cleanup. As part of this, I'm getting texts every weekend from residents, or Joy is, or from a accounts person or the mayor, and they run the gamut from can you get this cleaned up? And we've got a system now. We can figure out where it is, who's responsible. But even as I mentioned before, if I get an email from a resident on a Sunday, there's human waste on this location, then I'll text Ted and just that we've got to get that cleaned up. And so I would say the cost to quality of life would far outstrip what we're spending to try and address it. And hopefully in a perfect world, in 4 years, we can unwind many of these programs.
I have to agree. I mean, I see what they're not doing in Hermosa, and I see how that problem's growing by the Second Street in the beach. And as expensive as this is for our city, it seems to be working, and at least we're being responsive to it, and we're not letting our city slide into that slippery slope that ends up in Venice Beach.
And more than half of it is paid for by grant funds.
Right. Thanks.
I got a question about this decision package, Mike. Maybe it's the way it's worded, but it says ongoing appropriations to the general fund 421 in parentheses. Is that ongoing appropriations to the general fund coming from the county? Am I reading that correct? Or we don't know where it's coming from, or it's...
No, that would be the general fund, and that's why it's broken up on the Excel sheet that I sent to you and to the Councilman Abachi on request. And that would be if we add that homeless housing navigator, it's 126,500 ongoing increase, but for personnel. If we have CityNet on an annual basis, and if we're going to cut anything, it would be 170,000. So that's the bulk of it. We have the city vehicle is a one-time cost, which is literally a van, so that the city housing navigator could transport the homeless not in his or her own personal vehicle. And a van is important because a lot of times they have stuff that if we get them housing, we want the stuff to go with them. So those are the costs, but it's like I said, some of it now with the sheriff's security is going to be paid for by CDBG funds. The annual cost for the city vehicle that I got from Jesse Reyes are for $4,200, and some of them they're mentioned as ongoing, but like we'll know after we've done it fully for a year if the amount can, like the software, City Law software, it's $8,000 for the initial license. It's like 10 or 20% of that for the ongoing payment. So
got it. And the vehicle, I mean, that could come out of the vehicle replacement fund. I mean, we have a lot of money in that. That's something we wouldn't have to necessarily snatch out of the general fund. And from what I'm hearing you, CityNet, if we just wanted to do the survey the next year, that would be more like 20. What did you say, 27,000?
Yeah, about 30,000. Once they remove the discount.
Homeless survey, but that was key. It was very key in terms of where things are going from here, because I think the original count was, I don't know, it was over 100. It was like 130 or something.
170, I thought. But yeah.
It was 176, and we went into 92, and the 92 was actually more inclusive because it included the daytime population. The police, I think Chief Kaufman, when I last spoke to him, thinks the nighttime population is down to low 50s from the 176. And that will, if there are some people who just refuse to accept services, that will become important if we need to take enforcement action to stop homeless encampments from developing. And that, I think, is essential because they're very hard to undo once they're established. And
so if the new count is, let's just say it's 95, I think I'm in the ballpark. There was a Judge Carter's order, I think, down in Orange County, was that we had to be able to provide 60% of the homeless population a place to go and stay before we could start enforcing no camping rules, no sleeping on sidewalks, that kind of thing. Am I in the ballpark?
That's correct. And, we've got the 15 beds now. Actually, we could have 20 beds once COVID's over by doubling 5 of the units up. There's space there without changing it where we could add 5 more if we need to. And we have the 5 beds that are full in Wilmington. And so, you're up to 30.
Right.
And that would give you the potential. What Wilmington did, as you know, is they built exactly a little more than 60% of their CityNet census, and they were able, with Judge Carter's approval, to begin to enforce the law. And so they could say, hey, either you accept services in our shelter or you face enforcement.
Right. Okay, thanks for that comprehensive rundown. Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, and I just wanted to give a little bit more background to Councilmember Obaji and you guys. So, started looking for funding for this program to come from outside the city back in January, and I've been working with the supervisor's office. We did that 100,000 that we approved today was a direct result of that. The person who was the key individual in her office did end up getting a promotion and went to a totally different department within the county in the past couple months. And so it's become a little bit more challenging. But the goal was to try to have all the monies identified before we went into budget, so we didn't have to have a decision package kind of written like this, but we're not done. We're still working on trying to identify other funding sources that would pay for some of these services. And I went to them with an ask in 3 different levels. The biggest level had that CityNet edition of the 2 people. But as Mike said, that would be the one thing I think that we could probably let go if we had to. All the other things I think are really core to the program. And so we have another round of innovation funding. We funded the program this year through innovation funding through Measure H. We have another round that's coming up, but unfortunately we're not going to be eligible for that until July. So we have to wait till the budget season starts to kind of work on that again. And then the governor's May revise has a lot of money geared towards homelessness. So I'm now starting to try to work on state funding. And there was one other thing. And then Measure H right now is kind of tapped out. And one of our biggest issues is that our program is run primarily through the police department and through the city attorney's office. And the Measure H guidelines, unfortunately, frown upon programs that are in concert or run by police departments and or prosecution offices. So I met with the new acting director of the Homeless Initiative a couple of weeks ago. And I've been trying to work on this for a couple of years, but she's new and she's kind of from outside the system and more from this homeless services area. She's not a bureaucrat. We're trying to change the rules. We're trying to have them expand them. And we're also trying to work on the Measure J guidelines as well, because these programs are about restorative justice. And so if we can make some inroads there, then I think we may be able to find ongoing funding sources that really address these programs that should be coming from outside the city on tax measures that were approved by residents, for programs like we're doing. But right now we're kind of stuck in this weird place where we are not eligible for funding and we should be. So just want to make you guys aware of that as well. So hopefully we'll get the monies for this program from outside the general fund.
Yeah, thank you for that, Christian. A lot of people remember voting for a lot of this stuff, Measure H and even JJJ, and they're wondering, where's the money? Why are we struggling for the money? And so that's important. I don't see more hands up. I don't think we're going to make any motions tonight. Any comments from the public, Eleanor?
Yeah, we have, we have Sandra Siegel. Okay, you're on.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Sandra Siegel. I'm a 34-year resident of and 28-year homeowner in Redondo Beach. I think there are a number of people on tonight who are volunteers and donors for South Bay Parkland Conservancy. These individuals are to be commended for donating their time and or their money. However, if they weren't listening last week, they probably don't know about the investigation of SBPC for self-dealing, where SBPC billed the city for reimbursement of expenses, but those, quote, expenses were invoices paid by SBPC to companies owned by SBPC board members. That does not fit the definition of a volunteer organization, nor does it meet the requirements of a 501c3 tax-deductible charity. More details are available on YouTube by searching for Redondo Beach City Council meeting June 1st, 2021, and fast forwarding to public comment around 1 hour and 24 minutes. I'm bringing this up because this is a line item in the budget. Mayor and Council, I'm happy to have gardens, but every organization which wants to partner with the city must be required to follow the same public-private partnership rules which every other organization has followed when doing projects on public lands. An organization which the mayor founded, which is run by his friends and family, and which a number of council members are involved in, should still have to follow the same rules as the rest of us. And after the kind of financial shenanigans very clearly documented, this particular organization should be audited before the city moves forward with a partnership. Thank you for your time.
Any more, Eleanor?
We have any comment? So Vicky?
As submitted by Steve Takamoto, I support funding the Redondo Beach Community Garden proposed for Alta Vista Park. The plan includes 28 raised beds that will be leased to residents and a mulch pile for neighbors to use to retain moisture and sustain vegetables growing in their yards. Similar mulch and compost piles can also be established along the green belt on the bike path in District 5. The spring compost giveaway ended 3 hours early, indicating the growing interest in gardening amongst Redondo Beach residents. That concludes the comments.
Okay, so no more budget comments? That's it?
That's it.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
Great, thank you. So going back to the beginning, good job, Mike, on your presentation on the CIP. And I'm really happy that we're moving forward with the bicycle master plan projects that are on there. We've got two really big ones that are on there, and I think that's great. We've talked several times about Manhattan Beach design. We had already put in some parameters. Could you remind me when that's coming back to council? We put input that they're designing it and it's gonna come back to council. Can you remind me when that's coming back?
Yeah, we're about 50% completed with design. You had asked us to look at some specific traffic patterns, I think. One of the potential lane conversions. Ted, I don't know if you're ready to speak to when that might be coming back.
Yeah, I don't actually have a date, but explicitly it was to consider the removal of that third westbound lane and to do an assessment of the impacts that would have and the potential queuing that is going to have. I know it's underway. I actually don't have a date in terms of when that'll be ready to come back to council.
Okay, and then we've talked about this offline, just to let public know. We're also trying to work with West Basin to try to make sure we get some purple pipe laid it down underneath there and incorporated into that project. Also, I'm really excited about the traffic signal communication and network system. I'm looking forward to, I imagine you're going to come back and do some kind of big presentation with that kind of money being spent on that when we're getting closer to implementing it.
We could. It's really not very sexy information to come back and
Okay, then just give it to, I'd like to know, is this really going to help with moving traffic accordingly? We're going to be able to,
Well,
that's what I kind of think is, it's $1 million+ so I would think you'd give us something for a buck.
It's a big grant, and you always approve, before we release any project for bid through our CIP, you approve plans and specifications. So whether there's a big presentation that night or simply a staff report that provides the details and the rationale, you'll receive an item for public consideration before the project moves forward.
Right, and the project itself will incorporate controller upgrades, detection upgrades, communication upgrades, whether we've got hardwire connections, wireless connections, and then communications back to the TMC. Those are going to be the key components of that signal systems upgrades.
Wonderful. And I also want to thank you for the Scout House facilities, just so some people know. Anderson Park was actually created because of eminent domain. They actually took out an entire city block and they created Anderson Park. And two of the people donated the houses. I believe they were moved there. You can correct me on that if you're wrong. And they were actually they were deeded for scouting or for youth programs. But they need a lot of love. And last year, 2 years ago, the Boy Scout house was actually a recipient of why am I blanking on the organization? They come in and redo a whole, it's a church organization that come in and redo the entire project. They do them at school district a lot. I'll think of it in a minute. Anyway, they put in like $50,000 worth of work in the inside of the Boy Scout house, but the Girl Scout house definitely needs a lot of love. And because it has a flat roof, the skateboarders are coming in and then jumping off and breaking the awning. They broke the awning on it. So there's some vandalism of this Girl Scout house. And so we really need to take care of it and put some love into that. And the seniors are going to really appreciate the fact that we're putting air conditioning and putting in a PA system, because their seniors are no longer just inactive people. They're actually very active, and the most popular class is the exercise class. So they actually have to be indoors and outdoors, and people outdoors can't always hear what's going on. So thank you for that PA system on that.
It was ShareFest you're thinking of.
ShareFest, thank you. That's exactly who did it. I appreciate that. So they came in and did a really huge project in the Boy Scout house and replaced a lot of stuff, and it was very welcomed for them, and we got to thank them for contributing to that. So I definitely think we need to add some love for the Boy Scout and Girl Scout house, and we need to put some pressure on West Basin to help us get some purple pipe up there to be able to water Anderson Park and possibly do some kind of thing with Lincoln Elementary. So thank you for all the presentations, a very robust CIP, and that is what everybody sees. And so thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Imdy. Councilmember Narenheim.
Yeah, real quick, Ted, quick question. When Athens does their compost giveaways, or we do the compost giveaways and they provide the compost, is that part of the solid waste contract, or do they pay for it? Do we pay for it? How does that work?
It is. No, it's part of the solid waste contract. I believe we have 2 per year that is part of the contract. And I know this year when they did it in the spring, there was such a huge demand that they asked for more. We talked to Athens, and they were amenable to providing the second earlier in the year. They did the second giveaway in May.
So, Ellie, is it their compost, or are they buying it from somewhere?
No, I believe they have their own composting facility, and that's what they're bringing back is the green waste that becomes compost, and they're bringing back to us for that.
LA City gives out free compost 5 days a week, Monday through Friday. And we just had a speaker at a great presentation point. If we had the ability to drop off, say, on the, work something out in North Redondo there by one of those right-of-way areas where Wilderness Park, it's so popular. When you had the second one, it was all I ever get from people is they want more of it. What is the approximate cost? Do you know? I mean, I guess we've never been charged for it.
They're willing to do it. They were willing to come down and bring compost to us for our cleanup, by the way, and then they'll hold that open. We just decided to do just the cleanup rather than the planting too. But so far, they've been willing to contribute, by the way.
Okay. I mean, real quick, Ted, is there? I guess we can speak to them regarding a cost.
Jesse, I know you've talked to Amanda on that, especially when they were very helpful in bringing the second compost material in May. Did we ever get like a potential cost value to that if we wanted to do more?
We didn't. The current solid waste agreement stipulates 2 compost giveaway events per year. So if we were to ask them to add more compost events, that'd be something that we'd have to discuss with them in detail, what those costs would be. It comes from Victorville, so there's cost on transportation and hauling that material all the way to the South Bay. So it's a conversation that we'd have to address with them.
Okay, it had been a condition of approval of the previous item earlier in the night.
Right? Well, I think that was in the contract though, already that we signed with them 4 years ago.
It was. This is part of the original solid waste franchise negotiation with Athens. To the prior comment, that they have shown a willingness for special events to come in and help out periodically. If we want to routinize a program like that, that is going to come at an expense. There's no question. But if you're curious about provide a program like that, we could certainly look into it. But that won't. We might be able to get a few drop-ins from them to help us out with special programs in the community. Ongoing, that's going to cost us some money.
Okay, I don't know I don't want a full budget response for. I mean, if it is full budget response for, but basically just the basic cost. We're looking for 2 or 3 paragraphs. See what it would take if we were to do 4 or 5 or 6 per year, or just a special events. Because that as a prior speaker just asked for, the LA City one that you can go to 5 days a week, it's empty by 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. People just come by. Regular household residents use it, and it is very popular. And as well as in Redondo Beach, it sells out. The free compost sells out. So, there's a lot of love for it. So, those are my comments on that. So that would be great if we can do something like that. A quick paragraph.
Our first compost giveaway with Athens Services was our very own sardine mix from our harbor. No joke, really was.
That's awesome. It's a high nutrient rich. All right.
It was very popular.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Any more comments on the budget? Any more public comments on the budget?
No public comments.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I guess I'll entertain a
I move
motion
we continue.
to continue the public hearing. Yeah.
And then also, can we also receive and file all the budget response reports you received so far?
Yeah. Let me get a motion to receive and file.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Councilmember Obaji, second by Councilmember Horvath. Any objection? Okay. So ordered, and then I'll entertain a motion to continue the public hearing.
So move.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Councilmember MD, seconded by Councilmember Horvath. Any objection? Okay, so ordered. So the hearing is continued. Thank you. I lost my agenda again. Here it is. Huh. That's interesting. Okay, give me 1 second here, you guys. I'm in trouble with this agenda. The city website.
M1.
Yeah, M1. Can you read that, Nels? You see it?
Discussion and possible action regarding the city's participation. Oh wait, I'm sorry.
We already did that.
M2. And M2. Oh, got it. Oh, I'm on the June 1st agenda. Sorry. Oh boy.
For some reason, the agenda is now not available. For,
Yeah, so
here it is. I'm sorry.
Next time is Brandy's item.
Yeah, I have it. Here it is, folks. Apologies. It's my fault. So the next item is M2, discussion and possible action on agreement for consulting services between the City of Redondo Beach and Lisa Padilla, doing business as City Works Design for preparation of objective residential design guidelines. Brandy.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. So this item has been in the works for a couple of years. In 2019, the City Council had set a strategic planning item to update the residential design guidelines. But we had to find funding. So to fund the work, the city included the scope in the SB2 grant application, which was authorized to be submitted on October 15th of 2019. So the city did receive notice last year at the beginning of the year that we would be getting a grant award from HCD. And then that grant was finally executed in June of 2020. So we did receive that grant a year ago. The very first thing that we needed to work on was getting the housing element underway. But one of the big issues with that grant was we needed to make sure that we were following the appropriate procurement process from HCD, and it took a while to get their response. It was at the end of August before we got confirmation that we could utilize our own procurement policies. So once we did, we obtained some scopes of work from similar projects that other municipalities were having prepared. And by the time we had it prepared, though, it was late in 2020. So if you recall, COVID numbers were going up. We weren't sure, communication-wise, if different businesses were even going to be able to operate out of their offices, and we're probably going to be transitioning. So we waited till the beginning of this year, issued the RFP, and unfortunately, we did not receive any responses. We had sent it out to, we had published it, and then as well sent it out to multiple consulting firms, some that may not, the design may not have been their specialty, or some that design was their specialty, but maybe not the planning side of things. But we didn't receive any responses. So we we were then able to proceed with negotiating directly. So I reached out to multiple consulting firms to determine the reason that they didn't respond. And it makes a lot of sense. They said that a lot of them were preparing housing elements and that they would not be able to even submit RFPs until June, July. So they wouldn't even be able to submit until this time this year. And the time frame for the grant, because there's a deadline on that, they weren't even sure if they would have been able to respond. However, when I was speaking with Lisa Padilla, her situation was different. She's designed, she's not focused on housing elements, but at the time that we issued that at the beginning of the year, she had a lot of a lot of clients that were unsure of when they were going to kickstart some of their projects again because of the restrictions that were happening at the beginning of the year. But once that started lifting and I had reached out to her, she said she was able to coordinate her workload and could submit a proposal. She has excellent expertise in design, in talking to some references of past work examples. They said that her designs are something that are very easy to implement and understand from the public, which is what we would be looking for to incorporate in our residential design guidelines. So the item before you is the consulting services agreement to prepare the objective residential design guidelines for an amount not to exceed $139,955 for the term of June 8th, 2021 through June 30th, 2022. And I'll open it up for any questions.
Okay, I don't see any. Brandy, are there, Councilmember Nairnheim?
Yeah, I've got actually a question on this. So this is going to affect all R1, R2, R3 properties, 3 lots.
And we're adding R1A.
And R1A, correct? How many R3 lots are there in Redondo? I mean, are there like a dozen, 100, 200?
I don't have that offhand. That's not something
it's
could easily.
Probably significant, right?
District 4, Vanderbilt, Carnegie, Rockefeller, Matthews, right?
What I'm going for that is our SB 478, I think it is. I was reading one of Holly's emails. It deals with getting rid of those setbacks. How much does that get affected by these state laws?
It addresses setbacks, you're saying?
Yeah,
Senate bill?
We do all this work and they come through. Can they just one fall swoop and just take all?
Yeah, they could, but the residential design guidelines, just as a reminder, you've got your zoning code, and that's got your setbacks, your height, your FAR, your density. So that's what's in your actual zoning code. The zoning references the residential design guidelines, and those address a little more aesthetic issues, such as the front-facing garage issue or porches and eyes on the street and bulk and mass. So the residential design guidelines are a document outside of that. So even if something like a Senate bill relinquished our ability to set our own setbacks, this would be design guidelines, and what we're looking to do is update them so they're objective, not we encourage, we discourage. And that's what our design guidelines currently have, where it's kind of my interpretation of how much do I encourage or how much do I discourage until I finally have to let somebody, build what they're going to build. So we're looking to really shore up the design guidelines, but still have that component where, especially, we have the avenues, the Borough Heights neighborhood. So we have certain neighborhoods that we really want to take into consideration the character of that area. And so that's what the residential design guidelines address.
Okay. And then they'll be addressing obviously the rooftop decks and not gazebos, but the, what do you call that? The third stories or fourth stories.
Oh,
or,
the mezzanine.
Mezzanine.
Yes, exactly. And this is where we're gonna really plug into that. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, I don't see any hands up. Is there any comment from the public?
No, Mayor, I have no Zoom or e-comments. This item.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve item M2 and the design or the consulting services with CityWorks and the proposal that they have proposed. Do you need anything else, Brandy?
I'll second that, but I just got one question.
Go ahead.
Brandy, are the design guidelines going to be the same for all the zones for all the zones, or are they different design guidelines for the different zones?
Right. So right now what we have single family and multifamily. And when we were first discussing, when I first started, I should say, when we were discussing this and adding this to the strategic plan, the issue and concern was that R1A did not have, there was no residential design guidelines for that. Yet there were some concerns that some of the residents were having. Well, the issue is that that's such a very different lot shape and size and has different issues than R1. So it'd probably be the single family. So you'll have the R1 and then R1A would be separate. And then multifamily is all lumped into one. So we probably look at if we've seen any discrepancies or problems with the multifamily.
What about the problems with R1A? I mean, it seemed to have smaller lots and they're getting higher density and
right.
I don't even know why it's termed R1.
So R1A is not even included in our residential design guidelines now. So
right.
We're adding that and we're making sure that some guidelines in place there.
Okay.
One follow-on question as part. Sorry. As part of the design guidelines, can we regulate or put a guideline for vegetation? Like they've got to have 75% native plants or drought-resistant plants, that type of thing.
Well, we do have our model water efficiency landscaping ordinance that we adopted that does address that. Certainly, sustainability elements that you're mentioning are things that we could encourage and put in there. And I would recommend that any one of you want to reach out and send some of the ideas or concerns that you have. Just go ahead and send them to me. And so I'm going to be coordinating with the consultant. And so I'll compile that and make sure that they understand some of the concerns and issues that we have going on.
Sounds good. And I just say that because I've noticed since we put some natives in my front yard, about 2 months later, butterflies, bees, you name it, the stuff's going crazy. It's awesome. So,
yeah, great.
Do you have a new resident in your bee house?
Not in the bee house yet. No, not in that bee house yet. But they're flying around. They have flying around.
That's awesome.
Okay.
Thanks, Brandy.
So there's a motion by Councilmember Nierenheim, second by Councilmember Obaji to approve the contract. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay. There you have it. Thank you, Brandy.
Thank you.
When will this come back to us?
Well, we're going to be having some community meetings. It'll come back to you probably around this time next year because that'll be the end of their, towards the end of their contract. That will be for the adoption.
Wow.
Stay tuned. We'll make sure that you're aware of the community meetings.
Right. Okay. All right. Next up is N1, discussion and possible action regarding the submittal of City of Redondo Beach written comments in response to the draft environmental impact report for the Beach Cities Health District Healthy Living Campus. I guess this is you again, Brandy.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. On this item, as you know, Beach Cities Health District has been planning their Healthy Living Campus. 2 years ago, 2019, they did their notice of preparation to start the environmental impact report. And so they've been drafting that in that time frame. I know that they made some adjustments to what they to the definition of their project. And they released the draft environmental impact report on March 10th, gave a 90-day review window. It's a pretty hefty document. And I reviewed it, multiple staff from different departments reviewed it. Now, keep in mind, this is not the evaluation of the project itself. It's the evaluation of the environmental impact report. So did they review the environmental issues, or are there things that we feel that they aren't addressing? And I know that we've received a lot of comments from the public about the project itself or about how it should be reviewed at Planning Commission. Nothing has been submitted to the Planning Commission at this point. They're still in this environmental impact report stage. And once they have completed this, they have to finalize, they have to address every one of the comments that they receive. And that's going to be incorporated into their final EIR. And then when they issue the final EIR, they as the lead agency, the Beach Cities Health District, as a public agency, as the lead agency, they're the ones that would certify the EIR and then make a determination on what project they want to move forward. So because they're making that decision on the project as a public agency, that's why they're the lead agency. At that point, then they can submit whatever application that they move forward, and that will be heard by the Planning Commission based on our criteria. With that, I just, there was a draft comment letter in your packet.
Well, to wrap up that, to close the process, doesn't it have to come to the city council after that for a conditional use permit?
It goes to the Planning Commission for the conditional use permit and Planning Commission design review.
So it'll never come to the city council unless it gets appealed.
Unless it gets appealed. And that's, you know, there's always the possibility that that can happen. That's another process. So yeah, it still does have to go through all of the required discretionary reviews. And with that, some of the comments that I incorporated into the letter, you know, one of them was they were addressing their building height in one of their mitigation measures, but then they didn't really evaluate, what that reduction in height would do. Like, where's the additional square footage going to go, and would that create additional impacts? So that's one of the first ask, is that they evaluate that and consider you know, what those impacts would be. And then as well, for all of their build alternatives, so a lot of these comments are land use, but there's quite a few, and there's an attachment that's kind of maybe the lesser comments, but still comments that should be made, that may have some transportation or utility comments in there. So those are also addressed, but these were like the big ones that stood out, and also are pretty aligned with some concerns about the land use approvals. So the second one was about the smaller lot that they have, the Flagler lot is what they reference it as, has a 0.5 FAR. Every one of their alternatives, assuming that that was going to be built at a higher than a 0.5 FAR. And that's, you know, that they didn't address anything with the zoning, what the requirements would be for a variance. And so we were asking that they explain the impacts of the project if the findings for a variance cannot be made. So, you know, where would that square footage be relocated? The third big one was with the Planning Commission design review. Although the FAR and height and setback restrictions are set through Planning Commission design review, there aren't any specified requirements in the zoning code. It leaves it up to the Planning Commission. That doesn't mean that it's just unlimited. The Planning Commission will be evaluating based on criteria for the conditional use permit and Planning Commission design review. So we'd ask that the DEIR address the uncertainty resulting from the discretion of the Planning Commission. So any potential alternatives that might need to be taken into consideration. And then as well, they had two phases. So the first phase is the residential care facility for the elderly and the PACE, the program for all-inclusive care for the elderly, and the youth wellness center. And the second phase is where they're looking at the wellness pavilion and the aquatic center and the things that are going to be, the fitness, health and fitness center, and moving that back on the campus. But the phase 2, they did a review at a programmatic level versus at the project level. So the project level is like, this is what we're looking to build. And that's what they did for phase 1. But for phase 2, it's kind of this is kind of what we want to do, but it doesn't have the details. And what they had said is when they come back for phase 2, they were giving it could be an amendment to the EIR, or it could be a supplemental EIR. And we're requesting that it be a supplemental EIR because that requires noticing to the public and the opportunity for the public to comment, whereas an amendment may not. So those are the things that are spelled out in the letter. Like I said, there's attachment A to the letter that were additional comments. It was just basically, reading through it, here are things that stood out that they should address. For example, something might be unclear of how they're going to address something in the mitigation measure, or if they didn't really look at every policy that might address a certain environmental conditions. For example, if they didn't look at all the policies for transportation, we pointed out the other policies that they should be evaluating. So that's really what those comments are that are in the attachment. But all of because those are attached in part of the letter, all of these comments have to be addressed in the final EIR.
I have a question, Brandy, maybe it just goes to what you were just talking about. Somebody pointed out to me that on page 15 of the draft EIR, they found VOCs in excess of the respective, screening levels, benzene, chloroform, and PCE, or polychlorylene ethylene, and it was detected in by far most of the samples. So they're not really, seems like they're not addressing it. I mean, how would we in this comment letter say you need to not only find out the source of it, but find out how you're going to mitigate it as part of the draft, as part of the final EIR?
We can just specify what you just said. So,
well, it's on page 15 of the draft. So they don't really say what they're going to do. They just say, "Oh, we did a test. Look what we found." And so, as part of the final EIR, they should have to say how they're going to mitigate that, what they're going to do, besides just find out that it was a dry cleaners next to their property or even on their property.
Yeah. So, and they may have included it somewhere further in, but we can definitely make sure that that's VOC's source.
It's very specific, benzene, PCE, and I forgot the other one, but it's there.
All right, I got that one.
Chloroform. So that's typical of a dry cleaner was there somewhere, and it's still there, right? And so people are breathing it, and they're testing it, and they're finding it, and so what are you going to do about it?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that folds into the EIR.
Yeah, we'll add that. We can add that one in.
Thank you, Councilmember Nairnine.
Thank you, Mayor Brandt. Yeah, in all my oodles of free time I have here, I haven't been able to go through the DIR yet. One of the things that we asked for to be studied was the impacts to police and fire, public safety. I see here this letter that it's not, those items are not referenced in here. Did those two departments not find anything of worthiness, or?
We provided that to, I provided that to the chief, but also looking through the, I reviewed the whole thing. So looking through that section, they did evaluate that, and they did go over what the police and fire impacts would be. And nothing was of, where it would be a significant environmental impact to that.
Okay, and okay.
So they did evaluate. That is something
they did evaluate, right? And so they looked at the potentiality of the number of calls from however many beds that they have, and they're
right.
to get a significant impact to our public safety services. Did they reference that to something like, say Kingsdale? Because we have Kingsdale in place up and running now for.
I want to say that I don't know that I don't think that they did.
Kensington.
I don't think they did with Kensington, because Kensington opened late in 2019, and so most of it being open would be through COVID.
Right.
So I don't think they didn't use Kensington. I'm gonna have to.
That's fine. I can look at it my own time. Yeah. I'm not that interested. I mean, I'm not that concerned. But can you go again and talk about what that exactly means regarding the floor area ratio shall be determined subject to planning commission design review, the building height, stories, setbacks, that's all determined. Now, we just went over all this. There is no FAR on site right now for PCF, right? So, so wait, refresh my memory what you just said here. What does that mean? There's no floor area on the code, and it's just subject to design commission review. Does the planning commission now get to determine what the FAR and story height and stories are?
Yes. So there's two things. They have two sites. One is in that
commercial
PF zone, and one is this tiny little spot that's down by the Vons Shopping Center on the corner of Flagler.
Yep. Or they're storing the beds right now.
Right. That's the Flagler lot one that I mentioned, the 0.5 FAR on that.
Yeah, that's C2 commercial.
The site. The zoning requires that the FAR, the height, and the setbacks are established through Planning Commission design review.
So
there isn't anything in there like here's your max. It's just but there are different things that that the Planning Commission will be evaluating when they go through that review per the what the standards that they have to look through in the Planning Commission design review, as well as through the CUP.
So can the Planning Commission just flat out say, we're only going to approve X amount of square feet? Is that what I'm understanding?
I think they have to, they have to base it on, it's not just like an arbitrary number that they would have to, pull out, but they'd have to evaluate the project, say, if they feel that there's some concern. Now, it wouldn't be environmental impact per se, because that's what this DEIR is reviewing, right?
Right.
They'd have to evaluate it based on what's spelled out in the Planning Commission design review criteria. So that's what they'll be evaluating. Maybe,
And where is the Planning Commission design criteria?
That would be in, that's in our zoning code. So Planning Commission design review.
If I go under Q code, what section is that?
Please.
I've never seen Planning Commission design review.
Yeah. It's under procedures. So if you go to the zoning code.
The zoning code, which number is that
So
again?
Title 10, Chapter 2, Zoning and Land Use.
Oh yeah, that's right. Zoning.
And then go down to procedures. And then 10-2.2 is Planning Commission design review.
Ah, okay. Mm-hmm. I've never seen that before. I learn something every day. Okay. All right. And the historic variances. Okay, I've seen the variant. Okay, got it. Yep, I've seen that. Okay. All right, thank you. That's all I've got.
Any public comments?
Oops, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were back on. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm back. So no public comments on Zoom. And we have a couple comments on e-comments. So go ahead, Vicki.
Okay, Mark Nelson submits, BCHD's DEIR is defective and should be revised and recirculated, and I asked that be included in the city's comments to the DEIR. In 2018, the California Supreme Court held that an EIR must, one, include sufficient detail to enable readers to understand and to consider meaningfully the issues that the proposed project raises, and two, make a reasonable effort to substantively connect the project's significant air quality impacts to likely health consequences. BCHD's DEIR fails to provide sufficient detail of the negative health impacts and negative environmental impacts of its project. BCHD elected to exclude analysis of recreation impacts ex ante, despite comments in the NOP phase requesting recreation impacts be examined. Public review of the DEIR ferreted out the impact of shadowing/shading on the public recreation fields of Towers Elementary, thereby negatively impacting public recreation. BCHD neither examined recreation nor discussed the impacts. As a result of this omission and a general lack of detail on negative health impacts, the public in the city of Redondo Beach have insufficient information and analysis from BCHD to meaningfully consider the project impacts. Two, further, BCHD has not connected the project's negative impacts with health impacts as per the court's direction. BCHD's incremental emissions, denial of sunlight to residential and recreational uses, noise, vibration, glare, excess nighttime lighting, and other negative impacts have no discussion of the myriad negative health impacts. BCHD also failed to discuss the specific health impacts of their proposed mitigations. As a result, intelligent participation in the CEQA process is denied to the public. Again, the DER is defective, should be revised and recirculated. Also submitted by Sheila Lamb.
Well, let me, just before you go on, Vicki, let me ask Brandy. Brandy, I mean, there's a comment right there to the draft EIR. I mean, Mr. Nelson could just submit that as his comment, right? I mean, you don't need the city to submit it.
Right, and the concern would be is the Beach Cities Health District is the lead agency. They're the ones that any comments they officially receive in that comment period, they have to address. My concern would be is, you know, if we're just submitting some comments that we get and maybe we miss something else, that if people don't realize that they need to submit those comments to Beach Cities Health District, you know,
By tomorrow at 5 o'clock.
not the ones evaluating those. And that would be a perfect comment for
Right.
Mr. Nelson to submit to Beach Cities Health District, because like I said earlier, they're obligated to have to reply to all of the comments.
By tomorrow at 5 o'clock, they have to submit.
The comments will be due on Thursday by 5 o'clock.
Thursday at 5 o'clock.
Yep, the 10th, June 10th.
Any concerns anybody has, submit your comments by Thursday. I assume, you know, it's on their website how to submit comments.
Yes.
So, yeah, the works, they did it. So, okay.
Okay, there's also one other comment submitted by Sheila Lamb. I support the BCHD DEIR comment submitted to you this evening by Community Development Director, Ms. Forbes. The report requested changes to the DEIR that may result in additional impacts, but the report did not include a request to revise and recirculate the DEIR. While I am not a professional in this area, it seems appropriate given the changes requested to make that request to recirculate. I have many concerns about the BCHD proposed project. The following shortlist shows how, in my view, the project conflicts with the current land use element and the municipal code. The proposed project conflicts with Redondo Beach General Plan, land use element code goal 1K. In the land use element states that the P land use will provide public uses which support the needs and functions of the residents and businesses of the city. The proposed RCFE is not a public use. It is a private use and therefore conflicts with this goal to provide the public uses. Land use element policy 2.1.3, table 2 identifies uses for the P, or public land use category, includes governmental, administrative, and capital facilities, parks, schools, libraries, hospitals, and associated medical offices, public cultural facilities, public open space, utility easements, and other public uses. The proposed RCFE is in conflict with this policy because it is not a public use, it is a private commercial use. The proposed project conflicts with the RB General Plan Municipal Code Zoning Ordinance, Municipal Code Section 10-2.1100A. specific purposes for P, public and institutional zones. Provide lands for park, recreation, and open space areas, schools, civic center uses, cultural facilities, public safety facilities, and other public uses which are beneficial to the community. The proposed RCFE development is in conflict with this municipal code because it is not a public use. It is a private commercial use. That concludes comments under this item for N1.
Thank you. So, Brandy, the comments you just heard, are those appropriate for a draft EIR?
The draft EIR is going to address the environmental impacts of the proposed project. So it's not addressing whether or not it meets code. It's not addressing whether or not it's going to get an approval or not get an approval.
How about consistent with the general plan?
Yeah, it does. There are requirements, and that's where we have the different goals and policies that that we spell out for them to also address that they didn't. But with that, they did address that. We have several tables, especially in the land use section, regarding how they feel they meet that. That being said, whether it would meet that goal or not, which they're saying it does, is not what the environmental impact would be. It's what the project impact, the environmental impacts of the project. So that's what the EIR is. We will evaluate any application as it comes in and looking at what is the zoning, what does it meet the general plan goals and objectives. I don't have the details on whether or not that's a public or a private project.
Well,
One
that's
more public comment. I'm sorry.
well, let me just follow up on this. So, so this isn't specifically in our letter as a comment to the draft EIR. However, we will be analyzing that when it comes to the Planning Commission.
Yeah.
So the concerns about consistency with general plan will be analyzed by the Planning Commission, but should we also be commenting, or did you say it's already?
We do have that addressed. We have several additional areas of that they, several different goals and policies that they still yet need to address in the EIR.
Okay, thank you. Another public comment, sorry.
Yes, there was one more submitted while I was speaking. Wolfson submits that BCHD DEI understates and underreports many impacts. For instance, phase 2 is not shown in any photo simulations, and thus agencies and the public cannot make a reasonable determination. The city should at a minimum request this. And that concludes that comment.
Should at a minimum request what exactly?
The city should at a minimum request this.
And what did you say before that?
Oh, I'll read, it's one sentence. For instance, phase 2 is not shown in any photo simulations, and thus agencies and the public cannot make a reasonable determination. The city should request this.
Can we request that, Brandy? I mean, that's.
Yeah, we are.
Okay.
We have that in the I believe it's, we added that to, I think we added it.
Section is that? Is that?
I'm looking, it's in the attachment. Let me look, hold on, let me look real quick.
I'm looking at
We
it.
added it under,
What page is it, I guess?
attachment A, under aesthetics and visual resources section. We added to adequately assess potential impacts of aesthetic and visual resources. Additional visual representations need to be included in the form of conceptual design renderings and photo simulations that demonstrate compliance with the cited goals, objectives, and policies, as well as noted design related Redondo Beach zoning ordinance criteria. Conceptual renderings and photo simulations of the project and alternatives are necessary to adequately assess potential impacts and determine if additional mitigation is required.
Which section of attachment A is this? Aesthetic and visual resource. I couldn't see where you were reading from.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's
3.1-21.
Yeah, so if you go down just before biological resources, there's one that's like general. That's where it's located.
Oh, before biological research.
Yeah, right before it's categorized under aesthetics and visual resource section, but we didn't have we didn't specify an actual page number. It was just generally, and under this is what they need to provide.
Well, I see aesthetics and visual. Okay, so the paragraph right before that, to adequately assess potential impacts to aesthetic and visual, that paragraph? So it's a paragraph right before.
That's the paragraph. Yep.
Yeah. So a conceptual rendering and photo simulation of the project with determined mitigation also needs to be included.
Mm-hmm.
So he mentioned specifically phase 2, but I assume that goes for both.
Yeah, we're actually asking for it for both because we wanted to see more of that on phase 1. They just put more of like blocking, but they didn't actually do these conceptual design renderings or photo simulations for either phase.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Any more public comment?
No more public comments.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
Thank you, Mayor. So are we going to approve the final, or render a decision on the final EIR as the responsible agency? I'm looking at page 505 of the packet, or 2 of 3 of your executive summary, I believe. Or back.
No, we don't decide on the final EIR. It will be released to the public, including the response, the comments, and they will hold the Beach Cities Health District will hold a public hearing. They're the ones, as the lead agency, that considers the certification of the final EIR.
Okay. Any concern about that basically a party who's interested in the project and has, I guess, a financial stake in it is going to be able to decide or approve? We evaluated this when the notice of publication that they were going to be preparing, the scope of work, when we commented on that, we evaluated it then. The CEQA regulations are very clear that they are the lead agency. Right, I see that here. Yeah. Thank you. Another question that I have is as far as the impacts for affordability. If it goes from a public hospital or public health center to a public-private or partnership, where, I guess rates could be charged, not with necessarily a public interest in mind, but profits in mind. Could the adverse environmental impact be a lack of affordable healthcare resources to the public? Is that something that an EIR takes into place?
I don't know that the EIR looks at that, that they evaluate that affordability. There's a very specific checklist of things that they absolutely have to review. And it's more environmental, not usually is the economics of it taken into consideration.
All right, that's it. I think encouraging our residents to submit their comments directly to BCHD is probably the best way to go.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just for clarity, for anybody in the public who's wanting to know where to submit, in the agenda packet on the staff report, there is a link, and and I could just tell you, it's bchdcampus.org/DEIR, and then that has the link of where you can submit your comments.
So what you need is action from the council to approve with the changes we made so that you can submit this on time.
Yes.
So I'll make a motion to receive and file and submit the letter to the Beach Cities.
Can I interrupt you for a second, Nils, because I got some more comment from the public that I want to review before we finalize this. you don't mind. I'll just bring it up and you can make it part of your motion or not, but there's an oil well on the Flagler lot may have to be reabandoned. Beach City's Health District has known the exact location of the well has not been determined, and the EIR contains deceptive discussion of this issue. In fact, there's work being done right now on the Flagler lot, which may be the search for the oil well.
I looked at the EIR and they've identified where it is actually, page.
It says the rules are clear what can be built near an oiled well and where, thus Beach City's Health District building plans may have to change once the well is found and reabandoned. This omission is not in the spirit of an EIR, nor is it a CEQA complaint, nor is it CEQA compliant, sorry. So Brandy, how would you fold in this concern about the oil well that's going to have to be reabandoned? Apparently they've located, it's going to have to be reabandoned. Do they need to examine the environmental impacts of having to reabandon an oil well?
The oil, I would just say they have to meet any regulatory requirements regarding abandoning an oil well and what construction methods would apply.
Mitigation. So you can add that to the letter?
Yeah, I can add that.
Okay. Second one, approval of project. Another legal issue. The California Supreme Court has held that factors such as minimizing the opposition to a project, favoring a project, and committing large amounts of resources to a project amount to approval of a project, quote unquote. Such quote unquote approval renders an EIR invalid, as the quote lead agency should be neutral before the EIR is out so they can evaluate impacts fairly. Beach City's Health District can't be objective on this project because they de facto quote approved it already. So that doesn't sound like an environmental concern.
Yeah, it's not an environmental concern, and I don't think that they've decided on it. They decided on that scope to be moved forward and evaluated for the EIR. So they do have to decide on what is the scope that they want to have evaluated. They will have to, I think I had that in the staff report, is that, that they would have to certify the EIR before they make a decision on their project.
Okay, so,
Mr. Mayor,
even if they did pre-approve it, is that some concern that should be expressed in a letter to the draft EIR?
I mean, unless you want to challenge them as a lead agency, I don't see where that's an issue. I think that they have addressed the scope that they approved to move forward.
Right. I just don't think this is an environmental impact. It's a legal issue.
Yeah.
So,
secondary impacts. The buildings proposed to be built by Beach City Health District are going to be there for a long time. The EIR spends little time identifying long-term impacts of the building. I think you'd have to be more specific, yeah? Like, what do you mean by long-term impacts of a building?
Yeah, they have to provide both the construction, the short-term impacts, and the long-term impacts of operating. So it's operating whatever facility they have. So that's what they've evaluated, both.
Do they have to evaluate
Cumulative too, yeah.
View sheds and shading and things like that?
Yep, they addressed all that.
Yeah. And then the lead agency, the city of Redondo Beach is the only appropriate lead agency for this project. Beach City's Health District is a special purpose government entity with none of the tools or resources which would allow it to guide a proper EIR through the CEQA process. And I don't think Beach City Health District has any experience with EIRs. Redondo Beach should assert that since the vast majority of the burdens, police, fire, traffic noise, etc., of the project will fall on us, including the consequences of a failed project, with benefits of any flowing solely to Beach City's Health District, that we should be the lead agency. So again, that's not a comment for the EIR.
Right. That is that legal determination that they comply with. I mean, that it was we evaluated, if you recall, we had Tyson Sohagi. It was working on behalf of the city, evaluating that, and evaluated that they are the lead agency per how it's spelled out in the CEQA regulations.
Right. And lastly, unstable project. Decision makers and the public should not be confronted in an EIR with vague, incomplete, and shifting project parameters. That is legally called an unstable project, quote unquote. An EIR which does not accurately and fully describe a project is not an EIR. Is that go to what the last comment under aesthetics and all that related to, or does this need to be a separate comment?
I think it's more in line with the comments that that we addressed. For example, you need to evaluate and evaluate it as a separate alternative for for some of the things that we mentioned, like the height. They have the mitigation measure that has a reduction of height, but then they don't evaluate that as an alternative. I mean, they have a different alternative for height reduction, but that's just taking out the square footage. Here, they're just generally saying, well, this is probably how it would impact things. That should be evaluated. And that's why we spelled it out in the letter itself, not just in the attachment, because that was something that very clearly they need to be evaluating it at a much more detailed level than they are. And then similarly with the phase 2, which was in that, like I mentioned, that programmatic. So you have the project level, the really more firm details of phase 1, but then for phase 2, it's programmatic. As they would have to come back, and we're saying they need to come back with a supplemental EIR.
Mm-hmm. So in the letter, not in the attachments, I'm looking for what you're referring to. In addition to the significant concerns noted above regarding land use, attachment A to this letter details additional comments. So
those 3 bullet points in the letter are the ones that are really more significant regarding land use implications.
Okay. Okay. All right. So you can add that one thing we mentioned.
Yeah, I'll add 2 things. You had the VOCs and the oil well.
Yeah. Yeah. The oil well, I guess, from that letter. Is what I meant. Go ahead, Councilmember Obaji.
So I'd be reluctant, thank you. I'd be reluctant to say anything about the oil well because if you read the EIR, this is page 3.8-27. They say Terra Petra excavated the well to physically locate it and completed a leak test, which was negative, i.e. no leaks were detected. Tetra Petra is preparing a summary report to be shared with the CalGEM, the responsible oversight agency. So I'd be reluctant to flag the oil well as an issue and dilute our other points by flagging an issue that's not really an issue. And I read the same constituents' email and looked into that, which is why I had that handy. So that's my
So given what's already written in there, Brandy, do you think it's still appropriate to question the impacts of the former oil well?
What I had put, because we that was something that the council member was looking up, was I had put that BCHD should mitigate and follow any regulatory requirements and construction standards surrounding an oil well.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds good. I mean, I'd, let somebody else decide that doesn't need to be addressed.
Sure. Sounds good.
Okay. Councilmember Obaji, any more? You saw your hand up. Is there any more public comments?
No more public comments, Mayor.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor in a second.
All right, well, okay, let me make the motion a little more clear. To receive and file, send the comments with the updates as that we talked about tonight, and have them submitted by 5 p.m. Thursday.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Call out a substitute motion. Okay, I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Sorry. Aye.
Yeah, no problem. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy. So a lot of work. Appreciate you being flexible and putting the work into it.
You're welcome.
So next up, for some reason the mayor keeps losing his agenda.
The bond issuance.
Yeah, there you go. Hang on a second. Let me see what that is. Yeah, so I guess it's item 2. And who's going to lead this? Marnie, you going to start this off?
I will start it off. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So you have had some items before you in the last few months regarding a bond issue to refinance the city's unfunded liability with CalPERS. And so tonight we're here to get some more direction regarding the bond issue. And really, I'm just going to turn it over first to Larry Cosmont and Dan Masiello from Cosmont, and they'll kind of walk you through where we've been with proceeding down the road towards issuing bonds, and then they'll turn it over to Ramirez and Company, the representatives from there, who have done quite a bit of analysis that should help you make some decisions that we're asking you to make tonight. These are decisions we asked of the Budget and Finance Commission. In your admin report is their recommendation, but we're looking to you to make the final decision and give us direction in proceeding. So I'll turn it over to Cosmont Transaction Services.
Thank you, Marnie.
Thank you, Marnie. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. So tonight's presentation is the culmination of a lot of work that's been done by the financing team and your Budget and Finance Commission. The purpose of tonight is to brief you on exactly sort of the road trip we've been on to get to a UAL refinancing, which would occur by July, and to give you a sense of what the key decision points are, and for you to look at those, review them, give us comments, and I would say give us the ultimate direction so we can go ahead and complete the transaction within the next 30 days. And this has been a fairly fast-paced process in the last couple of months. We started, as you may recall, back in January and mid-February when Cosmont Transaction Services came to both the Budget and Finance Commission and the City Council to explore the efficacy and potential for savings of the city's unfunded accrued liability, which is around $211 million. And the savings are, by the way, I think in tandem with your budget discussions tonight, the savings are significant to the extent that we can get this completed and range, on a present value basis, somewhere between $67 and $77 million. So it's not a small amount of money, and neither is the unfunded liability amount of $211 million, which is why these savings could be significant. When we presented this concept originally in January and February, both the council and the commission basically recommended that we go ahead and proceed. And so on that basis, staff and KTS, Cosmont Transactions, solicited statements of qualifications from about 11 bond underwriters, and we presented the results. It was pretty extensive outreach to get to the best financing team that we thought was appropriate to the task. And ultimately, the council accepted the Finance Commission's recommendation and directed us to work with Stiefel and Ramirez. You will hear from Michael Mejia from Ramirez in a couple of minutes. So again, we're here tonight to go through what I think are the key points for you to focus on, which is really the financing approach to an unfunded accrued liability for the city, the repayment structures that we looked at, and the various iterations that we went through with the Budget and Finance Commission and among ourselves as the financing team, and how much do we pay? Is it 100%? Is it 95%? The level of repayment. those are sort of the platforms that you're going to look at today, the decision points. And what you'll see now is Dan Masiello from KTS will go through an overview of the analysis that I just gave you, very general definition of or description of. Michael Mejia will drill down, from Ramirez will drill down on the specific analysis. It's important that the city council get the benefit of the evaluation that we did, that the team did, and that the Budget and Finance Commission reviewed in great detail. It's a significant financing initiative, and so it deserves that kind of scrutiny. So with that, Dan, I'll turn it to you. Ultimately, I'll come back and summarize it and wrap it up, and of course, get your direction at any time during the discussion and at the end of the discussion as well. Dan, I'll turn it over to you now.
Great, thanks, Larry. Good morning, almost. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Nice to see you all again. We only have about a 2-hour presentation here tonight.
It'll be morning by the time you get done.
Try and get through it real quick. You've all heard this several times now, so quick recap here is we're talking about the unfunded accrued liability, the amount that your retirement plan is underfunded. We're going to focus a little bit tonight on this number. This was as of June 30, 2019. That number will be brought forward shortly in about 2 months. But this is the plan's funding level, and I just think it's important to distinguish as we discuss sizing of the bonds. We're really aiming at figuring how much of this number we want to be funded, which should this be 100%? Should we fund 95% of that number? As you will recall, the UAL is projected to be about $212 million by the end of this month. That number will be revised over the summer by CalPERS. And so one thing that we did some math on, the Finance Commission had asked, and we did kind of, it's a little bit of a back of an envelope type of approach, but it's fairly accurate according to the CalPERS actuary. There will be a new UAL coming down over the summer when you get the next version of the actuarial report. And that accounts for the fact that CalPERS didn't hit their 7% return target in 2019. And so we estimate that that will add an additional UAL base of somewhere between $10 and $15 million. And so bear in mind, whatever we decide to do tonight, come August, you're going to have another UAL of about $10 or $15 million already.
We finance this, Dan, and part of this?
That is eligible to be financed if we go with the least revenue bond approach, which is one of the recommendations of the commission, or that could also serve to be something less than 100% funding, which was another discussion point for consideration, which we'll be getting into in a minute. So real briefly, some of the terms you're going to hear tonight, just wanted to give you a quick review. We're just setting up Ramirez. They're really going to be the star of the show. But the way that bonds can be repaid, we kind of come up with this term hybrid, which really combines a level debt service repayment structure, which would be very similar to your mortgage or a car payment where you pay the same amount every month. In those types of circumstances, bonds will be every year, of course. What this hybrid approach does is it basically sets a level payment, and then when you compare it to the UAL payments that are outstanding right now or that will be coming down, they go up really high and then they come down. So what would happen is we'd have this level payment until the point at which the existing repayments would start decreasing, and so the bond payments would also start decreasing. We wouldn't add any debt payments where there were none before. As I just explained, a level payment is basically the same payment every year, and of course there was an option of ascending payments, and we weren't necessarily going to recommend this, but for purposes of just illustration comparison, there will be a payment structure that increases over the life of the bonds, which would better align repayment of these expenses with anticipated projections of increased revenues over time, but it also costs a little bit more money. So those are going to be described to you for you by Ramirez when they're up. Basically, where we've been, the summary of what has gone on between the last time we saw you and how what went down when we discussed this with the Finance Commission, the Budget and Finance Commission. What we've done is we reviewed the two main options for bond issuance, the two main legal structures: a pension obligation bond or a lease revenue bond. So quickly, I know we've discussed this before. I'll just have a quick review. A lease revenue bond would utilize a lease and a leaseback scenario. The city's familiar with this, very similar structure to how the city financed the property leases back in 2019, late 2018, early 2019. That deal closed. It doesn't require any sort of court validation, and we can conclude this transaction. We would price by the end of this month, early next month, and close in the middle of next month. And this option, you can actually put that there, but it would also be eligible to finance an additional amount of UAL that's coming. A pension obligation bond would not. That would require court validation, and that would require 4 or 5 months from now before we'd even be able to enter the bond market. In terms of repayment, we also evaluated the hybrid level and ascending as mentioned. And the commission, I'm sorry, I'm back up ahead of step. The Finance Commission recommended that the city continue and issue a lease revenue bond. So all these estimates and valuations are based upon the assumption of issuing a lease revenue bond versus a pension obligation bond. We also evaluated the repayment approaches, as we mentioned, and the commission recommended that so-called hybrid approach, which will be illustrated for you momentarily. And then the real big question, how much should we borrow? How much of the plan should be funded? And we started with the commission and Ramirez. We worked out various scenarios, and Michael Mejia will describe them to you, but we basically started with looking at 80, 90, 100% approaches, because basically the plan at the moment is less than 70% funded. So those are the levels that we would be going up through. And then we try to answer the questions, what if CalPERS underperforms in the future? What if they overperform in the future? What would happen? What would these 80, 90, or 100% funding levels yield in terms of UALs in the future, budget savings? How realistic is the probability of an overfunding or superfunding circumstance where the city's pension plan would have more assets than it needed, which would still be the city's money, by the way, if that happens. That's kind of like a reserve. But regardless, there's no need to be putting money away that you don't have to either. And how different funding levels impact all these various scenarios. So the commission recommended achieving a funding level between 95 and 100% of the total, what's called the accrued liability, what's actually owed to all plan beneficiaries according to the actuaries. So that's the highlights. And Ramirez, Mr. Mejia is here, and he's going to walk you through the analysis that Ramirez performed, and then we'll come back and we'll wrap it up when they're done.
Great, thanks a lot, Dan. I'm going to be sharing my screen here. Just 1 second. Good evening, everybody. My name is Mike Mejia. I work with Ramirez and Company. I'm a senior vice president here in California. I also have on the line the head of our West Coast public finance group. He's in New York, so he's a little bit ahead of us, so he might be on mute, I think, for the balance of the evening. But with that, we'll just jump right into the presentation here. So again, quick recap. Just to get the flow of the presentation going, quick recap on some of the points I think that Dan presented here. So again, we met with the Finance and Budget, the Budget and Finance Commission May 2017. The analysis, as Dan explained, included a broad range of funding levels, and we really focused those funding levels on 3 structuring options, which again, Dan spoke about. All the scenarios that we evaluated in that presentation were optimized for maximum savings and lowest cost of borrowing, which is the same thing that we've done in today's presentation. And in order to assess that probability of overfunding, we used what's called a Monte Carlo simulation analysis. And what this is a stochastic method of financial analysis, which essentially generates 1,000 random scenarios. And we use that in order to help us project out what CalPERS would earn over the life of the financing. And again, that then gives us tools to be able to assess the risk of overfunding. The commission recommendation was again to go out with a hybrid structure using lease revenue bonds, and targeting a funding level between 95% to 100 with a preference for the higher end of that range. So before we get into some of the specifics on the numbers, I know we've been throwing out this term hybrid structure, and essentially what does that mean? And so every scenario that you're about to see is going to be based on that fundamental structure. And what that is, so on this slide here, you see this blue line, that's the current amortization structure that the city has. And when we were going earlier this evening and we're talking about increasing some of these retirement costs, this is exactly why they're increasing aggressively. You see that blue line has a pretty substantial peak in the next 10 years or so. The hybrid structure, what it intends to do, we call it the best of both worlds. And the reason for that is that we try to convert this mountain of debt into a mountain of savings by essentially creating a level debt service structure that then at the back end of the repayment matches your current amortization. And that way we have essentially no negative savings. And so from a policy perspective, that's a very popular approach that a lot of cities have taken, and that and that the commission has recommended for this transaction. So all of our structuring analysis is going to be based on that. The funding level options that we're going to be focusing on today are the three following ones. We're looking at a target funding level, and on this table here, we have, again, the three options, the target funding levels, 100%, 98%, and 95%. Now, specifically, what does those target funding levels mean? Well, the 100% option, we are paying off the entirety of the outstanding UAL, which is $211.7 million. The borrowing cost of that structure is about 3.19%, and that includes all fees, all interest rates, everything. The present value savings are about $77.3 million, with cash flow savings or savings throughout the life of financing of $102.6 million. On the 98% target funding option, we're looking at a UAL payoff of $196.9 million. The borrowing cost of that transaction is about 3.2% in today's market, and PV savings of $71.7 million, cash flow savings throughout the life of the transaction of $95.1 million. In that scenario, the city would have an estimated remaining unfunded actuarial liability of $14.8 million. And that would be in addition to the 10 to 15 million that Dan said would be coming, would be added on by the end of this year. So in a couple of months, the new report will be released, and you'll see, in addition to that 14, another 10 to 15. The 95% funding option, that is a UAL payoff of $178 million. The borrowing cost is 3.21, and your cash flow savings are $85.5 million. The remaining UAL of that structure would be $33.6 million. So again, you'd have to add in another 10 to 15 by the end of the year. And so your funding level would drop somewhat. So we also wanted to, and I think this is very important from the perspective of staff and the entire team, is to really understand what are the savings that the city would receive in this upcoming fiscal year, and then also throughout the life of the transaction. And so we provide this slide here, and I know there's a ton of numbers here, but we'll walk through some of, I think, the highlights. So on the far left, you have the current amortization structure. So essentially the current liability structure for the city's unfunded actuarial liability. On the right-hand side of the table here, we have just the three funding levels, so 95% target funding, 98, and 100%. On that 95%, so what we show here is what the new obligation for the city would be when you include the bonds plus the remaining UAL payments. And so the savings on fiscal year 22 with that option are about 1.5 million. And then, they increase, and that's where, we said that there's this mountain of debt that gets converted into a mountain of savings. And so you kind of see that reflected here. In the 98% option, so your payment is going to be lower, again, because you're refinancing more of the outstanding debt. So your all-in bond plus UAL payment is 13.5 million, and your savings in fiscal year 22 are about 2 million. In the 100% funding level, the all-in payment for the city is about 13.1 million. The savings in fiscal year 22 are 2.4 million. In fiscal year 23, they would be about 3.9 million, 5 million, so on and so forth. And so
I guess
all
I
of
could
this,
jump in there, Mike, real quick and point out to the council that these are just kind of, benchmarks. These are customizable. We'd be working closely with staff, specifically Marnie and Mike, to, massage and tweak, repayment levels for 22, for example, and 23 within any one of these structures. So these are just orders of magnitude. So we have a starting point, but these are also somewhat customizable if we wanted to generate some more upfront savings, for example.
Why in 2026 is there a drop and then it goes back up in 2027?
that's because, and I'm going to just go forward just to explain that. So you see that the shape of the current liability structure, it goes up, then there's a drop, and then it keeps going up. So that drop that you see is a factor of your current amortization structure. And so, again, just like Dan mentioned, all of these are completely customizable. We, again, are using the direction from the city's Budget and Finance Commission to provide a benchmark for today's presentation. And again, very important to note is that the interest rates that we're using are based on today's market close. Those will fluctuate on a daily, hourly basis, of course. And as we get closer to pricing, we're going to be talking to investors and really marketing to make sure that we can bring those interest rates down, as low as possible. But again, just going back to, I guess, the slide here, the total savings numbers that you saw on the prior page, this is the calculation of those. So in the 100% funding option, you see that you have a total savings of 102.6 million. This is where that number came from. And again, the borrowing cost, the present value, this is all kind of detail of what was summarized on the prior slide. So what I think is important to, understand is a little bit of the back end of really the kind of rigorous analytical analysis that was done. So on the left-hand side here, this is the composition of the city's entire UAL. So the 211 million that is currently outstanding. This is what it's comprised of. And the best way to think about this is that you have essentially a portfolio of loans with CalPERS that are broken down into the city's miscellaneous plan and the safety plan. In the process of us presenting the different options tonight and also to the Budget and Finance Committee, we essentially found the optimal solution under every single funding level. And the way that we find the optimal solution is by taking the most efficient combination of individual UAL bases that produce the overall highest savings for the city and the lowest borrowing cost of the transaction. And regarding the simulation analysis, where we were talking about a little bit of the projections of CalPERS and assessing of risk and overfunding. So what we show here on the left-hand side is just one snapshot of our simulation analysis. And so what this is essentially 1,000. So we'll, again, just I guess take a step back here. What us and our quant team essentially put together is a model that essentially mimics what CalPERS' current portfolio should look like over the life of the financing. And what we show here on the left-hand side is basically the results of 1,000 simulations that model out what could potentially happen with CalPERS over the life of the bonds. And in this simulation, what we show is that the average return over the life of the financing would be about 6.6%. And the graph, what it shows here on the blue bars, so you have to think about every one of those bars is one simulation. And so that's the aggregate of 1,000 results. 90% of them are within a range of 5.47% and 7.68%. And so what that does is that it gives us a very strong level of comfort that the overall performance of CalPERS is going to far exceed the borrowing cost of the bonds. And so that's going to be able to preserve a lot of those savings that you see here today. So again, bringing all of this analysis together, and I know there's a ton of numbers that we're showing you here, and we showed, again, a very similar slide to the Budget and Finance Commission, really kind of the observations of the analysis. So again, the hybrid structure, like we mentioned earlier, it's really the approach to maximize savings without generating any negative impact or negative savings, if you will. And it provides that upfront cash flow relief that I believe the city needs, and it also provides capacity to absorb potential new UALs that might arise in the future. The 100% UAL funding level, we looked at in the prior slide at what the CalPERS projected return would be, and that 6.6% again tells us that there's a very strong probability that CalPERS will outperform the city's bond rate. The 100% funding option achieves this very strong level of savings of $2.4 million in the upcoming fiscal year with no negative savings. I'm sorry, should I stop here? Is there a question? Oh, okay. And then again, we know that because CalPERS did not meet the 7% target level, we know that a new UAL is coming in the upcoming valuation report of $10 million to about $15 million. And then also, we do know that, or we suspect that there's a strong probability that CalPERS is going to be reducing their discount rate the next 12 to 18 months, given their strong performance this year. Finally, really interest rates are at all-time lows, and they're kind of really expected to increase with inflation. And we've all been hearing that in the news. And so again, it's really like the observations are giving us kind of a perfect storm to show how this option, I think, seems to be the preferred option at this point. So with that, I'll stop here. I'll see if there's any questions from the group. I know there's a lot of information.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. It's complicated and it's late, but followed a lot of it. I wanted to ask, it's kind of interesting. Well, let me ask our Assistant City Manager, Mike Witsansky. We were talking about something earlier today, and maybe, Mike, you can explain it better than I can about, how we can make our first payment, finance our first payment, so to speak. I keep worrying about that first payment coming at the end of this year. Can we finance that?
Right. I think the way to manage that, and this speaks to decision package 50, right? So Dan alluded to this a little bit earlier, but we can work with the banks to determine what our first payment amount will be under the hybrid model, and then work towards the flat structure that will eventually cascade back down. So our budget right now, our core budget anticipates roughly $15 million UAL payment that we would make at the end of July. If we are successful in issuing the bonds and the council approves the decision package as proposed in the budget in number 57, we would actually modify our payment this year not to be $15 million, but to be $12.5 million roughly. And then it would then work towards a different flat structure, probably a little over 13 million or something in that range, as has been described by Michael. If you want that number to be even lower and achieve even greater savings that you might be able to use for other items in this upcoming fiscal year, you simply need to direct us to make that first year payment something under that 12.5 million amount, maybe 11.5 or 11, and then we would have to adjust our amortization schedule with the banks or the bondholders based on your direction next Tuesday.
When you say something under, as opposed to 100%, you mean you're just hedging?
Just the amount, just the straight first year amount, Mayor.
Okay.
You don't have to worry too much about the 100% or the like. We'll deal with that later. It's just,
I see.
We need some direction from you on what our 21-22 fiscal year payment to the bondholders will be.
Well, based on what you just said, then it would be, well, I don't know the exact number, but it would be in the neighborhood $11 million.
Right. You could, that would create for you, as an example, right? Our proposed budget is anticipating a $12.5 million bondholder payment. If you wanted an additional $1.5 million to use for other items, you would direct us to make to form the structure in a way that we would make an $11 million payment this year.
Or more.
Or even more, if you'd like.
Do we have to decide that tonight?
No, you'll decide that with your budget action. We'll have time to adjust
In a week.
on your direction.
Okay. What's the current interest rate right now, Michael?
So the borrowing cost of the 100% option is 3.19%.
That's today's rate.
That would be today's rate, yes.
And would these be issued in the next 3 weeks, for
We
instance?
should, I think our schedule has us going into market in about 4 weeks or so.
July 1st.
Yeah, we have a schedule slide if you want to look at it. And just
No, that's okay. It's not likely to fluctuate much from that. That's what I'm getting at. Yeah.
That is
No,
correct.
it's going in
And-
4
and-
months.
Lips to God's ears. Yeah.
That is, and that's part of the, I think, the benefit also of the lease structure, that we're able to enter the market as quickly as possible.
Okay. And review one more time your recommendation.
why don't we go to the summary slide?
Yeah. Let me share my screen here. So
Okay.
So the Budget and Finance Commission recommended, let's see, am I up there?
Yeah, you're here.
The hybrid repayment model which considered level payments up front and funding bringing the plan up to 95 to 100% funding, leaning closer towards 100%. Was the way they just characterize their recommendation.
And how much we actually finance, we can decide next week.
So what's going to happen next week, Mr. Mayor, is that the action item will be brought before you, and there'll be parameters in there, a not to exceed amount. And so, ordinarily we would recommend, a not to exceed amount to give you the maximum flexibility, but we will size the bonds per your direction. So the official word can absolutely happen next week. We can either lock that in stone. We won't exceed 200 million. We won't exceed 225 million, whatever. If you want to, hold it back for sure. If you want to leave some flexibility as you work through the budget. But that's all actually acted on next week. Correct. That's the schedule.
Not that I think this would happen, but if somehow CalPERS outperformed and we financed 100%, what happens?
So, I just noticed that, we went through that pretty comprehensively with the Budget and Finance Commission, and maybe Mike can speak to it a little bit. It didn't make it into this presentation for sake of brevity, among other things, but a couple of things happened. The probability is very low of that happening, just by virtue of the fact that the anticipated mean return of CalPERS over the next 25 years, the term of the bonds, is less than the 7% discount rate. There's an expectation that the probability is very high that you'll end up with the UAL at the end of the term of the bonds anyway.
Right.
The likelihood of having a period of 5 years or more with a funding level in excess of 115% was determined to be about 14% probability, if I remember correctly.
I have the slides if you want me to put them up.
That's okay. Hey, man, I'm just wondering I don't understand what happens if that does happen.
And what happens is that your money is in CalPERS' hands. It's your money. It's the city's
Right.
money.
Exactly.
And it doesn't go anywhere. And that is a hedge and a cushion against future poor performances, assumption changes, what have you, demographic changes. Those are all, the specific, so we talked to the CalPERS analyst, and we can tell you this much, that CalPERS is not expected to make any assumption changes this year. So the estimate of the UAL from investment returns, we feel pretty good about. There's a couple of methodologies to employ, so it's somewhere between 10 and 15. The one piece of information we don't have is any changes to demographics, or are there any changes to your benefit, census, the beneficiary census and whatnot.
People living longer, things like that, or
Right. Who's actually drawing, who's retiring, who's not drawing anymore because they've passed on or whatever the case may be.
Right.
So, and that'll all contribute to whatever that new UAL will be. So, which is I tried to kind of mention earlier, if the city determines, the council determines to bring the plan up to 100% funding, repay the entirety of the UAL, and it's scheduled to close on July 15th. We'll get into that in a second. About a month later, CalPERS comes out with their annual reports, and you'll already not be at 100%. You'll already be somewhere between 97 and 98% with the new UAL coming down the pike. So
Okay.
that's what we're looking at. And then if the city did want to actually anticipate and borrow a little extra to cover that new UAL, then you'd be at 100% through all of 2022. And as Mike said earlier, there's talk, and we don't know what's going to happen, but because CalPERS is actually having a good year right now, last I heard we're up around 18% in returns, that there's this, they might see this as their opportunity to go ahead and reduce that discount rate now and change the application of the gains. They amortize your gains as well as your losses. You don't get to have all your gains at once. So you amortize your gains over a period of years as well. So that would counter any losses. And so that actually might not lead to a super funding in the future. It would probably lead to an increase in your normal cost though.
Right. So what's their discount rate right now? 7.25%? 7?
Right now, as we sit here, it's 7%.
7%. Okay. Okay. So we'll make these final decisions in a week, but this is definitely a good prep for what we have to consider.
Yeah. So as pointed out here, Mr. Mayor, what we're seeking direction on tonight is, three main items. Whether or not we should continue with the lease revenue bond, or should we stop and file a validation and go down a pension obligation bond route. I would certainly not recommend that, but that's not my choice. Which type of repayment structure the city would prefer, and we would like direction, although we don't need to know specifically, but maybe an indication or maybe a leaning of how much the city would like to bring its funding level up to.
Okay. Got it.
If I could add to that, Mayor, staff and Larry and company and Michael and Dan, we're actually in quite agreement with the commission's opinion on this and the recommendation. We concur with each of the three action items that they have recommended to you. We believe in the lease revenue bond. We like the hybrid repayment model, and we too would prefer to be closer to 100% in our ultimate funding than less. So we're in full support of this. Just want to make sure the council understands that we're in complete agreement here.
So where does what you were talking about earlier fall in then, Mike, at the end of how much?
That's our decision. Yeah, that's the number we have to decide budgetarily next week. If you all agree with 100% funding, we'll provide for you in an amortization schedule effectively that will show what those numbers look like. We'll then have to adjust that schedule based on your 21-22 plug-in payment number based on final budget action. The ongoing annualized amount for us is likely to be a little over $13 million when assuming the funding of approximately 100% of this bond, of the outstanding debt.
That's all funds. That's including utilities and whatnot. That's not just general funds. So your general fund share would be a little less than 13.
It would. There's an pro rata allocation based on our enterprise. So, but generally speaking, we're going from 15 to 13 based on the hybrid repayment structure that we've shown to you tonight, and the one that ultimately the commission supported and that we are recommending. What we do next year is the number you're going to have to plug into next week.
Okay. Okay. Got it. All right. Councilmember Lawrence.
Yeah. Thanks, Mayor Brand. Some questions for you. One is, why hybrid versus, say, ascending when you're looking at present value of money, as well as our budgets increase every year? So it would be a smaller percentage of the budget going towards bond payments as the revenue increases.
So, I'm sorry, Dan, you want to go ahead?
Well, there's a couple of reasons for that, council member. One, we're working with a couple of cities on this, and that seems to be a very popular choice policy-wise. I think it's maybe a little more emotional than mathematical insofar as you're responsibly paying down a debt and you're not adding debt payments where they didn't exist before. In other words, not really kicking the can down the road. I think there's kind of a general feeling, frankly. But I agree with what I think you're implying is that, mathematically it might not be the most efficient model. Personally, for your city, I like the level repayment plan because, that's how we finance every major purchase. And it puts one line item in the budget, it gets established, it stays there. But it's also not the least expensive over time. The hybrid really does have the least expensive. The ascending is the most expensive, as you can appreciate, because as you delay repayment of principal, your interest adds up over time. And so just, apples to apples, which is going to cost the most over time, it would be the ascending. However, as you noted, it does, match your expected revenue increases over time a little bit better. However, that does ignore other eventualities like, potential UALs coming back on board and your overall pension costs needing some room to absorb that increase as well. So the level to the declining service, repayment, or even just a level repayment would leave some room in future budgets for piling on top of that, which is probably going to happen by CalPERS. So it might end up being ascending anyway, your overall repayment picture. Just this particular chunk of it would, be static wherever we choose.
Okay. And I think that's worth adding on to, Dan. This portion isn't our only pension obligation payment we make to PERS, right? We make a UAL payment, and then we make a normal cost payment, which is a percentage of our payroll, right? And that will likely remain and continue to ascend based on indexing against our COLAs and everything else. Now, we'll see some offsets from PEPRA and things of that nature, but we'll still be seeing adjustments and fluctuations in our future payments, even with the level repayment structure in the early years of the hybrid model.
Okay. My next question is this. Explain to me exactly how this works, like I'm a fifth grader. So basically, you're selling the bonds out, you're going out to the market, you're selling it in one tranche, right?
Correct.
Okay, the bonds are funded, the money is received, it goes to CalPERS, they invest it into bonds, I assume, or some type of investment security.
The entire portfolio,
stocks,
right?
yeah.
Whatever it might be. Right, okay. And then we're paying service on the bonds as time goes, whether it's servicing the bond and the principal, correct? That's how it works. So every year we have what Mike said, the regular pension, and then this as well too. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood that. The last question I have is risk. Okay, now what risks are there? Now, this is a little bit far-fetched, but it's not so far-fetched. Governor Newsom is giving money to pay for PERS obligations. I don't know who exactly it went to. It was either the state's PERS obligations for their employees, or it's potentially, since they had a big windfall, maybe it was going down to certain municipalities. I don't know. What happens in a case like that where there's, lots of municipalities that can't make bond payment or PERS obligations payments, and the state steps in and says, we're going to pay some of these things, some of these obligations? What happens in a case like that? Has that happened?
Never happened.
Okay. Probably will never happen either, but I'm just saying, because Governor Newsom is putting money towards PERS obligations.
And I think that's the state's PERS, because the state has like $1 billion of its own UAL.
Yeah, the state's CalPERS UAL is multiples of what it is for any entity. And again, anything that they would do would be to address their CalPERS UAL, which again, it's an order of just magnitude much larger than any municipality.
And Councilman, I actually think I read that article, that's a good news item. If the state does start to prepay some of its own UAL obligations, that's good for the entire portfolio. To me, the biggest deadbeat risk payer in all of the PERS system is the state. And the more they prepay, I think the healthier and the longer term confidence I think we'd have in PERS in general.
Okay, great. So there's very little risk in terms of something like that, us taking out the money and then, okay. Those are my questions primarily, so thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Lowenstein had 5th grade questions. I've got 3rd or 2nd grade questions. So
do we get, when we pull this bond, are we getting the entire 200 million and then we're just cutting off paying these obligations on an annual basis, or we're only pulling out what we need for that year? So that
good question. It's not a line of credit. You're going to fund 100% on closing day. There'll be $200+ million if you, with the levels we're talking about of bond proceeds. There'll be a wire that will be made to CalPERS, and it will pay off this UAL to whatever amount.
Oh, it's going to go directly to CalPERS and pay off for the next 20 years.
Yeah.
Okay, it's not going to.
Mike's group wouldn't let us do anything else with it.
Well, frankly, I don't know that we'd want it in the city because potentially somebody comes in and holds us ransomed for it or something like that. But okay, I did confirm in the story. It just seemed like the governor's paying the state's CalPERS requirements, obligations. A question I heard while listening to the Budget and Finance Committee meeting, or a concern I heard voiced that I'm not hearing here, is that at some point the CalPERS could be doing so well, earning such a high return on its money, that it ends up, we've ended up, I guess, shooting ourselves in the foot by prepaying this.
Well, a couple.
I realize that's not within the 90 percentile.
They have a long way to go to CalPERS would to actually make a dent in your UAL. They'd have to out earn for a decade straight, double-digit returns or more. I mean, I actually, now that you brought it up, maybe we should do that math. I'd be curious to see what those levels have to be, but they're not going to be insignificant. So if after you bring the funding level up, which is I think what the greater concern is, or maybe more realistic possibility that, okay, the city dumps a bunch of money and brings its plan all the way up to close to 100%. And then CalPERS has a couple of very good years. And now your funding level is 105, 110, 115%. You have 15% more in your plan than the actuaries say you need. What happens? Well, nothing happens. That money stays in that plan and also earns money. It's the city's money. It's the city's plan beneficiaries' money. And the calculations that we showed to the Budget and Finance Commission that were performed showed, a risk of that existing being pretty low. Now, would there be any given year that this happens? That could happen, maybe even very realistically, in the next couple of years if investment returns are good and you brought your plan up to 100%. But every dollar that you have more or above what your requirements are is a dollar cushion for a future when it's very unlikely that CalPERS would have any years without a negative return. Just as likely as they're not going to always have negative returns, they can't always possibly have positive returns every year. It's, investment cycles occur. Can we predict the future? No, but the probability of that happening in the Monte Carlo simulation was quite low, is what we determined from the analysis.
If they did end up getting high returns and amortizing above 7% over our future years, eventually we could potentially end up with excess payments. Would we get a refund from CalPERS, or that's not kind of
So
thing?
the policy as it stands today, if you were in that position today, the answer is no. But if that were to be a case and it was a consistent and persistent case, I would imagine that there would be an ability. CalPERS couldn't hold your money hostage forever. It's your money. It's the city's money. It's the plan beneficiary's money. I would have to assume, but I don't know for a fact, we can't predict the future, that adjustments would or could be made. I know they did, over 20 years ago with the .com boom, they made the mistake of giving payment holidays, and cities were skipping entire years worth of pension payments, and then when the times turned bad, the bond fell out and CalPERS was overexposed to real estate and whatnot, and all of a sudden, if cities had just been paying the normal cost all along, and even if they were in an overfunded position temporarily, they would have had some backstop when the investment returns were really rotten, which they were horrible at the beginning of the recession. And that's really what led most cities to be in the circumstance they're in now.
Sounds good. And presumably at the end of this period, once we paid off the bond, we still would have CalPERS obligations of some sort, some amount, even if they're minimal, and so we could just roll it over to that.
Projections show that so a lot of things had to be assumed, right, Councilmember? I mean, we don't know what the CalPERS discount rate will be. Is it going to stay at 7%? Are they going to lower it? We had to assume they keep it at 7% for 25 years, right? What is the composition of their investment portfolio going to look like? We had to have a certain set of assumptions incorporated into that analysis. So keeping a few of those things static and running the 1,000 scenarios the results were a 6.6% projected return over time, which, as you'll note, is not 7% over time. So that means, it's a lower UAL, it's a smaller one than, if they're just missing by 0.4%, 0.4%, 0.4%, it's slowly will bring up a UAL over time, but those UALs will be a little bit more manageable than this number we're looking at right now. But the projection is that you, in fact, will not be overfunded. You still be underfunded at the end of this bond issue.
Last question. I'm getting unnecessarily into the weeds, but since we're giving them the 200 million up front and they're being able to get 6.6% assumed percent interest on the 200 million, they're generating more from that 6.6% than if we had just paid our single installment of 15 million or what have you for the year. So does that end up, counting to our benefit, or is that part of the discount that they're giving us for prepaying?
Your investment portfolio will earn what your investment portfolio earns, right? So if you have 600 million in the bank and you get 6.6%, that's more money than if you have 400 million in the bank and you get 6.6% return.
Is it counting towards our portfolio?
It's your portfolio, yes.
Okay, got it. All right.
Yes, but to be clear, at the moment, CalPERS has to earn 7%. Every year you do not earn 7%, you're generating a new UAL, and then you are less funded than you were before.
Got it.
So if they keep earning that 6%, that's why we believe that the probability of being overfunded is very low. Exactly.
Okay. All right. No further questions, and I'd probably recommend 100%.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
Should I put my hand down? I'm okay.
Okay, Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Yeah, thank you. These are some great slides, and don't worry, Larry, I'm not going to be duplicating or handing these slides out. So what if, I think I asked this last time, what if the state pays down a chunk, say $10 billion worth of this, and they haven't done it, but they've talked about doing it, paying chunks and paying pieces down. It's a little bit different than what I think the article that Todd was referencing, I want to say. If they just flat out give us a credit, and what if we pay all this off and then say in a year or two, because they have such great windfalls, they decide to help a city out and they put in $10 billion and pay this off.
And Redondo misses out possibly. Frankly, Councilmember, not to be glib in any way, but I think that your risk of that is much lower than the risks of CalPERS underperforming. I don't see the state actually giving away money to cities like that in the pension plan. They have their own UAL, which they're not even going to put a big dent in.
Right. And I think that's the point that needs to be made here, Councilman, is that the state is tackling the same issue. Remember, PERS and the state are two separate entities, right? The state is got its own PERS obligation. Employer, right? Highway patrol, state fire, all the stuff the state pays for, all the employees they have, all the retirees, current annuitants. I can't even imagine what their UAL actuarial table looks like right now. It's got to be hundreds of billions of dollars.
It's hundreds of billions of dollars, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, it might even have a T in front of it. So them chunking down their own UAL obligation, as I said earlier, I think is a good thing for all of the rest of us that contribute to PERS, because they're the big elephant in the room when it comes to IOUs. So
one additional point to that is that the state also is paying for CalSTRS. So
two separate pension programs, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yes. And so,
that's right. And then the point was not made today, but it's been, since I've been going over the budget, it's been made to me, and I keep looking at it, and I'll be reiterating this in my next community meeting with people that while we are buying bonds to pay down, we are paying down a current debt. So this is not affecting our credit rating. We are buying a debt to pay down a debt, essentially, and pay a much lower
refinancing a debt.
Right.
And I think that was I don't think that's hit hard enough because I didn't really understand it until a couple of days ago when I've been really going over the budget. So that's an important point. I think it really is. That's why I'd be in favor of with this hybrid model and going up to as much as 100% as possible, if not 100%, really just 100%, because we are just buying down debt for a very lower overall price. And I don't have much of a faith in what they're doing. And yes, going down the lease revenue bonds route because we take really good care of our streets. Thank you very much, and they're worth quite a bit. So yeah, those are my comments. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, couldn't you make the argument that we're actually even improving our credit because we're
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. We will indeed make that argument because you are improving you're easing stress on your budget. You're easing stress on future budgets. The next 10.
Yeah. And we're establishing what our payments are going to be. We're going to have a level payment plan. It's not going to grow as much as it would.
Right. Right. I mean, and we're focused on the exchange between what would be the $15 million payment this year and then something more like $13 million ongoing, leaving next year's payment aside. If you watch our actuarial table, for the full $212 million we owe, that payment grows to over $20 million in a couple of years per year. So it gets, it's bad as it has already gotten, it gets much worse in the next 5 years. I mean, draconian level worse as an impact on our resources. So this not only refinances where we're at today, lowers our annual debt service, but it actually avoids what would be very difficult set a 10-year window where we would struggle to make payments.
Right. So I guess we're AA plus. We're probably going to stay there, but we're certainly not going to go down.
The lease revenue bonds, just to manage expectations properly, that the city's issuer credit rating, which is if you were to have a vote of the people and sell GO bonds, or even if you did the POB, that would be AA plus. Because it's a lease, Standard & Poor's policy is they give you what they call a notch lower, and this is exactly what happened in 2019. So those bonds had a AA rating. We're expecting these bonds to have a AA rating, right behind the city's underlying rating of AA plus.
Okay, well, that's just what they do, I guess.
Correct.
Have we gotten our first draft of a video yet?
Oh, God. Let's just go to Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks to the Budget and Finance Commission and thanks to Larry and Dan and the whole team, Michael. This has been a really educational process, I think, as well over these past 5 months, and really just interesting to watch. So I think what I'm hearing is everybody seems to be in agreement with the staff and the Budget and Finance recommendation. So I would make a motion to accept the recommendation for the hybrid level of the LRB and do it at 100%.
Second.
The 100%, I mean, is it going to be affected by our decision package? What's the last one we have?
No, Mayor, the 100% is how much we're just choosing to pay the entire amount we owe for UAL in this bond issuance. How we manage the amortization schedule against that $212 million borrow will be affected by your decisions next week, not the amount that we fund.
Not sure I understand that, but I'll talk to you about it later.
Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Horvath, or you already spoke. Anybody else? Any comments from the public?
There are no public.
There are no public comments.
Okay. There's a motion by Councilmember Horvath, seconded by Councilmember MD, I believe. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Hi.
Okay. There you go. Well, thank you, Michael, and well, everybody. Larry and really
We'll all
appreciate
again
it.
next week.
You got us through it. It's almost good morning, but you missed it by 9 minutes.
Well, except for the New York guy.
Yeah. I think he's been asleep for a while.
All right, good night, you
Thank you,
guys.
everybody.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, next up is P1, discussion and consideration of resolution declaring the city of Redondo Beach as safe, inclusive, and welcoming city for all people. So, who's handling this one? I guess it's
Webb.
Mike Webb. Or...
Yep. And so, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's just, this was motion made by Councilmember Obaji and unanimously approved by the council. Or prepared a resolution for your amendment to make it exactly what a majority of the council wants.
Okay, yeah, I read it. I'm good with it. Councilmember Obaji.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Webb, for preparing this. I think it's great. It's perfect. It's Pride Month. I think it's a great statement to be making, an inclusive statement that welcomes everybody and makes everybody feel like an equal person in our town. So thank you.
So you can make the motion if you want.
Yes, I make a motion to adopt this resolution, CC 2106054.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any public comment?
No public comments, Mayor.
Okay, well, that'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Say aye, and I just want to do a shout out to Nana's, which is a restaurant that's actually in the industrial area of District 5. It's two gentlemen that opened it up, and it's kind of funky. It's takeout only. It's a combination of Italian and Mexican. Anyway, they were closed this last weekend because the two gentlemen got married. So they're offering people 25% off. So in an effort of inclusiveness and pride, I suggest we all go make sure we have dinner at Nana's.
All right.
I've heard good things about it, actually. So.
It's actually very good.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Okay, so now by title only, resolution number CC-2106-054, a resolution City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, declaring the city of Redondo Beach as a safe, inclusive, and welcoming city for all people. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Eleanor. So next up is commission appointments. I really only have one tonight, and it's because the Parks and Rec Commission's meeting tomorrow night. And it's just to fill the position to the end of into December, and it's Mara Lang. So let me share a picture of Mara's family.
Actually, it would end for September 30th, 2021. Mayor.
I'm sorry, September 30th. What did I say?
December. I thought
Sorry. Anyway, that's Mara. They're Redondo residents. Got two kids. Both work Redondo, and she's been doing a lot of work with the Parkland Conservancy, Wilderness Park, the Upper Esplanade, and she's actually been working and doing a lot of stuff. Yeah, I think she'd be a great addition. So anyway, let's stop sharing. There's Mara, Kevin, Henry, and Emma.
Oh,
so there you go.
Perfect. Todd, you gonna make the motion?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I think I commend you on the choice. Mara is great, so she's really worked hard. So I would make a motion to appoint Mara Lang to Parks and Recs.
I will second that, and super stoked to see her. Great person, and I talk with her all the time, so she's fantastic for this. Lots of energy, unbelievable amount of energy. And as the old saying goes, if you want something to get, if you want to get something done, get somebody who's busy or give it to a mom, because those two people can get things done.
Yeah, I think she's both. I think she's a mom and she's busy.
Yeah. Inherent.
Anyway, okay. Any public comment? Anybody else?
None on. 1 second. Nope, no public comments, Mayor.
God bless them if they were still here at noon. I mean midnight. Talking about Parks Commission. Anyway, I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Next up is Mayor and Council referrals to staff. Councilmember Nierenheim.
I have none today. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
None, thank you.
Councilmember Horvath.
Yes, two quick ones. There are two bills I think we should take a position on. Let me just pull them up. One is AB 43 by Assemblywoman Friedman. I was trying to work with Assemblymember Mersucci's office on creating more flexibility for traffic speeds and being able to lower them. This bill pretty much addresses that and gives more flexibility to cities that want to actually lower their speed limits and not have to use the 85% percentile that we are always kind of complaining about. So if we could maybe bring back a letter of support for AB 43, that would be my first referral.
Second that.
Any objection? Okay, so ordered.
Okay, and then my second one is a letter of opposition against SB 556 Dodd, which has to do with streetlight poles, traffic signal poles, small wireless facility attachments. It's a little bit similar to SB 649, which we opposed a few years back. It's basically trying to take some of the FCC regulations that were put into effect, which really strip away local control as it relates to permitting and charging fees, and also adding time clocks on 5G implementation.
Second that.
Okay.
I'm looking at it.
Okay, any objection? I mean, if you decide you don't like it, anybody, you can just vote against whatever.
Yeah, and I have a sample letter from the league, from my transportation, communication, public works committee that I can send over to staff for that one.
Oh, that'd be great. Okay. Anything else, Christian?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to skip Councilmember Obaji because he's.
I was going to say no. I was going to say for the first time ever, no. And just
Okay.
because I've been lectured on it so much by so many different people. All right. But
Okay.
yes.
Councilmember Obaji, got any directions to staff?
Nope. We're having lunch on Thursday, so I'll give it to him that. No, I'm just kidding.
Music to everybody's ears. Councilmember MD.
Yeah, because we used to finish by 10:30. But anyway, I have a referral to staff from that accident that was on Ringe and Manhattan Beach Boulevard about putting in a permanent speed limit sign in that area. That would be great.
Put a what sign? I'm sorry, Lauren.
Permanent speed limit, you know, those kind
Second
of have the solar panel, and then they have a little thing that says your speed is, and then they flash it in front of you.
Any objection? Anybody? Staff okay with that?
Councilwoman, just for clarification, that's the radar feedback sign that you're asking for?
Yeah, the one I sent an email about, and I was only asking for a temporary one, and then you guys thought I was doing a permanent one, so that's my referral to staff for a permanent one.
Okay. Any objection? Doesn't sound like it. Joe, I skipped over city manager items. Did you have anything you wanted to tell us about?
You know, the only thing is obviously the focus is budget between now and next Tuesday. So appreciate that we have limited referrals, and I'll get with Christian and look at the timing of when we have to follow up on these bills, if they're time sensitive or if it can wait. So anyway, no, it's just the budget.
Okay, great. Well, with that, you guys, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
A motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Obaji, seconded by Councilmember Lowenstein. Any objection? Okay, we're adjourned.
Thank you all. Thank you, staff. Thank you,
Good
everybody.
morning.
Good night.
Hopefully next one doesn't last so long. Let's see if we can get in under midnight next time.